back at it with another edition here at Brownwood Sports TV. I'm always your host, Edwin. Where do all fights start? Shit.
Round one.
You know it. Listen, we have a lot to break down. We have a lot of boxing to talk about. So lock in, tune in, do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button. If you haven't already, subscribe to the channel, become a Round One Sports Talk member. And like always, we're on to the we're on to the next episode. Damn. Damn Gina. You know what I'm saying? Like Martin Lawrence used to say. What up, frontline? What's up, baby? How you doing? Oh, frontline, I need you tonight. I'm trying to tell you, what's up, brother? How you doing? Hugo Juice, how you doing? You know, um, it's like I say Hugo Juice. That's a conundrum, right? Because Hugo and juice means the same thing in Latin. But anyway, fight fans, we got a lot to talk about. We got a lot to unravel here. Um, there's just been a lot of scrutiny on this Jake Paul situation. And I just wanted to come up today and talk to you guys about boxing, whatever. And I said to myself, I said, you know, um, Jake Paul really he took a chance. He took a chance. He showed the boxing world that he really was here to try to dare to be great in actuality, right? Jake Paul fought Anthony Joshua, and we all it ended like we all thought. You understand? We all thought that a gold medalist like Anthony Joshua, uh, unified world champion multiple times, two times in fact, right? We thought that AJ, would be the right guy to get the job done, and that Jake Paul had bit off more than he can chew. Now, leading up into the fight, I try to tell the fight fans, I said to myself, I said, yo, remember what Jake Paul looked like in his last fight against Julio Cesar Chavez Jr., and how he gassed out in the later rounds when the right amount of pressure was applied. And I said to myself, I don't think that Jake is going to be ready, you know. And sure enough, the big ring and everything leading into the fight, everything that was, said leading into the fight, I said, like you heard Oscar De La Hoya. He came out, he gave his prediction about the fight, and he said that he thought that Jake Paul would fucking win, right? Oscar De La Hoya himself was like, and you gotta take what Oscar De La Hoya for face value. He's a gold medalist himself, and he's betting against another gold medalist. So you know what I'm saying? Like when I saw Oscar, but like Two Tone would say, there's a deeper, darker criminal link here. Absolutely. Uh, come to find out, if you do your research, Oscar was going back and forth with Matchroom, uh, Turkey, shit like that. So like we felt like the boxing world, the boxing community anyway, if I'm allowed to say this, we felt like Oscar was um a little butthurt, to say the least. And he was trying to like take a side. Unfortunately, we're at the position in boxing where I feel that um you guys allow Turkey into the game. Oscar, you might be like, trying to like backpedal or trying to get back in the good graces with the recent quotes in Texas, right? But you guys allowed this. You guys allowed Turkey and Dana White and the rest of the entities to come into boxing. Now you're gonna have to fight against it. Listen, fighting fans. Just like they try to dress up a fighter, you hear these kind of quotes, so to speak, about a fighter, right? And they say that this guy's a hype job. This guy's overrated and shit like that. You hear these phrases in boxing, right? Okay. So with Turkey Al Sheikh, you hear these phrases thrown around that, the TKO lead and Dana White trying to fight the Muhammad Ali clause. And you say to yourself, you're like, man, boxing is starting to change. In a sense, it's starting to change and shit. And all of a sudden, like, you see these fighters like Ben Whitaker, man. Ben Whitaker. Uh, and you're sitting back and you're watching like the UK boxing scene and shit, and you're like, Ben Whitaker, like, what the fuck? And sometimes I can't help but wonder if they're dressing up some of these guys, to like try to like sell you on the fact that uh Ben Whitaker in the UK and this and that, and then AJ fights Jake Paul. And the question is that I have to, like ask the audience that I'm really curious about: how much credit do you give AJ for beating Jake Paul? How much credit, like, seriously, right? Okay, Jake Paul never, he's not a former world champion. He never competed for a world title. And popular, yes. Popular, yes. Making power moves, yes. Logan Paul, after the fight, he tried to like take AJ's chain, I guess, and piss off AJ and in a joke. And he was heckling AJ during the whole fight. And then I saw a couple memes where like they were like, the Logans, uh Jake Paul and shit, the Pauls, whatever, took a page out of Floyd Mayweather's heckling book. And they were, Logan was in the corner. Same thing with Tom Brady. Tom Brady. Same fucking shit, right? If you look at Tom Brady's career closely, I mean, like if you was like a hardcore fan or whatever, and you looked at like documentaries and shit like that, you would quickly realize that Tom Brady's success is tied into Belichick. You would see that Belichick would run to the field and hackle referees and shit like that. You mean to tell me that was a fourth and down? Blah blah blah. And the referees are arguing with Hall of Fame coach Belichick, and it's kind of intimidating. You know what I mean? So they worked as a duo. Some of Brady's success has to do with Belichick, 100%, and Brady's accomplishments has to do by the coaching of Belichick and the mindset that he gave Brady to how to play football, right? Okay. So when you see like situations like this, right? Uh Jay Paul is a very smart man. And I quickly realized how far ahead of the curve he really is, Jake Paul. Um, the moves that he's making, and like Jake Paul knew somehow, I don't know, it's like the motherfucker has a crystal ball or something. I just don't know how he knows the when and the where. Like he knows something that most of us don't understand. And he had like these gimme fights, right? And it had you like second guessing Jake Paul as a fighter. But what I saw last night, I said to myself, I said, damn, Jake Paul is smart, man. He knew, he knew at that point he had ran out of gimme fights. That people weren't just gonna show up and watch him fight 60-year-old Mike Tyson. People weren't gonna just, like give their money and shit like that, right? So he tried his luck with Tank Davis. Truth be told about Tank Davis, he shot himself in the foot. Uh Tank Davis not being the kind of, boisterous opponent and having situation with women, Jake Paul, Netflix, they opted out. They said, "Man, fuck that shit." They ain't fucking with Tank Davis. So, when he entered the fight with Jake Paul, it really changed things in his perspective that Jake Paul was fighting all these fights and they were gimme fights. I think that if Jake Paul had a better, like if he started when he started with Javante Tank Davis, like the press conferences and the tour around the United States, so to speak, he kind of did it with Anthony Joshua, but um, I think from the beginning the fight would have been bigger. He packed that house. You saw all the movie stars, the athletes, everybody that came out to watch this fight. And I said to myself, I was like, damn, bro, fucking Jake Paul, man, is really doing this thing. You know, you couldn't really like determine like who was there to see Jake and who was there to see Anthony Joshua. There was also an altercation in like the hallways or something. You guys can help me out with this. Um, with UFC former world champion Volkanovski, some kid bumped into him in like the hallway or something, and then all of a sudden, like all hell broke loose, and Volkanovski was just like, not Volkanovski. I think I'm saying his name wrong. Um, but he was a former UFC champion. He was just ragdolling these kids in the hallway. He really was. Uh, the kids were trying to like be tough and shit, like wolves and shit, like bark. "Arr, but I don't think they knew who they were fucking with. That was like a funny moment and shit. I saw a video on it and I saw the former USC champion just like wiping the floor with these kids. And it was like some YouTube content creator, I guess. He like bumps into people and try to be like tough and then hide behind bodyguards. I mean, let me not like misspeak. I really don't know anything about this YouTube content creator. I just saw like a couple videos and shit. But this is all the shit that happened in the night. And I thought that was funny. I thought that was funny. But nowadays with AI, I was just talking on this. You never know what you're watching is actually true, and I think that that's exactly what they want us to think. But anyway, this Jake Paul fight, man, I gotta tell you, man. Um, somebody, I forgot who it was. Shit, I should just put it up on the screen. He said that, how do you think that Jake Paul bounces back from this? Because I said, I made a video and I was like, Jake Paul's gonna bounce back from this stronger than ever. I felt like, and he was like, "How the fuck you think that Jake Paul's gonna bounce back from this? He got his jaw broken, blah blah blah." And I'm like, my man, I'm like, yo, I've seen crazier shit, and people lose fights and bounce back from. Esau Pitbull Cruz for Tank Davis and lost. What happened to him after the fight? Fucking star status. A lot of guys that fought Tank. Lamont Roach, star status. Lamont Roach didn't become that famous because he became the 130-pound champion, beating Hector Luis Garcia. He didn't get that famous off of that. Where did he get his fame from? That fight with Gervonta Tank Davis. That's where he got his star status from. So even in a loss, it's been proven in the modern day era with social media and everything. Shit. Yo, there's already a lot of YouTubers out there saying that what Jake Paul did is to be commendable. I'm kind of in agreement. I gotta admit, at the end of the day, bro, what Jake Paul did, damn, bro, like he did survive 6 rounds with him. The funny thing is, right? Fucking Bang Bang, right? That motherfucker smart as shit. Hey, yo, shout out to my man Bang Bang, right? Yo, listen. The champ is here. The champ Bang Bang Boogie is the Notre Dame world champion. The champ is here. Yo, listen. Shout out to Bang Bang, right? He caught on real quick. Frontline said, 6th round, Jake Paul. Bang said, well, I'm going to go 6th round. And AJ, yo, oh my God. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. Ah, Bang. Yo, why didn't I catch that? Why didn't I catch on to that? Right? Why didn't I be like, fuck, 6th round, fucking AJ. Yo, I should have said that. Yo, Bang, you's a sucker for that. Yo, but I love you for that, right? Yo, that is so funny. Oh my God. Because you guys have no idea, right? How many like what's up chats we have and shit. It's just, if you've been around with the Round One Sports Talk family, you would know what I'm talking about. Hilarious. Listen, that is epic right there, Bang Bang Boogie. So shouts out to you. That's funny. That, oh my God. Oh, that was beautiful. That was So anyway, he is the Notre Dame world champion. Don't forget to hit that like. It costs you nothing. You know, support the channel, support the brand. So anyway, right? I was like, I said to my front line, that front line, you gotta come up here. Oh, this is priceless right now. Front line, how you doing, brother?
Boy, you're not gonna leave that alone, huh?
Nah, I'm not gonna leave that alone. I'm not gonna leave that alone. Yo, that shit. Oh, it just, when I think about it, inside right here in my stomach, in my gut, yo, it makes me laugh. Oh man, Bang Bang Boogie, that was funny.
Yeah, that motherfucker said anytime I pick somebody, he going the opposite.
Opposite way. No, no. Listen. So, I unfortunately, Frontline, I gotta admit, you've been on a slump, right? And the fact that you picked the 6th round and he went the other way with the 6th round and
Yeah,
won,
it was very ironic.
Oh man, that just put the icing on the cake. I was crying. I knew Bang Bang Boogie, he was at home, like jumping up and down and shit. Like,
Hey,
because
and
he
that
beat us.
motherfucker's and that motherfucker's
Oh my
Captain
God.
UD. Captain UD. He is Mr. UD. And that
Listen,
motherfucker said, I'm
Captain
going.
UD.
Hey, if Frontline's picking round 6 for Jake, I'm picking
Yo, it was
AJ
crazy. I don't
Round.
know why I didn't pick up on it. That's what I said. I said, why didn't I pick up on it and say 6 round? Because we was joking about this, right? And yo, I see Mimo se dio. Bang. And it's between us. I was like, God damn, bro, this shit is funny, man. But anyway, look, uh, Frontline, a lot of people had a lot to say about this Jake Paul fight, Gimme fight. He's, fighting opponents that are too old, um, and so forth and so forth. Like, what did you really take away from this fight? Oh, wait a minute, what the hell is this? Hugo coming in the back door. Listen, pause. Anyway, Hugo, what the fuck you doing, man? You know what I'm saying? You got backstage passes? What's going on?
Come on, dog. I got the clearance to the backstage VIP for the round
To
one
the
sports
backstage
card. Here in
VIP?
the
That
Mexican.
that that motherfucker went into his history, his IP history. He's like, oh
Here is the Mexican. Hey, dog. You know, anytime you guys talk boxing, I have to be here, bro, to represent my Mexican and my Mexican American brethren, brother. You know
All
that,
right.
dog.
But hold up. In the Jake Paul fight, who the fuck was Mexican?
Jake Paul's half Mexican.
shit, Jake Paul's el gallo de dorado. But anyways,
El gallo
listen,
del Dorado.
shout
Yeah.
out to the chat. GC wants to know about the OC fight. I replied to him in the chat and I told him that he pulled out. He's fighting somebody else.
Oh, yeah.
He said that he's gonna put the pressure on him for ducking.
Nah,
Damn.
nah. Check it out, right? If you go to TBV, right? OC actually comes on while I'm on. And the whole time he was talking, I was saying quack, quack, quack. And yo, Ness started dying, right? And everybody started laughing. And I'm just like, yo, OC, man, you're ducking me, bro. You don't want that smoke. You don't want to fight. And it kind of like took the sales out of my win and shit because I wanted, if I was gonna fight again, I wanted to fight him. But I'll keep you guys on notice. But enough with me. Um,
Hey,
so
and then just to answer Adam's question, he said, "Is it true that Jake Paul lost a few teeth and had his jaw broke?" I don't know about
yes,
losing a few teeth, but I know
yes,
he did get his jaw broken.
yes. Seven teeth were removed reportedly right now. Seven.
Damn.
Yeah. He
What
got
the
his jaw
fuck?
broken, and I don't know if you guys saw the X-rays online in two places. It was
Yes.
it was broken here, and it was broken here. So in order to get to the jawbone, they had to remove some of his teeth that were
Oof.
inverted, that would invert it. So and then on the other side, they had to remove two or three more teeth. It was four on one side and like three on another, because his jaw was broken on two sides. So they had to like remove the teeth to get to the jawbone to correctly fix it. But typical jaw break like that, where you have your jaw wired, because I fight a lot and I've seen that a lot of times. The common to recover is 4 to 6 weeks from getting your jaw wired. It's 4 to 6 weeks to recover.
He got
Yes.
enough. He got enough money though.
Yeah, I
Eh,
know he
eh,
does. And he's getting the right surgeries and he's getting put it back in place. And to the people that said, "Oh, Jake Paul's career is over because he got his jaw broken, he won't be able to take punches, etc., etc." And I'm like, do you know how the human body works? I'm sitting here thinking, whenever you break a limb, cartilage forms over that bone even double. Sometimes the bone even repairs even stronger than it once was. So, whenever the human body has a break, it identifies it and your body itself tries to heal it. So when you got like a broken arm or broken leg or something, depending on the break, of course, not unless your shit shatters. That's a different story. If your leg shatters into like 1,000 pieces, you're fucked. But if you have a break, cartilage builds over the break, and he'll be fine. He'll
Yeah,
be
and believe
fine.
it or not, a fracture, the shatterness hurts
Yeah.
more than a broken
Oh,
limb.
absolutely. Absolutely. Because it's fractured. Because that's when the bone is just like cracked and you kind of can't even tell sometimes. And then like there's a piece protruding and it's digging into your flesh. Well, fractures are ugly. They're way
A
worse than
fracture.
broken.
So then you're saying that a fracture is worse than a broken bone?
Yes,
Oh shit.
100%. Everybody knows that.
Think about
Yeah.
this. Think about this, Hugo. Imagine a glass being
Yeah.
fractured, meaning with a whole bunch of cracks in it
Cracked
that
pieces going
that
everywhere. Like
shards go everywhere versus
that's
it
Yeah.
being
worse.
broken.
I'd rather you
Versus
just
it
break
being
it.
broken like in two pieces?
Yeah, I'd rather you just
Oh.
Yep.
snap it and break it.
Damn.
And in the X-ray, they
No.
see where the break is.
No,
And
yeah, yeah, yeah. I seen the X-ray where it's broken in two
oh,
different
you saw Jake
locations.
Paul's, right? Okay.
Yeah, yeah, for sure,
Did you
dog.
see where they put like those pieces in boats
The
and put it
titanium piece?
together? Put it,
No, no, I didn't see that,
okay. There's
but
another there's another picture going out where that they show the surgery after the
yeah,
surgery, and they
damn,
have like,
dog,
yeah, on one side, and then they're
nasty.
right here in the front where it was broken again. So these are all reports and shit, but I'm only going on my eye test. At the end of the interview, when Jake Paul spit, he went like that. He opened
Yeah.
his mouth, and the camera fucking saw his mouth. They zoomed in. You could see all his teeth pushed all the way to the side. So there's no mistake that his jaw was broken.
Damn,
Yeah, and
that's crazy.
So, do you
yeah,
think his career is over or no in
no,
boxing?
no,
No,
no.
So Turkey failed again.
Yes, yes. Turkey sent out his guy to do the job. His guy did do the job, just not fast enough. And when I was talking about knockouts being early, Mike Tyson knocking people out in 30 seconds, that's what we needed to see. It needed to be a clear-cut case that Jake Paul was a fraud. It didn't need to be a spectacle where that Jake Paul now is viewed as being honorable, noble, being like a warrior, a person that took a chance. Look, he stand up David and Goliath. You didn't want that message to be sent. And I think Jake Paul sent that message. I think Jake Paul proved to the boxing world, yo, there were moments in the fight. I can't lie. Yo, Jake Paul snuck in a few good shots.
facts,
He was like,
facts.
damn, Toma,
Yeah,
AJ, Toma, you gonna knock me out? We'll take this with you. And we started seeing that one thing, Hugo, I talk about, the underdog. And
yeah.
everybody started to gravitate towards Jake Paul, man. You didn't notice the energy?
I
And then
think the
Sure.
fight. I think the fight
everybody
would have went
went
the
into the
distance.
fight. Everybody went into the fight wanting to see him get knocked out. Midway
yeah, bro.
through the fight, those same people were cheering for him.
Hey, Brown One, let me sneak this in there, and I want your opinion also, Frontline. How do you guys think they did with the numbers? How did it do with the numbers? You guys think that
It was
it
a
did a
sold. It was
decent
a
job?
sold out arena.
Okay, what about the Netflix numbers that tuned in? Do you think it did an okay amount from your personal opinion?
I think it did, but I don't know if the numbers came out yet. But I think it did.
No, 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 no. It had to come out. Okay, so my next question. Well, round one. How do you think it did with the numbers?
I think it did great.
Great. Okay.
Too.
So all right then. So my next question for you two gentlemen is: do you think that it did better than what it would have done with Gervonta Tank Davis?
You think they would have did better with Gervonta Davis? No.
No.
The problem with Gervonta Davis that a lot of boxing started pushing back to Jake Paul. They started to saying, yo, you're fighting a guy way too small. Jake Paul turned the tables by fighting AJ and now him being the smaller fighter in the equation. So he kind of flipped it on us. You understand? Going into the fight, I don't think that the Tank Davis fight was selling because of all his controversy with women. And as we all know, what does Jake Paul support the most? Women boxing. On where? Netflix. Netflix wasn't going to get behind a woman beater, so to speak, in Tank Davis. So Jake Paul had to scramble.
But
For
didn't
the
he
first
already
one-
have allegations of that round one? Like, why
Yeah.
did they wait?
No, because shit had died down. Tank had already had
Oh,
fights in between those allegations. So Tank was coming off the Lamont Roach fight, which was a draw, and then he was going into this fight. So they took a chance with Tank. Then while in doing so, all of a sudden, these other girl said she's suing Tank Davis. Then more
wait,
shit.
but like, was there a whole new case, or
Yes.
was it just?
Yes.
Or was a whole new case
Yes.
that happened during like the
Yes.
training camp?
Yes. Yes.
Oh,
It was a whole
shit.
new case, whole new charges. But this time, she was suing him on the money side, not criminal. But it was still bad publicity. You understand? So
For sure.
So Jake Paul and Netflix opted out from Gervonta Tank Davis because Gervonta really wasn't selling the fight. Let's be honest.
Yeah, no, he was being kind of awkward, bro.
He was
like
a little boring. To tell you the
exactly,
truth. Just say what it is.
yeah,
right?
yeah, bro. He was awkward, boring.
Yeah, he
like
was.
he couldn't speak
Not
well in
that-
the press conferences. You
Right.
even asked him a question, right? And then wasn't he like,
I
wait,
did.
what was the question again?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
I remember
and
that
it's
round
kinda
one.
like that, right? Now,
Yeah,
AJ is no better of a shit talker, but just his
Word.
appearance and the size of him talk louder than words.
yeah.
Because now the world saw, wait a minute, that is really AJ. We know who the hell he is, and his run as a heavyweight champion, and he's an active fighter. So that's how Jake Paul was able to flip everything. Now he was the underdog. Now he's the little guy rather than Tank Davis. So the fans gravitated to that. They had to give little Jake Paul the benefit of the doubt. And that's exactly what happened. That is exactly, even though he got knocked out and he got stopped, Jake Paul's going to bounce back from this. And you know what he's going to do, right?
What is he gonna do, papi?
He's going to take another celebrity fight. Because
Oh, man.
coming off that broken jaw, right?
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, I got the perfect opponent for him.
Who?
He just fought today, and he looked like shit. His name is Andrew Tate. Fucking shit fight, bro. Shout out to Amado Vargas, man. Shout out to Amado Vargas, fool. The dynasty lives on, bro. Respectfully, he put that boy in a casket. All that shit talking about his mother was off the line.
That fight was, it was a little wild.
Which one? Amado Vargas?
Yes, Amado Vargas. It was a little
bro,
wild.
you gotta keep in consideration, bro, that there was a lot of tension, bro. Like he was speaking about people's mothers, about about overweight.
Hugo, I know I'm familiar with everything, right? But
Yes, sir, Papa.
still doesn't take away from he's a professional boxer. And
Influencer
no,
boxer.
no.
Who, Amado?
Amado is a
Oh yeah, for
professional
sure.
boxer.
Oh yeah, no, Amalo's definitely a professional
Okay,
boxer,
the
Papi.
other dude's an influencer.
Yeah.
Amado was fighting like the influencer, and the influencer was trying to fight like the boxer. Amado was all over the
Yeah.
place. He
Yeah.
was
Nah,
throwing
bro.
a lot of
You have
a
facts,
lot of
bro. You're
a
saying
lot
nothing
of
but facts right now, Papi.
right. Listen, he was throwing a lot of wild punches and everything, but that wore down his opponent. Amado, if I have to say, he did represent the Vargas family
Dynasty. Yeah.
dynasty. He came out with the win. I
Yes,
would have
sir.
liked him to knock that dude the fuck
For
out.
sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, Amado, I'll take him for face value. That's the hard part in this whole situation. I want Amado to fight like his brother El General, but he's not.
Come on,
uh,
bro. What the
he's
fuck's
not that.
wrong, man? El General,
Yes, he is
Ramon
not.
Cardenas,
Yes,
Hey,
he
hey,
is not that.
hey, did y'all catch that video with Tio and Shakur? They both sparred Ugas.
Nah,
Huh?
when was this sparring?
It was recently, and Tio got dropped in the sparring.
Where was this? Send me this front line.
Hold on, let me see
Send
if
me
I
the
can
link.
find it.
I'll throw it up on the screen. I want to talk about that. Yeah. If it's something that I don't know and you guys are bringing something to me, bring it to me. Come on. Come with it. What's up, guys? What's up, chat? Yo, front line. When you got a chance, I need you to read off the chat. I need you to start over here. Let's see. Where the fuck are we? Round one, you got robbed. Yeah, my ninja. You know I got robbed out there in Atlanta. And I do want to shoot the rematch back with OC the Boss, but OC the Boss, I guess, chose to fight somebody else. He don't want these hands no more, man. You know what I'm saying? Cause I I was like, OC the Boss can talk shit, but he knows he felt these hands. He felt the power. You know what I'm saying? All over that face. And he said, I don't want to do that round one sports talk fight again. And he opted out. He chose to go another way. He didn't want to give me my rematch. He don't want to give me my get back. I feel like the people have spoken. They wanted to see the rematch, and OC the Boss, he chose to go another way. You know why? We all know why. Because he didn't win that fight against me. He knows it. I know it. Y'all know it. And Ness can try to play it slow motion and only highlight his punches to try to sell it to you. But we know what the fuck happened. And he felt the power. And he was like, oh, hell no. It probably took OC the Boss like 2 weeks to recover from them shots. It probably did. And he was like, hell no, I ain't fight round one again. He don't want that shit. If he fights me in even playing grounds and like in Florida, I'm going to whoop that ass. They're like, oh, round one, you lost the first one. Shut the hell up, bro. I didn't lose. I got robbed straight up. I'm going to say that. You know what I'm saying? But competitive fight, yeah. And I would like to do it again. I had fun. You know what I'm saying? I got to go out there and punch somebody in the face. I'm not angry. I'm not here to tell you that I'm a sore loser. I like to joke around a little bit about the outcome, but it is what it is at the end of the day. Boricua love, like we're not sore losers. No, we're not. He won. Fuck it. But like any Boricua out there, we know how it's like to want to run it back. Give me a shot back. You know what I'm saying? And like he doesn't want to do it. He doesn't want this smoke. He's like, nah. He's like, he wants to go somewhere else. So I'm like, all right, cool. You know what I'm saying? I can't make you fight me. I don't want you to be scared, to get in the ring to fight me again. Don't give round one sports talk a little bit more time to get ready. You know what I mean? He'll probably try to drop it on me a month after the fight. You know what? I want to fight you because he'll probably know I wasn't into it. They don't want me to really get in shape and train and shit. They don't want that shit. I'll beat the shit out that dude. I beat the shit out of him with too much training. after like 30 years saying, "Oh my," you know what I mean? And he's an active fighter. So I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Oh yeah, I beat you. Shut the hell up, bro. You know, so but like this situation with Jake Paul frontline, you know, I was just like thinking about it and I was saying to myself, this motherfucker frontline, Jake Paul, he's winning, bro. He's
Yeah, he
straight up,
is.
he's winning, man. And even after a loss, he's gonna win. You heard him talking about the AI software, the hottest fucking meme out there right now is Jake Paul laying in the hospital bed with his brother Logan and him being quoted with the Family Guy voiceover. I'm a little fucked up right now, but will you take care of me forever and ever? Yo, that meme has gotten over 1 million views already. And that's AI created Genware software, the same shit he was talking about investing in with his winnings on this fight. I'm pretty sure he didn't need to wait to get the winnings of this fight to invest in that. He already had money. He already invested in that. He
Hey,
just
we
acted
got
like it was.
we got the chat saying that Mick Doonan says what's up, round one. He said what up, homie.
What up?
Um let me see. GC says word round one will be fighting border war. Someone must confuse. They say round one agreed to fight yesterday on the boxing voice. Mark replies to Bull Rider says at least the money was worth it for both guys and fans. LOL. I guess Jake Paul got paid 190 and AJ got paid 80 million. So it's good money. It's good payday.
Let me tell you,
Um
for non-title, yeah, keep going for
yeah.
line. Go ahead.
McDounan says round one versus two tone. I would love to see that shit.
Ah,
Gold Hunter says the perfect next opponent that has celebrity status for Jake Paul should be from Miami, Florida. Chad Ochocinco Johnson, the former NFL Cincinnati Bengals player. He wants to box someone good.
yeah,
That'll be
but
it.
has Child OJ Cinco got a win yet? I think both of his fights were a loss, right?
That I don't know. Mick
Oh,
says
keep
Marco
going.
shouldn't have waterboarded you.
What? He wanted information. He was like, "Give me them Russian codes." I was like, "I don't know Russian codes." He was waterboarding me, man. You know what I mean?
Mark says I don't know if Tank wants a real fight, but Tank versus Cruz rematch at 40
Hell
is going to
yeah.
be a great match.
Of
Okay.
course, and
Hold
have
on.
that shit
Let him
right here
finish
in
reading.
Los Angeles in the Crypto Staples Center. Let's get it.
All right,
Let's
you
get the shit popping.
We'll go. Let me finish reading the
let him
chat, and then
finish
you
reading the
can
chat. Go.
Sorry, puppy. Sorry, puppy.
shut. Shaku Hands says, "You're lying, dude. You lost, and congratulations for getting off the couch.
All right.
But you ain't win. Stop capping."
All right. You can feel that way. Go ahead.
Tower said, "What's up, round one?"
What up?
Bang Boogie boxing in the building. He said, "Yo, round one frontline chat." Gold Hunter says, "Jake Paul and Anthony Joshua both got 7 million euro, which equates to 92 million each. Last night it was a total of 190 million." Justin
Okay.
says, "Two Tone, your biggest hater." And last but not least, Shaku Hand says, "Mick, you're always trying to go at my bro Marco. You gotta chill." Bang says, "You guys not watching the Olivia Curry versus K Scott live on the zone right
Hell
now."
yeah. Got that
Well,
motherfucker on
I
right
wasn't
now.
watching it. No, I wasn't. I'm gonna be
Let's
honest.
do
I
a live
wasn't.
fight chat for that one, round one, if you got time, puppy.
Well, let me see. Let me bring it up on my DAZN app here and
Yeah, bring it up on your zone app. It just started. It just started.
oh yeah.
Frontline, what's up, bro? You gonna watch the fight or no?
Yeah, I got it on right now.
Yeah, that's what's up. That's what's up. Who's gonna fight right now?
Late, and I think
Nah, man. Simmons and Madison. Come on, big dog.
I don't know,
Simmons.
bro. I'm behind y'all probably.
All
Yeah.
right. That link is slowing down.
All right. Well, I this wasn't a fight that I was anticipating on watching. Neither was Frontline Hugo, so stop trying to put Frontline on the spot. Like he has to be like fucking on it,
Nah,
right?
you know what Hugo's trying to do? He's trying to bait me into picking who I'm picking so
Oh,
he
you
can go
know he is.
opposite and put money on it.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to
Ah!
do, bro. Come on, man. Let's go. So earlier, so I want to bring up to something. I want to bring up something to you, gentlemen.
Yeah, what up?
Earlier today, there was a major upset. There was a major upset. Callum Simpson got upsetted.
Oh shit.
He was a great contender for promotional company Benchalam Boxer, and he got stopped. He got stopped by Liam Wills. Fuck. Let me not butcher his name. He got stopped though. 10 round TKO. It's a major hit for the promotional company Boxer. Yes, sir.
Hey, I was watching bare knuckle fighting right now, and yo, I didn't even know Jamal Heron and Javier Fortuna are both fighting bare knuckle fight January 17th at Mohegan Sun.
No way. Fortuna?
Javier Fortuna.
Yep, Fortuna
Dominican
and
fighter?
yes,
Oh
and Herring.
shit!
What?
Yep.
Damn.
No.
I
Yo,
may
shout
need
out
to
to
tune
Stock
in.
Chaser, Bobos in the chat.
I may
No,
need to tune into that one.
but when you get down to bare knuckle fighting, like in combat sports from a professional boxing setting, right? Nobody really comes out publicly and say this, but you went down. Bare knuckle fighting is like a meat grinder of a sport. Just ask Paulie Malignaggi. Look what his face still looks like today. He's still recouping from that fight. It's like one fight, three fights is your career in bare knuckle fighting. It's like you're desperate, kind of. It kind of sends that message that, Fortuna, what did you do with your money in boxing? You were a Dominican champion at one time, weren't you? So like
Yeah.
to see him fighting in bare knuckle, to hear that, it makes me a little sad. For other people, it's like let him get his money. What the fuck? Like allow him to fight, blah blah blah. And it's like no, no, I don't want to see that. I
Hey,
really
hold up. We got Stock Chaser in the chat. I gotta ask Stock Chacer because he
what up?
Dominican. I gotta see who he got. Stock Chacer, type real quick who you got between Cedeño and Ojo Santiago.
Oh shit,
Because I know
Dominican on Dominican
that shit's been
crime.
going crazy in the Dominican channels.
Dominican on
So
Dominican crime.
Okay. Hey.
Dog
Whoa. Whoa.
chasers.
Whoa.
Who do you got? Dog chasers. Oh,
Educate me a little bit because I know that Cedeno has that upbringing of the Olympian, right? Or his brother was an Olympian. So I know that they're growing together as Los Bazuquitas. They're growing together as Los Bazuquitas. Who's that other dude?
Ojo Santiago,
the guy that
Alfredo
fight.
Ojo
Oh,
Santiago,
you don't
he's
know about oh.
Dominican, but he resides
Mm.
in Puerto Rico. And he's been residing there for the past, I don't know, 10 years maybe.
Just like Supreme Matias,
No.
Dominican born
No,
person,
no,
Hey,
but
hey,
his
stop,
hey,
name
hey,
stop,
hey,
Cedeno
stop,
is that
stop,
right?
stop, 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 stop.
stop, just stop right there.
Where are you getting that information
Where
at,
the
Hugo?
fuck are you getting that,
No,
Hugo?
fuck, I forgot, but I read, but I swear to God, bro, I'm not
Hold
even
No,
on.
no,
trolling
no,
you.
Let me
no, no,
correct you. Let me
Hugo.
correct you real quick.
He is a
Okay,
Puerto Rican
correct
born,
me.
So
island born
Subriel is
Puerto Rican.
100% born and raised in Puerto Rico by a Puerto Rican mother. And
Okay,
yes, his
A
father
single,
is Dominican, but he
possibly. We
he
don't
do-
really know that.
he doesn't claim him because he's never been in his
And he's
life. He
never been there. He's never been
supposedly
there.
he left his mother and his mother raised him by himself. That's the
His
reason why.
grandma Diaz's dad is
oh,
named Pops. You know why? Because he popped in and he popped out. Pops. All right? So don't give
Yeah.
me that fucking his dad played a role in his life. That is the son of Puerto Rico right there. Don't ever try to come up here and stick him to another fucking. No. Subriel has always been a Puerto Rican from the day of his birth. That's what he is. That's what he represents.
he
And
got
that's
a birth
the end of the
certificate to prove
conversation.
it.
Yes,
Does
he
he have a
does.
birth certificate to prove it?
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. It's not what some guys some romantic night his mom
Yo,
had.
here's a prime example for you, Hugo.
What's up?
Fucking Nicholas Flas. Nicholas
Nicholas
Flas
Fly.
comes. he comes from Dominican parents, but they were born. He was born, I should say, in Puerto Rico, and
Okay.
they live in Puerto Rico.
Ah,
So
I get you. No, no, no. I
so
get you.
he Nicholas Flaz is Dominican, but he's born in Puerto Rico, and he's got a Puerto Rican birth certificate, so he's Puerto Rican.
Yeah, yeah, bro. I was surprised as hell when I heard Nicholas Floss
Hey,
speaking
yo,
fluent English. I was like, "Oh shit, bro! I thought he didn't know
párate.
one word of English."
Right, párate. Frontline, read what Stock Shaker's saying in the chat right now. Everything.
Hold on, let me get to it.
Now,
Hold on, let me see.
please.
Let me go down. Let me go down. Let me go down. Okay, Stock Chaser. He said shit is tough, but he got Cedeno, but it's gonna be a tough fight.
Okay.
Then he says, "Why would you think I don't who they are? I don't like he don't know who they are, bro. They're both Dominican, and Ojo was brought up in Puerto Rico. Boogie, stop it. I think he's going at it with Boogie. That's what it is.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Stack, you going to the you going to the B you're gonna be in BK. You got your tickets for January 10th fight, and that's it. He wasn't really talking greasy. If he was, he was
You
talking
got
to
no, no,
I
no.
think
I didn't go over it.
oh
I
okay.
needed you to. That's why I asked you to do it. That to see what he was saying. Now, the fight with the Dominican dudes with Ojo Santiago and La Bazooka. The Sereno brother. I've had the Sereno brothers on my channel. I've
Hell
I've
yeah, La
interviewed
Bazuquita.
actually. I've interviewed both brothers at the same time. I was fortunate enough to have them both on. And as they climb, sorry, as they climb in their descent in boxing. So I like Sereno brothers. Paul Santiago, like I like him too. This is a tough fight for me, so it's a 50-50 fight.
It,
One of the
it's
brothers,
it's sorry. It's that much of a 50-50 fight. Are you guys really that scared for Cedeno?
listen,
Listen,
oh, listen,
Wow.
here's the way I look at it, and I told Edwin and I told the
oh
group
my
chat
God, yo,
if this is a big if Ojo goes, see, there's one thing that people are missing out on. Cedeno has already gotten into Santiago Ojo's head with that. He's not Dominican. He's Puerto Rican. Stop claiming you're Dominican. You're Puerto Rican.
Oh shit.
So Ojo, that's already in Ojo's mind. You get what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
Ojo, he's got the mentality that he's gonna go in there and knock out Cedeno. So in the mind games, Cedeno's winning right now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
right,
Fast forward, fight night. If Ojo goes in there and boxes, he's gonna beat the shit out of Cedeno.
Because he got
If
more experience. Because he got more experience.
because he got more experience. Now,
Yeah, I get you.
if he goes in there against Cedeno in that toma y dame, Cedeno's gonna clip him and drop him, and he might not get up.
Yeah, because
I mean, I can see that. I can see that.
I see Cedeno as like a power puncher. I see him like as a like if he touches you, he's gonna drop you. I don't really see him that much as a black slick fighter kind of type of fighter. If that makes sense, I see him more like that. He got pop in those hands, papi.
Well, look. Which one of the brothers put that other dude in Camilla? That's the one
That
that's
that was
fighting?
that was Henry. That happened here in Orlando.
Right. It happened in Orlando.
Oh
He
That
put
was
that
shit!
Henry
guy
Cedeno against the Cuban kid,
right.
Itamaya, some shit like that.
And then I
The
got
Olympian,
video.
the Olympian,
Yeah.
No, no,
No,
no, no. The Olympian's Yuri.
Yuri and Eddie, Yuri and Eddie.
No, Yuri and Henry. Henry.
Henry,
Oh, Henry,
Henry,
Henry.
Henry. Yeah. Okay,
That's
now I
confusing.
got video on that day. Remember on Frontline? I got video that my boy had sent
Yes.
me, live video.
Yes.
They were taking him out in Camilla and everything. So at that
Damn.
point, right there, I said to myself, Henry, he's a banger and he's showing that he has power. So respectfully, so that's why I'm reserved in the fact that I'm willing to see the fight play out. I'm willing to see, this is the moment where Dominican boxing has to take off. And sometimes you have to fight your countrymen. Naoya Inoue fought his way out of Japan. A lot of American fighters fought their way out of America, so to speak. And you have to do that. You have to separate yourself to prove I'm the best going forward. Believe in me. And
Yeah.
this is the night for Dominican boxing right here. Whoever comes out on top on this fight, I think is gonna go or try to go for a world title after this fight. Whoever
What weight
wins.
class is this?
Um,
140.
140.
140.
Yeah.
Papi,
And like,
Papi,
and
I'm
like,
getting the motherfucking contract ready. The winner
the
gets
contract
Oscar
ready.
Duarte.
This
The
motherfucker's
winner gets
crazy.
Oscar Duarte at 140 pounds here in Indio, California. Golden
Oscar
Boy main
Duarte.
event, Papi.
Wow, you're really pumping out the Mexicans, huh? You
Hell
want them
yeah,
in
bro,
the
all
mix
fucking day. The winner
all
gets
day, huh?
Oscar Duarte.
Ah, listen,
We'll
okay,
slather
but
him.
Yo, but why you don't why you not that hype with if Subriel wins putting him with Oscar Duarte?
Oh, también, bro, if you give us that title shot, bro, we'll happily sign that contract. But I know,
you really
Listen,
think
Subriel
you really
Matias,
think Oscar Duarte is gonna sign up to just fight Subriel Matias? That's
no.
where
he'll
you're
sign
at?
up in
That's where you're
second.
at?
He'll sign
And
up in
and
second, papi.
and Isaac
In a
Pitbull
second?
Cruz tampoco. He won't sign the contract
Ah,
either.
no me venga con mamada, papi. Aquí firmamos los contratos en un 2x3.
No
Pen to
mames,
paper.
way.
No
Pues sí,
mames,
güey.
güey.
No,
Ay,
güey,
no
sí,
pasó
güey.
nada. No pasó nada. Yo, listen. Yo, I
Hey,
love Hugo.
both of the Cedeños, both of them fight at 140 pounds, or was that 47?
No, one's at 47.
No. Yudi's at 54.
Oh, at 54.
Oh,
You know what? You're
54.
right.
Oh, shit.
You're right.
Yuri Cedeño's at 54. Hendry Cedeño's at 40.
Yuri Cedeño is the one
He's
that's
the
going to
younger
fight.
brother. He's
No.
the
Yuri-
younger one.
Yudi's the older.
No,
He's the-
no. Henry's the older. Henry's the older, and Yuri's the younger. The Yuri is the bigger brother. He's the younger one.
Oh, okay. You're right.
Yeah. Henry is the older brother. He's the smaller one that fights in the smaller weight division.
Yeah.
Yes.
Man, y'all guys should have put. Yeah, man, look. From what I'm hearing from the Cedeño that's gonna fight and the Subriel Matias undercard, that's co-main event, right? Dominican and Dominican crime.
Yep.
Rohan Polanco should have been in a big title fight. I mean, in a big fight like that, bro.
He is fighting.
Yeah, bro, he's fighting a number 236 on BoxRec Mexican that was a taco vendor in Tijuana that they're scraping up. But then he wants to be top 5 Ring Magazine at 147 pounds. Drop that fool down. Drop that fool down.
He called him a taco vendor.
It's just a fact, papi. I know my Mexican fighters, dog. He has no names.
Hector Bermudez. Yo,
Yes,
what the
sir.
hell you think about this taco vendor that you putting up against
Hey,
Rohan?
leave Hector alone right now. He's up right now. Leave him alone.
Hector, what's going on, man? Yo, nah,
They're
fuck
gonna
that.
hype this guy up, and then they're gonna say that, well, they send offers to Karen Chukadadian, that they send offers to Wooty Woo, to Emmanuel Santillan, to Stañones, but no one accepted. Like, come on, bro, let's cut the shit. Send them a good offer. Send them a good offer. These are
come clear some of this shit up. Shut this dude up right now, hey. Yo,
and you know what's the worst part?
This is blasphemy. This is blasphemy talk.
And you know what's the worst part? Is that I heard that Golden Boy sends Rohan Polanco a contract to fight Alexis Rocha and Raul Curiel, and they denied it.
What?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, cuando te conviene, you don't know. Cuando te conviene, you don't know.
No, I don't follow Dominican fighters, so I wouldn't know because I don't care for Rohan. Rohan's un bocón in my eyes.
Yo, anyway, yeah, you gotta understand where Frontline stands too, right? He's just like you. You know what I mean?
Who you got, Edgar Berlanga with next? What's up? You guys signed that contract, bro?
With who?
You guys signed that Edgar Berlanga. What's next for Edgar Berlanga? What's up? You want that Armando Resendiz? You want us to send you guys a contract for Armando Resendiz? Huh? El Toro?
You can send whatever you want.
You can do whatever you want. Yo, what's up? What's up? Who this?
Who this in the panel?
This is Star Chasers right here, right? Who this?
Oh, Stock Chaser se metió a mandar fuego a Hugo.
Come on, bro.
Hablemos de
Let's
boxeo.
talk.
Hablemos de boxeo.
Let's talk. Let's talk.
Yo, the
Talk
front
about
line, front line though, for real though, papi, for real though. What's next for an Edgar Berlanga? If you were his manager, what would you recommend him to do from here on out? After that,
If I was if I was part of his management team, to be honest,
yes, sir.
I'll bring him back with a couple tune-ups to sharpen him up and get his confidence back up. That's what I would do.
No. And you know what? You're in total correct. You have like you're on the right path, bro. And I like your mentality. The only thing is gonna be that you know that Edgar Berlanga likes big paydays, bro. Tú sabes que a ese le gusta el dinero.
It doesn't matter what he likes. It doesn't matter what he wants. It's what he can get.
What if he tells you
It's what
I
he
ain't
can
doing no
get.
tuna? What if he tells you I ain't doing no tune-ups? I want a big fight.
Then I guess he ain't fighting because nobody's gonna give him a shot after that last performance with Shiraz.
right.
You don't
Right.
You don't
Hey, yo,
think
Stock Chaser, you're speaking hypothetical here.
No, that's Hugo.
Hugo. I'm sorry. Hugo. What up, Stock Chaser?
Yo, my bad.
Hugo, you're speaking about
Yo,
hypothetical.
round one,
up,
what's
baby?
good? You hear me or not?
Yeah, I hear you now. Mic check's good.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me try to fix my mic. I'm listening though. Just give me a second. Let me fix this. All right.
Gentlemen, you don't think a fight with Caleb Platt coming off a loss to Armando Resendiz is a good opponent right now, and where they're at in their career with Caleb Platt versus Edgar Berlanga?
No.
Why Frontline? Why not? Why not?
I'm gonna tell you why. Because that beating that Berlanga took that night, and then putting him in with somebody who got footwork and got a little bit of sting behind his punches, like Caleb Plant, is gonna be too soon for him. I'm telling you, I would give him 2 tune-up fights before I put him in with any major name. That's just me. You asked me if
hold on. You won't even put him in against David Pacheco?
Not yet. No, not yet. No.
Really?
Hell no. No,
Really?
no.
How damaged do you think Edgar Berlanga is Frontline?
It's not. I don't think. Listen. Right now, have you guys heard anything from him on social media at all?
No, but I've seen him pop up at a couple boxing matches.
Okay, he's popped up. But has he been talking shit?
I don't think he has the right to talk shit. He got knocked the fuck out.
That's my point. It's not done for him. He's gonna start popping his shit again. You just got to give the man a couple fights to get his confidence back up, and then put him in with bigger names. It's like they do with any other boxer.
Yeah, but okay, I'm not gonna go off because he's not talking shit or being real boisterous like he's usually Edgar Berlanga, because I'm gonna say to myself, he got humbled, right? Yeah. But now a Caleb Plant fight at the 168, being that the rumor is being said that Terrence Crawford retired, that means that all the belts go back into the pond. That means that as quick as Edgar Berlanga, you're talking about tune-up fights, this, that, and the third. I'm talking about fight that get you closer to the belt. Yeah. Now, if Terrence Crawford retired, and guess what's going to happen, Frontline? Saul Canelo Alvarez is going to be number 1 across the board, but he's only one man. So he can only fight for one belt at a time.
Right.
That being said, Edgar Berlanga needs to put himself in position to be a worthy adversary to compete for any of the major world titles now at 168.
What is Berlanga ranked right now? Do you know?
Berlanga right now, well, at the 168, according to boxing,
Well, look. I'm not even in front of a computer, but between the 4 belts, let me tell you guys how, in my opinion, it'll be distributed. Please don't interrupt me. For the WBA, you have Armando Resendiz that most likely will be elevated up to full champion because he's regular WBA champion. For the IPF, you'll have Iglesias, or your what's his name? The Iglesias dude, the Cuban dude that'll most likely go up for that title for the IPF. For the WBO, it'll probably be that could probably be like a Munguia, an Edgar Berlanga, a Canelo Alvarez. And then for the WBC, it'll be like a Shiraz and Billy. Yes, sir.
All right, reality is much different than this.
All right, go ahead.
Reality
Go ahead,
is
sir.
reality is that Edgar Berlanga is ranked number 13 in the WBO, and he's also ranked number 12 in the WBA. He is not ranked. He is not ranked, and I repeat, not ranked for the WBC or the IBF.
That's nasty.
He's not in their ranking.
Drops like that? He dropped
at all.
That much?
At all. Right.
So that's what I'm saying. He needs a couple fights to get elevated again.
Look, Puerto Rican, I think he could have shot at a WBO. Round one. What's a good name in the top 10 of WBO? You have it in front of you. Give us your opponent for Edgar Berlanga. Let's play matchmaker.
All right. I already mentioned Diego Pacheco, right? And
he doesn't want that. He doesn't want that.
He didn't want that, right? Okay. Banks. Jacob Banks.
Jacob Banks, a good one. That'll be a main event. That'll be a main event in a pro box.
You know it will. You know it will. And then it also, because you see, because Banks is number 4, he's above the top 5.
Puta, that's a good one right
there. That's a good
that's a
fight
good one
for Edgar Berlanga. Now, let's see here, another fight, but it's got.
What about like a Bruno Suarez? Bruno Suarez, is he top 10? You're.
No. What up?
Yo, listen now, real quick, so y'all can keep going. But on the Henry Cedeño and Ojo Santiago, right? Ojo Santiago is coming into this fight with two belts. He got the NABO and like an international belt. But at the end of the day, he's favored in Vegas. I think he's minus 200 or something like that. But this is gonna be a hell of a fight. I feel like it's gonna be a great fight, honestly. But I want Henry Cedeño to win. But it could go either way. Like Ojo's a good fighter. He's ranked number 2 actually in the WBO, behind Teofimo. So and then Henry's number 9. So it's a good fight with 2 guys ranked top 10 in their division. So it's gonna be a hell of a fight. But round 1.
Who's ranked number 2, Papi? Who's
ranked number 2? Ojo Santiago.
Oh, Santiago is the guy that got pushed back by Keyshawn?
His name is Alfredo. His real name.
No, Ojo Santiago's the one that lost to Devin Haney.
Yeah.
Yes.
And there was one other fight he lost that he got knocked out. I forgot who it was against.
But Pete Game, look, that's on January 10th. But listen, a fight that is crazy in Vegas with the odds is that Matias and Smith, bro.
Yo, what are the odds, Stock?
Bro, they close as hell. It's like a minus 100 Matias, and it's super close. It's basically a 50-50 fight according to Vegas. That's how they looking at it.
Right.
But man, I got Matias, bro. If he come in with that pressure and what he usually do, the way he came in against Puello, bro, I don't see Smith winning that fight, bro. Matias just got to do what he's always did, and I think he'll be good. I mean, he could, like Smith. You know, these dudes in England, they tough, man. They just built tough. But I feel like Matias, bro, if he come down with that pressure, man, I got Matias though on that one for sure. I want him to
knockout or money line.
I mean, shit. It could go 12, but I feel like Matias, bro, he bring that pressure, bro. It could be a stoppage, bro. It's up to Matias, bro. However he comes into this fight, man. If he and I know what other shit that happened with him.
He's coming to kill.
And people calling him a cheater and shit. I know he got a battery on his back on this one, bro.
He's coming to kill. He already said it. All the shit he been through, the one who's gonna pay for it is Dalton Smith.
Yes, sir. I want that. I told y'all, man. I'm a big fan of Matias, man.
So Stock Chasers, you was in New York City on that tennis court on that night when Subriel Matias fought Alberto Puello. And I got to admit, me and you, we went back and forth on that because Alberto Puello is, we all agreed to this. He is a good boxer. And we felt like that
Mhm.
Subriel Matias's kryptonite was a more skilled boxer. When you watched it live and you saw Subriel Matias take away Alberto Puello's boxing ability, did you start to really see Subriel Matias as the fighter that they try to dress him up as not? Did you really see the true nature of Subriel on that night? How do you feel about that?
Bro, hell, bro. Let me tell you something, bro. Like he would not stop, like coming forward, bro. That was all fucking night. And at the end of the day, if you remember round one, I never said that Puello won. I was leaning towards a draw, but I
Mhm.
wouldn't sit here and say Puello won that fight. You know, I bullshit, I troll, but at the minimum, it could have been a draw. But like I told you before the fight, I remember I jumped on him and I said, yo, I'm not against Matias winning because Matias having a belt at 140 is good for the sport, bro. He just brings excitement all around. So yeah, man. Like, nah, he showed out, bro. Hell yeah. He was a machine, bro. Terminator shit. That's what he did.
Mm, mm. You know, I watched Subriel Matias and as a fighter, like, you know, if I see these a lot of the gimmicks that go on social media. If you can't beat him in the ring, tear down his name. That's what I feel that happened here. I
Wait,
think
wait,
that
wait, wait, wait. Didn't y'all bet $100? Did you get paid that one?
no, 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 no,
We
no.
didn't bet the 100. We didn't
We
bet
never
the
bet the 100. We never end up solidifying that, me and Stock Chaser. But
Ah,
anyway,
okay, okay, okay.
but you
Stock
know,
chaser,
yeah.
stock chacer. Can we ask you a question, stock chacer?
Yeah,
What?
that
Go
was
ahead.
good.
Ask me your
Stock
question.
chaser, stock chacer. You in the building for January 10th? What about for Tio Shakur? Talk to me about
Yeah,
that card, Papi.
yeah, I'm not gonna be to the 10th, but I already asked round one. We definitely pulling up the 31st. We in that bitch. Hell yeah. And
All
I'm
right.
gonna make sure I link up around one because I missed them on the last one. So yeah, we
Stock
in there.
chaser,
We
stock
linked up.
chaser. What do you think about that undercard? Are you fucking with it? It's nothing official, but there's heavy rumors that it'll be Carlos Adames versus homeboy at 160. What's his name? Carlos Adames versus Austin.
Uh Amo.
Emma William. What do you think about that fight, stock chaser?
Bro, I got Carlos Adames, bro. Carlos
All right.
Adames is probably to me number one in at 160 right
What
now,
about
besides Yo Yo.
Richardson Hitchens versus Jermaine Ortiz? Papa, what you think about that fight?
I'm on
Stock.
I'm on record saying I think Hitchens is a lot of people like. Look, I'm not a fan of Hitchens. He's from New York and shit, but I feel like Hitchens gonna show out against Jermaine Ortiz, and I even said it. It might be a stoppage, in my opinion. It might
Damn,
sound crazy,
stoppage.
but I could see
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, nah.
Okay.
And then the last one's gonna be Shoo Shoo versus I don't even know who he's fighting, but he's finally getting that WBC title shot. What you think about that fight?
Listen. I got Shushu. I want Shushu to fight that tall ass Mexican. What's his name?
Rafael
That's the fight I want to
Espinosa.
see.
Rafael
Espinoza.
Espinosa. We ready for that one, bro.
Yeah,
We ready, dog. We
yeah,
ready.
yeah.
We lit. We in that bitch. If it's in the East
Yo,
Coast or the
Hugo.
West
I
Coast,
don't
we in
believe it.
there.
I don't believe it.
It's
Yo,
in
I'm
the
not gonna hold you though. I like Espinosa, bro. I watched his
Espinosa,
last
bro.
fight
He
in
different.
Mexico. Oh
He
man,
different,
I
dog. He
like him, bro.
different.
I like him a lot.
Last question
Listen.
for you, Stock
Yep.
Chaser. Where you from? You were born
New York.
in New York?
New York.
New
New
York,
York.
baby,
All
all
right.
my life.
So
New York,
so
New
give
York.
me bro, you're the perfect person to answer this question. You ready?
Go
Here we
ahead, come with
go.
it.
All
Come
right.
with it.
Is Teofimo Lopez from New York or no?
No, I don't claim him. We don't claim him, man. I'm
That's
being
nasty
honest.
work right there. That's
Listen.
nasty work. That's nasty
I
work.
claim Shakur more across the bridge than I do claim
Oh,
T.O., bro. I'm sorry. I'm just being
oh,
Oh,
honest.
Stock
damn.
Chaser.
Hey, and before y'all try to push that nigga down to Florida, fuck y'all. He not from Florida either.
Florida ain't
You
even
know what?
claiming him.
You know what?
Yo,
You know
he's not
what,
even
dog?
front line. Don't
You
even
know what,
claim
bro?
him.
He
Forget
don't
both of
even
y'all.
claim him.
Forget
Oh
both of
no,
y'all,
you're back
dog.
to
We all
Honduras.
dropped him. Teofimo
Oh
Lopez.
no.
We all adopt him. Teofimo Lopez. He's from California now, dog.
Oh shit.
We'll adopt
The
him.
Californians are adopting him.
Yeah,
Yo, you hear
we're
this
adopting him.
blasphemy?
Little Mexico.
Yo, I'm dead.
God.
How is he from California now? How is he from California?
Y'all boys don't want him. Y'all boys are kicking him to the curb, leaving him outside in the cold New York
Look,
weather. Bring
look,
him
I'm
over
gonna
to
keep
Sunny
it a
Valley.
hundred. Listen, I'm gonna keep it 100. I didn't like that T.O. racist remark shit because we all from the hood. We all got you from. I feel like a lot of times in TBV, people get tight because I say nigga this nigga, bro. I'm from New York, bro. Like if anybody who know the coach out here know what it is. But at the end of the day, that racist shit that he had going on, and bro, his energy, the way he acts, he's up there saying some wild flame shit in the post conference. Like, I'm not a fan of Tio. I don't really like him, bro, at all. I'm just being honest.
Yo,
What about the
what I would like Tio if he stood on everything he said and not try to cover it up with some bullshit. But the fact that he says something and then he tries to cover it up or mask it, you can't give a
Hold
dude
up.
like that respect at all.
Hold on. Wait. Let's not get lost. I'm not coming to the defense of T.O. here, people, because I have my own, I'm reserved on T.O., but I gotta play devil's advocate right now. Okay. I do remember once upon a time Teofimo Lopez going through a real personal situation in his life. He was going through a divorce with his wife, and a lot of African Americans took to social media and disrespected Tio and his wife and his situation. Throughout
Oh
the
shit.
entire divorce, Teofimo Lopez stood kind of hush hush. He didn't take to social media. He was embarrassed. And a lot of black Americans came all over social media making all kinds of racist remarks and borderline racist jokes towards Tio and his ethnicity. So I didn't forget that. When
Oh, for
Tio
real?
came
I
back
never knew that one.
a few months later and he lost his mind. See, Teal didn't know how to fight this fight. And I'm with you, Stock Shaker, when you say that it was distasteful the way Teal responded. The bananas, all this other shit. No, I said liquor, not nigger. You know, all this other stuff and backpedaling from the New Yorker he was. If he was really standing on shit, he would have known that we would have backed him because you was a New Yorker. We were brought up like that, and you got Latino blood in you. You got the right to say it. So, but by Tio backpedaling, it made him look worse because it made him look soft. Because Tio
That,
didn't even believe he could say the word anymore. And then once
but
they had him
look,
back in the corner, they fucking rushed him.
but but
But
but
my
round one, he said the
no,
hard ER, the
no, yes,
hard ER.
Startation, I'm not going to deny that. I'm not going to deny that. I heard it. And Star Chaser, I'm not a fan of Tio. I heard what he said about Puerto Rican fighters and that we soft and we easy and that he beat us. So don't think that I'm coming to Tio's aid. No, but I'm playing devil's advocate, like I said. I'm bringing you up and I'm allowing the viewers and I'm allowing y'all to judge what took place. I'm not just going to sit here and say, yeah, Teal's a racist. Do I really believe Teal's a racist? No. Do I think that he was that kid that wants to be funny, wants to be slick, but everything comes out wrong? That's exactly what I think Tio is. I think that Tio was that kid in the classroom that spoke up and nobody stood with him. I think that Tio, his line of jokes is real distasteful. He doesn't know how to be funny, and it comes out wrong, all wrong. But do I really think that Tio is walking around with a fucking pointed hat and a white fucking suit on? Hell no. I don't think Tio's racist. I just think that he was a frustrated individual and he said some real dumb shit. And I
So
can't excuse him for saying dumb shit because it came out your mouth. I can only hold you to it. So at the end of the day, Tio, you are responsible for what comes out of your mouth.
round one, you spent time in New York, right? You from New York
Absolutely.
too,
I'm
right?
from New Jersey. I was born and raised in Newark.
Okay, so then listen, that's the same shit. Tri-state area, bro. We all mingle. Y'all know what it is. So look, imagine Tio, imagine somebody in Harlem, in the Bronx, in Brooklyn, running around the town saying the hard ER with his
It's not gonna work
complexion.
for you.
What do you
It's not
think is
gonna
gonna
work.
happen?
It's not gonna work for you. It's not gonna work
Eh,
out. Dog, nowhere in Harlem are you
Bro,
doing
nowhere in
that.
the
Nowhere in
bro,
Newark are you
nowhere in
doing
the
that, brother. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna work for you.
like nowhere in the country, because not
eh,
even here on the West Coast. You know, here
It's
on the
not gonna.
West
No,
Coast,
no, no,
we're
no,
eh,
no.
we're a little
Bullshit,
bit more
bullshit. No,
divided.
no, 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 Hugo. No, no,
What?
you're a fucking liar, Hugo.
What do you
Because
mean?
when we say it out here on the East Coast, then West Coast motherfuckers always give us shit. Like we don't have permission to say it. Like I ain't
Exactly.
yep.
That's what I
Puerto
wanted
Rican.
to tell you, bro. Over here on
I
the West
so the
Coast,
West Coast
it's
has a different way of how they view things. So
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not gonna let you just
exactly.
say that.
No, 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 no,
Look,
no, bro.
that's
That
a fact. Cause look, real quick, Hugo, cause
go
we be
ahead,
on
Papa.
TBV. I remember round one time said the word,
Yes, I
and there
did.
was a bunch of motherfuckers giving them
Yes,
shit.
I
And
did.
listen, you
Yeah.
know me when I call in. Listen, I'm from New York. I'm from the. Listen, I got hella niggas, all different complexions, colors, and all that shit. At the end of the day, they sometimes I got a few funny ass dudes trying to say that shit to me, and I'm like, bro, y'all can't tell me what to say. Y'all not from here. Y'all don't walk these streets. Y'all don't know what this
Nah,
is over here. So at
nah,
the end of the
no,
day, like that shit is bananas. But it was the
it's
West
banana.
Coast. It was like
Nah,
it's
it's
different
different though.
culture.
It's yeah,
You listen, listen.
it's
The
kind of
first
different over
time,
here
no,
because
wait up,
down
Hugo.
here.
Chill,
Hold on, hold
Hugo.
on, hold on, hold on,
No,
hold
no,
on,
no.
hold
You
on.
hold on, hold on.
Ah,
The
all right,
first
go
time,
ahead, go ahead,
the
go
first
ahead,
time
go
I
ahead, go
said
ahead.
it on the TBV, I gotta admit, Stock Shaker, for the first time in my life, I was in a situation I was a little taken back. I was
Oh
like, "What?" I
shit!
never really because
They
where
confronted
I'm
you?
from, where I'm from, they usually calling me the word. You understand? They were always saying we was Puerto Rican, we were trying to act black. And when I was growing up, that's what they were saying to me. So when I was on TBV and I said it now, out of respect, because I'm a grown ass man, I'm 51, I have enough sense. I understand that people, but don't knock me for my culture. Don't make me feel insecure from the way I was raised, from where I'm from. And I know that all our ethnicities and way of life are clashing on social media, but
Or
I gotta admit to you, if my entire life I was ridiculed and shunned, don't tell me at 51 I can no longer be what a part of what. Don't
Um,
tell me
eh,
what
I,
I lived. No, no,
yeah,
no, no.
it's bullshit. It's bullshit, bro. I'm with you,
No,
bro. I know.
no,
Listen,
no,
we
no.
know we from the tri-state area. And we listen, we know where we from and what happens over here. But at the end of the day, look, Ron, one, I'm not gonna hold you. I fuck with you, but you know, bro, just like I fuck with my mans and we be joking and fucking with each other. You know, whenever I fuck with you, it's like that. It's like on some bro shit. I'm fucking with you, whatever. Like usually how we do, snap on each other and shit. But then you be having some funny dudes that really be pushing it, bro. But that's because they
Yeah,
don't understand where we from, the culture and shit.
right,
So it is
right,
what it
right.
is, bro. It is what it is.
Yeah, yeah. Now I don't hold you. I like I said, like let me tell you something about I kind of got upset with you with a statement that you said, but like I said out here, sometimes we, we misspeak or whatever, and then let me explain why I did what I did, and maybe you might see it a different way. But where I was born on the East Coast, it was always said that if you had something to say, you felt a certain way, don't let a few days go by. Say it with your chest in the moment. Talk about it right in the now. Don't wait 5 days to make a video or to comment on something that it took you time. If you had something to say it now. So when I got them texts with Ness and I made that video, I felt my upbringing that if ever I had something to say or I felt some kind of way, then why don't you approach me and say it? Why don't you don't wait a week to say what you want to say? Say it now. So that's how I was raised. So when he kicked me off and he blatantly said on the show, I'm kicking you off for a week. In my mentality, I thought I was kicked off for a week. I wasn't gonna have the right to say anything back. So if I was going to say anything, I was going to say it in the moment. And I was like off the channel, but people were like asking me questions. So I spoke up about it because that's the way I was raised. You know, I'm not going to wait 2 days, 3 days. So in that sense, that's how I felt. And then I got a whole bunch of shit about that. Motherfuckers was like, if I want making videos, what the fuck is this?
Yo, but
That? I was like, wait a minute. I thought that's what the right thing to do.
but listen, round one, let me tell you something, bro. When I fuck with you, you know I fuck as a man, I fuck with you.
I
But
see
what
that.
we do, in New York, New Jersey, we be snapping on each other. It's what we do. We be cutting each other's ass. But I ain't gonna lie, bro, your crash outs be legendary, bro. That shit is
Absolutely. You know they
TV,
do.
bro. That
I
bro. So people,
what, baby?
yo,
What? You know
yo,
what I'm saying?
nobody crashes out like round one. That shit is television, bro. Niggas love that shit.
Listen,
That's why
I
they
hope
make you
it
do it,
is.
bro.
I hope it is. Hey,
And
listen.
then I don't understand. Hold on. And then
Yeah.
I don't understand why like some people get offended when you like not put in their call, but like you give your opinion on their call, bro. It's just like more engagement because like it'd be like call after call after call after call,
Nah.
and you're just
No. At one time, Hugo, at one time, for real, right? Real talk, right? You know, I
Yeah.
don't want to give up the recipe or whatever, but I was like, damn, these motherfuckers are calling and paying money to call. Let me see if I could get a way where I could extend their call. So in the middle
Oh,
of
I feel
shit,
you.
in the middle of shit,
Yeah.
yeah, in the middle of shit, I would ask some questions so that
Yeah.
mess with force to let their call go longer, right? So that we
Yeah.
can engage in shit. And then motherfuckers started giving me shit about that. I said, well, if you don't want me to give you a longer phone call, because every time I interrupt, Ness got to reset the call. You know what I'm saying? But now that I'm
Yeah.
saying this, he's probably not going to do it anymore. But I thought I was helping. I thought I
Yeah.
was helping, and
Bro,
I got shunned for that.
listen, I'm not gonna hold you. For me, when on the panel, besides Ness, Star, she plays a role, but
Yeah.
you and Two Tone, y'all bring energy. But I ain't gonna lie, yo, round one crash outs, bro. Them shits is
Hey,
legendary, bro.
yo, they be real
Legend.
as
Them
fuck,
shits is
though.
fire, bro.
Yo, they be
Fire.
real as fuck
That
because
should be
I
funny
wear
as
my emotions on my sleeve sometimes
that should be
because
funny
I'm
as
not
fuck
fake.
when the that should be funny as fuck when the people are like when round one puts the shades on, it's over. It's over.
It's over, baby.
That shit's over. When round one puts the
Yeah.
Yo,
shades on, that shit is over.
Yeah.
look. And then people gave me shit on the boxing voice, right? Like, oh, Ness did this and this. And I'm like, bro, did you guys not watch this show? Like, Ness didn't even argue with me half the way he did Danny. You know what I'm saying? Like those crash outs were like legendary. Like I've seen Ness crash out. I've seen that some crash out and shit. So like, I mean,
Listen, listen.
it's just part of the show, man. I mean,
Listen, round one, I'm gonna give it to you, bro. You got so many legendary clips, cuts. Like, kudos to you, bro. That's not
Yeah.
easy
No,
to
that's a
do,
fact.
bro.
That's
You
a
got,
fact. That's a fact.
yo. When round one said, "Can I talk to your son?"
oh
Yeah,
yeah,
can I talk to your son? Yo, that shit was
Yo. I always wanted to catch that one, bro. I missed that one for some reason, but how did that one go down? Bill was just on the line, and then you were like,
no, it was actually um what's his name there?
Norman.
Norman?
No, wrong. It was
Oh,
the
Schofield.
Schofield. It was Schofield, yeah, Floyd's Schofield Senior. So we
Man,
were
what's
on the
up with them
live.
dudes?
So we're on the live that day, right? And this is what happened. Right? And this is my actual feeling of what I was feeling when I said it. Okay.
Yeah.
When Schofield was on the phone, his son was in the background. This is Ness's show. I don't have control of the show. I only have a window of opportunity to ask a question. Okay. Now I was sitting there patiently waiting for my time. But by my time came, I really wanted to talk to Schofield, the boxer. I didn't want to talk to his
Junior
father.
to junior to
Right,
junior.
right. So his father's up on the mic. He's like hogging up the screen. And I was sitting there feeling like this is another case where the father or the girlfriend thinks they're on the same playing field as equal as the athlete. This is where the father, bro, you ain't not taking these punches to the face, bro. I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to the fighter. And I only had a small window. So I had to be blunt and I had to be straightforward. And I was just honest. Brother, I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to your son, the fighter. You know what I'm saying? And I
Talk to
just
your
had to
son.
be straightforward and I was done with the bullshit. I heard him enough, and he's not what I want to interview. So it came out like that, but that was legendary. And
And
then
what did he say? What did he say?
no, he was shocked. He was shocked. He was like sitting there, like looking at me like I
He
had two
was
heads.
like, "What the fuck?"
He was shocked. He didn't have nothing to say, right? But then, lo and behold, I got Brian Norman Jr. with that line, and I got Bill Haney with that line. Same line. All three fathers. Can I speak to your son? And that just it fucking took off. So, like, yeah, man, like some of
Hey
these
man,
Yeah.
interviews, you have good days and you have bad days.
I'm surprised that Devin Debo the Dream Haney
I should make a
never
shirt. I should
never
make a
get
shirt and I speak to your son.
yeah. That'll be dope. No, like. But bro, why hasn't Devin ever gave Ness an interview, bro? And Ness rocks with him hardcore. At least
Well,
Brian Norman came on the panel once or twice.
well,
Floyd
the
Schofield
reason,
Jr.
okay,
But Devin never came on the panel, bro.
all right, let me answer that. Right. Okay, hypothetically, I don't know anything about the situation, but I'm gonna take a crack at it. Okay, let's just look on the surface. Okay. Nestor Gibbs used to work with this kid, right? And Danny that was on the show. Danny got a job with Devin Haney. They took him under the wing. When Danny was on the show with Ness, he used to get screamed on a lot, and he would get sunned on the show. So when Danny broke away from Ness and he started working with Devin Haney, I feel like Devin Haney, took this role like, I'm taking you away from that. I'm taking you from the disrespect. You're a smart person. He doesn't see your value. I see your value. I see what you're good in. So I need you and I want you to work with my team. And when Devin Haney came in, Captain Saberhole, and he put on his cape, you kind of take the role as the person that's taken away, so you're not going to go on the show. And hypothetically, if I had to break it down and just, take a stab at it, I thought that that's what it would be. That Devin's loyalty is to himself and his image and his brand. And if he has somebody working for him that you were disrespecting for a long time, then I don't think that Devin's going to do that. I think the closest you're going to get is Bill. That's it. And that's just my honest opinion. That's my opinion. I don't know that to be true.
Nah, listen,
Yo,
you
before
broke
we
that
continue,
down, but the thing,
shout out to
yeah, go
Chang.
ahead,
Shout out to
Farhan.
Chang with a $20 super chat.
My man Chang. Oh, hold on, guys. Chang's here.
The champ is here. The champ is here.
Y'all hear that, right?
The champ is here. The champ
Read
is
that
here.
off for me, front line. Read that off for me.
He said, yo, guys, I grew up in Orlando and moved to California. Jake got balls for sure.
Oh,
Ramon did great.
Ramon
Word.
Cardenas. Yo, he did absolutely phenomenal. The way he dispatched that guy. I gotta admit though, Chang, in the first part, like the first round, second round, I was like, ooh, this looking a little tough. And then Ramon Cardenas' power showed up and he took over the fight. Shouts out to that man, that young man. He really, is showing his pedigree out here in these boxing streets. So I gotta give him props for that. Absolutely. And as for Jake Paul, Chang, I don't care what anybody says. I really don't give two shits what anybody says. Jake Paul got in the ring against AJ. I'm going to say that one more time. Jake Paul got in the ring with AJ, an active top 10 heavyweight champion, a former undisputed champion. He got in the ring with AJ. Listen, it's funny to say in your house, yeah, I'll get in the ring with AJ for $80 million. Yeah, that's you can say that until you put your foot in the apron and you actually see AJ coming towards you. that's when reality's gonna set in. That's when you're gonna see, man, I might have bit off more than you can chew. And although there's 100 memes out there with fucking Jake Paul fucking grabbing AJ's knees and him falling all over the place because of fucking he was exhausted, right? Although there's gonna be a lot of that, I gotta commend him. Because to get in the ring with AJ, that's not easy. I don't give a fuck, bro. I don't care. That was some real shit right there. That man got his jaw broken in 2 places. He's missing teeth right now. He's gonna have to get surgery, and he did this morning, in fact. So that was real as it gets. He took a chance. And I gotta admit, Jake Paul did had a couple good moments that I laughed about. But when reality set in, AJ closed the night. He did what exactly most of us thought he was gonna do, and that was it. So, Chain, thank you for your super chat. And I hope I answer that as best as possible. And I'm in agreement with you. And that's the topic of the video. I think that I put out a short. I think that Jake Paul's gonna bounce back from this stronger than ever. Just like I saw Isaac Pitbull Cruz bounce back from a loss with Tank. Just like I saw Ryan fucking go to super status off a loss of a Tank. I think the same thing's gonna happen with Jake Paul. That's all.
Yeah, yo, real quick, let me just say one thing with that. Yesterday I called in, talking shit about Jake, but this morning I woke up feeling different and, seeing him on the hospital. Yo, listen, at the end of the day, I ain't gonna lie, he got knocked the fuck out, jaw broke. Listen, now today I woke up, I gotta respect Jake. I'm sorry, I'm just being honest. I have to respect it. You're right. You're right, Ron.
Respect the man. You gotta respect that shit, man. Fucking AJ was coming at him,
You
and
guys
this
think that
motherfucker
this was his rites of passage to be certified as a certified boxer?
it just might be. I never thought of it like that, right? At this
Yeah,
moment. I gotta
because
be
by the
honest. I
sounds
didn't
of it, or and like by the online Twitter post and all that, bro, everyone's giving this guy credit. They're like, "Oh man, salute for lasting in there 6 rounds and shit like that."
hell
When
yeah.
people, yeah,
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Definitely. I think that he's getting it, but there's a flip side to this coin. Is the same kind of boxing fans giving AJ credit for beating Jake Paul. And what did that do for his career? I don't think too much. How much credit can you give an active, current heavyweight champion in the top 10 ranking already? What credit does he get for beating a YouTuber? Let's just
he
be
gets
honest.
no credit. He gets no credit.
Okay, so Jake Paul gets all the credit and AJ
Of
gets
course, of course. Look at the two stages of the career that they're in, bro. Like Jake Paul is a quote unquote YouTuber, not a real boxer.
nice. Stock Shakers, same question. What do you think? Do you guys think that Jake Paul gets all the credit here? AJ's not going to get no credit from the boxing world? How do you guys view this? What was this victory for AJ and what did it mean for his career?
Yeah. Frontline, you want to go first and then I'll go, or
Now you got it. Go ahead. I'll answer later.
um yeah, I'm gonna be quick with it. Now listen, I think at the end of the day, like I said yesterday, I expected AJ to knock him out. I expected that, and if AJ hadn't done it, yeah, it would have been crazy. And I was upset. Like the first 5 rounds, I was like, there were so many right crosses that he could have landed, and he just wasn't letting the right go. But after he did it, it was like a sense of relief for me. But I feel like they both did what they had to do. Jake Paul, I ain't gonna lie, he took his L. He got his jaw broken for real, 2 places, teeth missing. Like, it is what it is. He got in there, he got his ass handed to him, but he went out like a man. And then AJ knocked him out. He did what he had to do. I think it was a win on both sides, bro. I can't front. Like, both of them did what they had to do to me. So that's how I feel about it.
Right. Frontline, what do you think?
I think it was a bad look for AJ because Jake lasted longer than he should have for
Okay.
a quote unquote YouTuber influencer versus a professional boxer slash Olympian. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Um, But kudos to both. I mean, and to be honest, if Jake Paul would have trained his cardio a little bit better, I think he would have. I think he would have won all 8 rounds. He got stopped way too soon. You know what I'm
Yeah, he
saying? But
did. Yeah, he did.
so so that was a disadvantage. But I mean, in all seriousness, Jake Paul did good, and AJ did what he was supposed to do and get him out of there. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But shout out to both. I mean, they went there, they entertained. That's all that I
And
guess that
that's the thing.
matters.
That's the whole point to my questioning with you guys, and I just wanted to hear you guys' opinion on it, right? Was that marketing? Is this a case where it was a win-win for Jake Paul? Is this a case that his performance exceed expectations, and did this give him stamp him, in fact, warriors status amongst boxers? Hugo said it best. Does this give him the credibility as a boxer now? Still with fighting a former boxer and a former world champion, Julio Cesar Chavez Jr., it seemed like the boxing world didn't give Jake Paul his just dues, right? With AJ getting the jaw broke, seeing the effort that was in the ring, and it was transparent that AJ was trying to rip his head off early. He just couldn't catch up to an elusive Jake Paul that was running. Now, in his situation, a lot of people want to call it running. I say smart. You don't go in there with a big puncher like AJ that can break your jaw and just stand there. So, look, that was my question. That's what I wanted to know. And I want to see what the consensus is saying. How does Jake Paul's career, where does it go from here? And I actually think that it's going to go up. I don't think Jake Paul's done like many people are saying. They were saying that this AJ fight was going to be his last fight due to the injury. I'm just here to report common broken jaw, wired, 4 to 6 weeks. 4 to 6 weeks. That's it.
Listen to this real quick. We can't deny that shit went viral, bro. I had so many people that on my Instagram that don't post nothing about boxing. I had everyone, 75% of the people that I had on my story, they had that fight up, bro. These are people that don't post boxing at all. So I want to see the numbers, how they did, but this had the casuals engaged, bro. We cannot
Stock
Right.
deny
chaser,
that.
stock
This was
chaser, stock
huge.
chaser. You think
Yeah.
Yo,
that did? You think that this did better numbers that it would have done versus a Javante Tank Davis?
Oh yeah.
I don't know because it's Tank, bro. Tank is I
Yeah.
can't say that, bro. I can't say that. I can't say that. No, I
The
can't
only
say that.
reason that it was giving me the vibes that it would have did better, the AJ fight would have done better than Tank, is because of the gatherings when they did the post fight interviews with, and they were going around the country in New York, in Florida, and etc. That the showing up of the reporters and the how much the fans, it was small for a Tank Davis fight. It was like the world was saying we were not buying into this Jake Paul. You're fighting a much smaller guy, way too small. And it kind of when Tank went with the thing with the girl situation, there was the excuse to pull out. They just
Mm.
used that as an excuse. I felt to pull out of the tank because it wasn't getting the kind of buzz that they thought it was going to get. And that's the only reason why I'm saying, because I was covering the Jake Paul and the Tank press conference and where it was going. I was paying close attention, and I couldn't help but notice that in every city, it was a smaller and smaller gathering. And
You
then
were
as
at the
soon
New
as
York press. You were at
that
the New
shit was
York press
small, that
conference,
shit was
right?
empty. That shit was
Oh, it was
empty.
empty.
That shit was
Damn,
empty. All right.
crazy.
I was there. That shit
No,
was
for
empty.
facts, facts.
All right. So I saw it. I saw it firsthand. Yeah, there was a little gathering, but nothing like a Jake Paul and Tank. It seemed like when I came outside in New York City, the only supporters that were there they looked like they were all there for Jake Paul. Like Tank's fans did not show up at all.
Damn.
There was like one or two of them. And everybody, and I was talking with this brother that was sitting up on the fucking light thing, and I was saying, do you look into the crowd? Tell me what you see. And he didn't understand me. And I was like, these kids are here to see Jake Paul, not Tank Davis. You could tell.
Damn.
And when the Tank went through that situation with the girl, I think Jake Paul used that to pull out of it because the fight wasn't building up the traction. And then the AJ fight with them Europeans, they came out. All the stars came out. Everybody came out. And that Jake Paul's fight, somebody, I think it was you that was saying, or somebody was saying, I still see empty seats. But when the main event hit, that whole shit filled up. Everything filled up. And I think that the fight kicked off just right. And if you ask me, that's my opinion. That's all.
I agree with you, round one. I think, listen, we can't deny that listen, I'm telling y'all, my entire timeline of girls, I'm talking about girls posting this fight on their story last night. It's like they don't post any other boxing. So Jake touches the casuals in a way that we cannot deny that, bro. Like Jake brings them out, bro. That's what it is. Can't deny that.
Yeah, that's the truth. That's the truth. And that's what I try to talk about, Stock Shakers, right? When I try to separate the face of boxing from the best boxer, the best fighter, from the best pound for pound. I'm trying to teach my viewing audience that those are three separate entities. A lot of people think that the face of boxing has to be the best boxer in the world, and that's a lie. The face of boxing is the most popular. It's the most person that people recognize. That's the face. Doesn't mean that he's the best fighter in the world. And that I think that that's where the confusion comes in. Jake Paul, Tank Davis, Saul Canelo Alvarez. Those are the face of boxing. Those kind of boxers. If you put Saul's picture up anywhere in the world, there are going to be people that know who he is. But if you put Terrence Crawford up there, they're not going to, a lot of people are not going to know who he is. Unfortunately, he started getting a buzz now. Yes, but he doesn't have the kind of recognition that Jake Paul has. I swear to God, I've had this conversation more than once where that I've been in a situation where I said, yeah, I cover boxing. Do you know Terrence Crawford? And they said, no. And I said, do you know Jake Paul? They said, yes.
Of course. No, you're absolutely right.
God, that happened more than once.
Listen, T-Bud beat Canelo, but let's be honest here. When Canelo returns to the ring, we're going to see the power of his fan base come out, or the people that know him. And I don't think T-Bud could ever, he's the best boxer, yeah, but he can't build that. And like you said, it's different levels, different things, bro. And I agree. You're absolutely right. Hit it on the nail.
Okay, check this out, right? I get a lot of shit for this, but I'm gonna stand on what I'm saying, right? Because I'm trying to get the message out. Terrence Crawford is the best boxer we have in our era right now. And the reason why I believe that is because the greater the risk, the greater the reward. If you jump up 2 weight division and fight a champion, not a 1 belt champion, but an undisputed champion, he had all 4 belts, meaning that he reigned supreme. So if you jump up 2 weight divisions to fight that kind of guy and you win, the level of difficulty is off the chain. That makes you the best fighter in the world. Now, the pound for pound fighter is based off of all around skill. And the reason why I don't have Terrence Crawford as the pound for pound fighter is because I do believe in his old age, he lost a step. What he lost in a step, he gained in experience, but he's not fighting 4 times a year. He's only fighting 1 time a year. So the greater the risk, the higher the reward. If Naoya Inoue is putting up all 4 belts 4 times a year, You gotta commend that. So I
So
give
you got
him.
him. So you got
I got him.
you got Naoya Inoue top pound for pound #1.
Yes,
Dude, you were
by
doing
far,
so, Edwin, you were doing so good. An
by
hour
far.
and 51 minutes without bringing up Inoue's name. I thought we were going to have a show
No,
without
Who you
bringing
got
up
at
quiet,
#2?
quiet
Inoue.
Who
down,
you got at
quiet down,
#2,
brother.
Edwin? Edwin,
No, I
papi,
gotta tell
papi.
the truth
Who's
the
your
way
number
it is.
two? Who's your
I
number
got,
two?
no, I'm not going to number 2 right now. Well, listen, this is what I'm saying. That when the pound for pound goes out, it has nothing to do with belts. It has only to do with opponents and the way you respond throughout divisions. That's pound for pound qualifications. Then it comes down to your skill as a boxer. What do you look like? How do you perform the dance? Are you in position? Do you have good timing, good movement, great cat-like reflexes? Are you powerful? Do you lack in any area? Are you basic? So that's what I asked myself for a pound for pound fighter. Now, the greatest fighter in the world is Terrence Crawford because Naoya Inoue never did no shit like jumping up 2 weight divisions and fighting an undisputed champion. He ain't never did no shit like that. So he cannot be the best fighter in the world. The greater the risk, the higher the reward. Terrence Crawford, hands down, is the best fighter in the world. Okay? But and the face of boxing are fighters like Jake Paul, Saul Canelo Alvarez, and Tank Davis. Shit like that. They're the face of boxing. And I think we need to separate these entities.
And
And
Shushu beats Inoue.
huh? Shut the fuck up. Bro, you about to get kicked out.
Damn.
Yo,
Shushu beats Inoue?
he's
Don't
crazy.
get him
He's
started. Don't get him
He's drunk.
started.
He's drunk. So
Nah.
anyway,
But
listen.
next week, shout out to David Picasso that'll have that opportunity
He'll
to
get it.
dethrone
He'll get it.
the
Shouts out to
monster.
David Picasso.
Shout
Yo,
out to
listen.
David Picasso next week, Night of the Samurais. Live fight chat for that one.
Yeah, hell,
round
what?
1 now.
Stop it. You come on, bro. I'll be on
Hell
a
yeah,
date
What
bro.
type,
early.
what type of
David
question
Allen
is that?
Picasso.
What
David
kind
Allen
of broad
Picasso.
question is that?
Night of the
Listen,
Samurai.
Hey,
look,
wait till you see Edwin's outfit for the live show.
I
He's gonna
might be
have the
full
he's gonna have the Japanese
attire.
bandana.
You just don't know. I might be in full samurai attire. You don't know. But
He's bringing out the flag again.
He's
listen,
bringing out the
right there.
fucking
It's right there, bro. Don't talk it up because it can get strapped up right now. Shit can get serious.
Melaza. Que la que hay, papi.
Yo, so but to be honest with you, Alan David Picasso representing Mexico, the Night of the Samurais. There's a lot of Mexico is on deck. It's Mexico basically versus Japan. The top
Mexico
3
versus
fights.
Japan.
Yes, it is. The top 3 fights are Mexico versus Japan. So Mexico, you got an opportunity. Not only do you have an opportunity, but you guys got a crack at 4 belts. Alan David Picasso, young man, if you could hear me tonight, the only thing I can tell you is stay focused and you have a chance to change your stars. Literally, on one fight, you will go to the Hall of Fame. If you beat Naoya Inoue for his 4 belts, you're going straight to New York City in the Hall of Fame. That's it. It's a done deal. So what he offers is big. Just don't get lost in the moment, young man. Fight your fight, and I wish you the best of luck. But I know Naoya Inoue is gonna stop you. I'm sorry, Hugo, but your boy from
Come on,
Mexico,
papi.
the boy from Mexico is getting stopped. And I'm gonna tell you
know
why.
what? I'm not too intrigued. Wow, this is a good fight. Are you guys seeing the Tony Harrison fight?
No, I'm not
It's a
watching
good
it right
one.
now. I'm not
Yeah,
watching it right now. But I
no?
really believe that Alan David Picasso is outgunned, he's outmatched, and he's very
Yeah.
outskilled.
No,
But
you know
I
what?
wish him the best. I wish him
Yeah,
the best
you have
because
to call it
I have
spade. Yeah.
I have no prejudice towards whoever beats Naoya Inoue. He is not Puerto Rican, bro. He's just a special fighter, and I know what I'm looking at. That's all. Okay. I love best fighters. If he was fucking Russian, I would speak the same way about him. Believe me. Believe me. I wish we could adopt this little Japanese dude. But unfortunately, I'm on the side where anyone can be beat.
Wait,
Anyone.
didn't you say your mom was on vacation in Japan and she gave birth out there and they
Yes,
kidnapped them?
and his name was Naoya Inoue. We don't know where he is. I think he's my long lost brother. Yes, there's a possibility. Okay, all right. Those are all lies, but wishful thinking. But still, um, all jokes aside, man, I think that this guy's a special fighter, and I think he's gonna do unique shit, and he has done unique shit. That's why,
Hugo, lower your
Yo,
volume. We don't want to get a copyright.
yeah,
My
yeah,
bad, dog.
all
Yo,
I
yo,
can hear is the fight.
though, round one though, bro. But
What
why
up?
does everyone always give Naoya Inoue shit, bro, like that? Okay, in your opinion, tell me the truth, Papi. Do you
But
think he's a global superstar?
okay, he is not the face of boxing, Naoya Inoue. No, he
Is he
is
a
not a
global
global superstar.
superstar?
No, he is not,
No.
because he wasn't given the opportunity to market himself well. The times he came to America was during the corona epidemic, and he fought under no crowds.
In the
So the
bubble.
public really didn't get to really engage with Naoya Inoue, and he really missed his call. Being the fact that he's a bantamweight champion, we don't really respect those guys because they're so small, and we don't expect a lot from them. But because of the fact that Naoya Inoue has us right now on Round One Sports Talk today talking about him, speaks to the kind of fighter that he is. Wait a minute, we're talking about a bantamweight champion. When have we ever done that? Right? So he's doing Michael Jordan shit, meaning who is the Chicago Bulls before Michael Jordan? Who? Michael Jordan brought eyes to the Chicago Bulls. Naoya Inoue is bringing eyes to the bantamweight division. The only reason why we know about some of these guys, the Donairs, the fucking Sam Goodmans, and the rest of them, is because of this Japanese dude. So you got to acknowledge everything he's doing. And as it comes to a dollar amount, I showed you yesterday on the chart when I put it up, which I'll even put it up right now, right? That in 2024, look who's at the bottom of the list. And these are the 6 top fighters in the world, the biggest grossers that earned the most money in 2024. Naoya Inoue made $42 million last year.
Damn.
As a bantamweight champion. That's unheard of.
Is that US or yens?
Now that's US money, baby. Right? So let me tell you, look, they can have a lot to say about this guy, but you can't deny what he's brought to boxing. And as a fighter, or even if I was coaching someone, I have to admit that Naoya Inoue's story attracts to me, because if I was coaching a young kid or a young girl and I said, mirror yourself after these fighters, it wouldn't be Gervonta Tank Davis. Now, would it? I'm not going to tell my kid, look at what he's doing. Now, am I? No, I don't want this circus shit and this bling bling gold chains corrupting my young fighter's mind. I want him to live a warrior's life. Whose life would I want to follow? Why don't you look up this Japanese dude in and out of the ring? See what he's about. Fighting 4 times a year, not taking any breaks, putting everything on the line. 26 world title fights in a row. Like,
yo,
bro, like, what the fuck? Like, who else would I want my kid to look up after? I don't see Naoya Inoue crashing his car in Japan, smacking his wife, coming up on Japanese news, belligerent, gold chains everywhere, disrespecting everybody, talking about people's mothers. I don't see none of that shit with this dude. You know how I know this guy? You know how I know him? Because of his fist. Because of his performance, his knockouts. He lets his fist do the talking.
Can I say one thing?
Attracted to him.
Listen, round one, I would love Inoue to just move up again, because that's gonna bring his name and his stardom to a whole nother level. Like, he's just missing a couple of more pounds, bro, to really make fucking noise, bro. Like, that's the thing with him.
What's a mega fight for him at 126? What's a mega fight for him at 126 if he moves up?
Okay, I'm gonna answer that. Hold up. But Stock Chaser, interesting point, right? See, Stock Chaser, you're like a lot of fans that are coming to know Naoya now. And you can't help but tell yourself, yo, the dude's talented, but I don't know enough of him. And I get it, right? And then like a regular person that's coming to know him now, It's like, why the fuck isn't he not moving up to 126 where there's a new weight division and a whole bunch of new names? You already wiped out the 122. Here's the problem. He came up from 108. 122 is actually his fifth weight division he's fighting in. He's not a robot. Like all this shit that people are saying go up, that would be actually his sixth weight division. Not even the great
How many
Floyd
weight
Mayweather.
divisions did he hold titles in?
4 and 4. But this is his fifth weight division. But not even the great Mayweather got 6 weight divisions. I mean, that
Got
shit
5
is
divisions.
so hard. So in a sense, stock chasers is what I'm trying to tell you is maybe Naoya Inoue might be maxed out. He wasn't given the gift of body size from the gods. He was just a little guy naturally fighting his way up, and he got all the way here. And now what the fans are asking for more blood, more challenges. But I don't think they really understand that my man started at 108. He's all the way up in 122. How'd you get there? And you got all 4 belts? You mean to tell me that your weight, your power, your speed, your accuracy, it all translated with you 5 weight divisions up when Teofimo Lopez is only jumping up 1 weight division and he's no longer knocking out nobody. Shakur Stevenson going up 1 weight division, no longer knocking out nobody. How many fighters have we seen just move up 1 weight division and they fall off from giving those star-studded wow moments? But this fucking Japanese dude is all the way up here, 5 weight divisions later, still knocking out mofo, still speed, still everything. It looks like he
Hey, Edwin,
started in this weight division.
read those last 2 comments.
I can't even see the chat. Do it for me.
Cam says if Inoue moves up, he getting knocked out. He's already been down a few times. And Melasa,
Damn.
Melasa says that La Hoya got 6 divisions.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
And then
sir.
he's got the emoji with that.
Yes, there's only 2 boxers in boxing history that had 6 weight division legitimate titles in. That's Oscar De La Hoya and Manny Pacman. That's it.
And Shushu beats Inoue.
And that's it, right? And Frontline, you're getting kicked off in 10 seconds, right? So anyway, look, check it out, right? That's hard as fuck to do. And that's the real legitimate. I understand that there's still some boxing fans out there that believe that Manny Pacquiao achieved 8 divisions, but unfortunately, that's a lie. Okay?
What? How is
Can
that
you
a
do me a
lie?
favor?
Huh?
How is that a lie?
Can you do me a favor? Look, real quick, compare Inoue's body to Tank's body. Let me know what the difference is because I think that's one of the biggest fights that could happen in the history of boxing, and that would really cement him. Like, what's the difference of body?
Okay. Well, I'm gonna answer that question. Then I'm gonna go back to my chart of Manny Pacquiao because Hugo looks like he's stunned, and I'm gonna pull up all Manny Pacquiao's achievements, and we're gonna look it over. And I'm gonna have Hugo, just like every other scientist in the world, try to figure out how the fuck he has 8 divisions. And I want you to do your best to try to make Manny Pacquiao an 8 division world champion. We'll have a game. We'll make a thing of it because you'll never do it. It's never gonna work for you.
Go ahead.
But anyway,
but me personally, I do believe
What
the
up, man?
history books, and I do believe that he's an 8 division world champion.
Okay.
Starting at 108.
Okay, yeah, though that's just hogwash, and none of that is history. It's all just reporters writing articles, and you need to learn to separate the two from an article and what's actually fact. Just
Pull it
because
up then. Pull it up. Pull up the
just because
record. Pull up the record.
some fucking reporter reports he's in 8th division, and they have Max Callahan on ESPN with this huge story about how Manny Pacquiao is an 8th division world champion. All of that is a lie. But first,
Just like saying Teal's a undisputed champion,
Right.
never been
they've
undisputed.
never been undisputed. Those are all just lies. And that's where the entertainment part in boxing comes in. And they try to sell you that because of Manny Pacquiao's star status was so big, it didn't match his boxing career when he was getting knocked out. So they came up with this bright idea to make him an 8th division world champion to match his star status in the time so that people would come out and watch his fights. But unfortunately, people like me that believe that story, that believe he was an 8th division champion, my balloon was popped upon my own investigation, and I was heartbroken to find out that Manny Pacquiao was not, in fact, an 8th division world champion.
WBC flyweight champion at 112.
I was mad as fuck.
IBF super
Stop.
bantamweight
You don't
champion
gotta
at
say what- I'm gonna
122.
put up the chart. Stop. Just stop.
WBC super
You don't gotta
featherweight
do that,
champion at
Hugo.
130.
You don't gotta do that, Hugo. I'm gonna give you
Let me
your
read
chance.
them. Let me read them, bro. Let me read
Hold on,
them.
Hugo, I'm about to mute you. Oh shit, I kicked him off on accident. All right. Listen, Hugo, you still there? Okay, I'm gonna
Yeah.
mute you for a second because you're excited. Okay, I told you I'm gonna put up the chart. You're gonna have your time. Don't worry.
Oh.
Okay, as far as Naoya Inoue and Tank Davis and their size, Tank
They're the
Davis
same size.
5'5", and Naoya Inoue is 5'5". The problem with that is just like me. I understand that because of my size. I'm 5'7.5", 5'8", but I'm real thick up top. My body mass grows different. I'm not a 5'7.5" skinny Flacco that doesn't gain weight. Naoya Inoue has the kind of physique he has is a real slender physique. Gervonta Tank Davis, you can tell that it seems like at birth he stopped growing because the size of his head is that of a man 6'4". Tank Davis, he kind of looks like a small person because his dimensions don't add up. He's so thick. He's like Isaac Pitbull Cruz. At 5'3", he's a 140-pound champion. And Naoya Inoue is 5'5". So why don't you think that he could fight upwards at 140, 135, or 130 when you see Isaac Pitbull Cruz at 5'3" becoming a world champion? What's the problem? The problem is Isaac Pitbull Cruz is thick, and naturally he can carry around that weight, and he took those punches because he's solid. He's solid. Naoya Inoue is pushing the envelope. He came up from 108 to 122, still skinny as fuck. Roman Cardenas and Luis Pantera Nari proved to you with a solid punch, he could be dropped. But even putting him down, it's not the fact that he got put down, it's what he did when he got up. And that was his legendary. That's legendary. That's what your fighter is made of, what he did. So that aspect. Now, let me get to Hugo, and I must put up this chart for him. Okay, I can't let Hugo, just go by. So how are we going to put up this chart right now? The best way to do it, I have to pull up the chart on the internet. Okay, hold on. How would I do that right now without pulling up? Why don't I go to my videos? Okay, we'll do that. I'll have this for you in a second, real quick, Hugo. Just give me fucking 3 minutes or whatever, and
Why you look that up? I'm gonna catch up with the chat.
Go ahead.
Anyway, is the global face of Japan. Junto beats Inoue, says Mr. Quick.
Yo, hold on real quick, since no one's talking. Let me jump in. Round one. Listen to what I'm saying. I think, look, when I do a deep dive on Tank and Inoue, they got the exact same reach, the exact same height, and I know what you're talking about with the frame, right? But let me tell you something right now. I think you listen, I'm gonna be honest. I don't see why Inoue can't beat Tank when let's be honest here, bro. Like Inoue is knocking dudes out right now, being the smaller guy or what he's knocking dudes out clean anyway, and he's gonna do the same shit to Picasso when he get his clock wiped out too. Now, I think that's the biggest fight for Inoue to cement himself. And Tank said he'll take the fight. And I would just love for Inoue. That's the only fight that I would want him to move up for. For that fight with Tank, bro, that shit will break the internet, bro. It'll make him a fucking star.
Hugo here thinks that the fight for Inoue is Espinoza. Here it is, guys.
Ain't no way, ain't no way, bro. That doesn't make that. Tank is the star. Like that's not a bigger fight than Tank. And these dudes have the same frame. Espinoza is 6'1". He's cheating, bro. He's a cheat code, man.
Yo, Hugo, what do you feel about that? He's a cheat code.
If you want Hugo to respond, you got to unmute him.
Oh shit! Did I mute him? Did I mute him?
I think you muted him. I think I don't know.
No, I didn't. Hugo muted himself. Yeah. I had him unmuted, but he muted himself in that one. Hold on. I got it. I got the picture that I want. It's hold on. I got it right here. Hold on. Wait. Who the fuck is coming in the
That's
show?
Hugo coming back in.
No, it's not. Yeah, it is. Hugo. I thought you left me for a second, Hugo. Where you at? Don't run. Don't run. We putting it up right now. We're putting it up right now, and I wanna hear what you got to say about your boy Manny Pacquiao.
Stock, Mr. Quick is talking to you in the chat.
What he said, because I can't see the chat. I'm online right now. I can't see it.
He said Stock Chase is wilding. Tank went up to fight Mario Barrios, but don't want Inoue to go up and fight Rafael Espinoza. Nasty.
Excuse me. He fought Barrios on the rehydration clause. Let's not even go there, bro. Let's not go there. Come on, man. It's not the
Stock Chaser.
Boy drained Mario Barrios down to the bone, bro. Come on, man.
Okay. Here we go. I hope you're here. Hugo. I hope you're here because the evidence is right here on the board. This is Manny Pacquiao. This is Manny Pacquiao's career, and this is Manny Pacquiao's all his titles and accomplishments in the sport of boxing. Now I want you to pay close attention.
I don't hear y'all, or I'm tripping. I don't hear anything.
You don't hear me? You don't hear me? You got it? Can you hear me?
I hear you.
You hear me? All right.
Stock.
But do you hear round one?
Yeah. Stock. Stock, can you hear me now?
He probably watching that shit on the computer and on his
know.
phone.
Yeah, Stock Taker got himself muted right now. But Hugo, you there? Hugo.
He don't want to hear the truth.
What the fuck is going on, Hugo? Come on, Hugo.
Hello, can I get a mic check?
Talking though,
Mic check.
Hugo, I got you.
Damn, brother, I was fucking muted round one. What's up with you, dog?
Nah, you muted yourself. You muted yourself.
Nah. Well, what's up though? What's up? What we talking about, bro?
Okay.
Hey, you know,
Okay, look
but
at
the thing that I
stop.
didn't hold on. The thing
Yeah.
that I didn't like is y'all boys calling my boy Rafael Espinoza a cheater. Let's not talk about cheaters.
Who said that?
I don't know,
Stock
but
did.
I heard that. But he
Stock
did.
did.
But
Yeah.
that was only one
Because
person.
the
That was only one person.
Here, because
Hugo.
the only cheater here is Devin Haney when he was taking on
Hey,
these
Hugo,
135 pounders.
don't get lost. Don't get lost.
JoJo's Diaz, they don't ask you. He was fighting JoJo's Diaz, they don't ask. Now that's a cheater.
Okay,
He was fighting George Cambosos, they don't ask. Now that's
Emotional damage.
Did you get it off? Did you get it off, Hugo? Okay,
Yeah, I got
Hugo,
it off,
Stock Taker,
dog.
chill before you answer. Okay, let's get to the meat and potatoes of why we're here right now. Okay, Hugo, I hope you're looking at the screen. I put up Manny Pacquiao. I put up Manny Pacquiao's career, his title runs, everything. Now, let me break this down. On the top row.
It's too little, bro. It's too little.
Zoom it in, dog. Can you zoom in with your phone? Okay. Look, on the top row are the major world titles. On the bottom row are the minor world titles, and on the bottom of that are all the trophies and accolades right here. And on the side is the Ringside Magazine and the Lineal, which is basically the same thing, right? Okay. So on the top if you could read with me for the WBC, it says it right here. He won titles in 112, 130, 130, 135, and 154 for the WBC. So you can
Okay.
count all of those divisions. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're starting off good. That's 4 belts and 4 separation just with the WBC. Let's move on to the WBA. And the WBA in his history, he only won 1 belt at 147. That's it. But let's check the WBC. Does he have any belts at 147? He does not. So you got to count that. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Shit, Manny Pacquiao, you're on fire. Let's move on to the IBF. He won an IBF title for 122. Oh, yeah? Does he have any titles at 122 in the previous belts? No, he does not. So let's count them again. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Manny Pacquiao, you are on fire. You already have 6 weight divisions. There's no way you can lose this. Let's look at the WBO. Wait a minute. We have a problem here. All the WBO titles that you won were at 147. At 147, you have a WBA world title. That's the same weight division. You can't count the same weight division twice, even if you have 4 belts in it. It's only once you get 1 belt in the division, that's the division you got a belt in, and you move to the next. So all your WBO titles are at 147. All your ring belts don't count as official belts, and all your minor belts are under here. The WBC interim that it says in asterisk right there underneath, 122 and 130. He has an IBO title. He also has a WBO title at 147 interim, 2 of them. He also has other awards, the gold belt at 112.
What about that 154 strap? What about the 154 strap?
Okay, at 154, that 154 strap, he has a 154 belt at the WBC at the first. You see the bottom of the WBC list, 154. You can't count it twice. So all he has is, count it with me, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weight division. Where's the 7th and the 8th?
Well, look.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No. Look, because Look, on my end, I got a WBC at 112. I got an IBF at 122. I got a WBC at 130. I got a WBC at 135. I got a WBO 3 times at 147. I got a WBC at 154, and I have a WBO at 140.
Okay, now all that you just said, add it up and count the weight divisions off your own evidence.
4, 5, 6, 7. I got 7 on my end. I got 7.
Where's your 7th? Where's the belt? Please describe, teach us.
Okay, bro, write it down. I got a WBC at 112. I got an IBF at 122. That's already 2 weight divisions. I got a WBC at 130. That's 3 weight divisions. I got a WBC at 135. That's 4 weight divisions. I got a WBO 3 times, and I got a WBA at 147. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5. That's 5. I'm not counting it twice. That's 5. And then I got a WBC at 154. That's 6. And I got an IBO.
IBO, that's where you stopped. Yes, correct. That is exactly where the record scratched. Okay?
But
exactly.
Do the record scratch then. Do the record scratch.
I just did it. Right there. Okay? Because that's where you just slow down. IBO. Oh shit.
Because you know what they're counting? They're counting his lineal at 126.
Yes. Do you see it now? He is not a real 8th division world champion, and I was hoping I'd get you to see that. He only has 6 belts, and that was my entire point.
Papi,
he only has 6 divisions.
Papi, but what happened to the whole lineal is the main belt. What happened to that?
What I'm trying to teach you here tonight, brother, I'm not trying to shit on Manny Pacquiao. He's a fucking legend. But what I'm trying to do is teach you the truth about some of these stories that they put out in boxing and to be aware of it. And when you come here to Round One Sports Talk, I will only award you for what is true. And I'm
So hold
glad that
on.
you brought this up.
Yeah, no,
So
yeah,
so
that's a
so
fact.
hold on. Google's incorrect because Google got him 8 divisions. So can someone
And
explain to
Google,
me how that's not? I can't see it, Round One.
okay, Google is an entity that is paid by some of these top players. So if Google wants you, and ESPN had Max Callahan come out on ESPN, the worldwide leading of sports, the people that lead the way and give you your information,
Stock
made a
chasers, stock
story.
chasers.
Excuse me. I'm talking. Wait, don't interrupt me. ESPN made a story about how he's an 8th division world champion, and you're asking me about Google. If
No,
ESPN,
Round One. I'm asking you where is it that where is it? Where's the
Because stock
error?
chasers, they're counting IPO at 140, which is not recognizable nowadays, right? Like, who the fuck counts an IPO? Respectfully. And then
Oh,
they're
okay.
counting, I don't know, for some reason, he was a lineal champion at 126.
and I also think that they're counting his diamond belt down there. If you look at the bottom right there, it says a diamond belt at 122. There's no. Oh yeah, he has an IBF at 122,
Yeah, he has
and
an
he has
IBF
a
at
diamond belt
122.
at 130. So he also has a WBC. Okay, so where is it? What belt? Yeah, they're counting that IBO and that lineal. Yeah, you're right.
That lineal.
Yeah, you're
That
right.
lineal.
But
Yeah.
upon investigation that I got this chart that I put together here of his entire career, I was faced with the truth. I had to make a decision at that point. Do I still keep going with the narrative that he's an 8th division world champion, or do I be honest and say he's a 6th division world champion? Because if I lie for him, then damn it if I don't lie for Hector Camacho. Because Hector Camacho has 7 divisions. He fought in 7 weight divisions. He has 3 world titles, major world titles, in 3 separate weight divisions, and he has 4 minor belts in 4 other weight divisions. Hector Camacho. So he's technically a 7 division world champion, but they don't give him credit for his minor belts. So if you're not going to give my guy credit for his minor belts, why should I give Manny Pacquiao credit for his minor belts?
Nah, we're not counting the IBO. Pack that shit up, bro.
Pack that shit up.
That's
I'm
some
not
boot
counting
shit.
that.
That's some
I'm not
boot shit
counting
right
that.
there.
No fucking way, bro.
Are you counting the lineal?
No, because
Ooh,
you know
let
why?
stock chaser answer. Let
No,
stock
Wait,
chaser answer.
he only had the ring belt. That's what it is.
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Now, hold
reason,
up. Before Stock Chaser answers that, because I'll give him the right to answer it, okay? Because you're right. I'll give him the right to answer it. But here's my rebuttal to that. And I'm gonna make it simple. When they announced Canelo Alvarez as the world champion, do they say it's a 5-belt era or do they say it's a 4-belt era? And
they announced him as undisputed and the ring champion.
In a 4-belt era. And which 4 belts are they acknowledging? The alphabet belts. They don't mention the ring. And since the Ringside magazine is only a trophy that is awarded by what? The best fighting the best, or the number 1 fighting the number 2? So
no, I don't count that. I don't count it. He's a 5 division champ.
He's a 6. He's a 6. Manny Pacquiao had 6, and Oscar De La Hoya has 6, and they're the only 2 men in the world that got 6, and that's where it ends, right there. And to tell you the truth, they didn't even have to lie for Manny Pacquiao because he already beat Floyd Mayweather in divisions. Floyd Mayweather only got 5, but since he was getting knocked out during the time, and he started to lose a little bit of credibility, they had to boost him up as the greatest fighter to ever live. 8 divisions. And when you think about that, Stock Chaser, as a fighter, as a real fighter, you say, wow, that's some Superman shit. I never thought there was a human in the world that can do that. 8 divisions. And this guy all of a sudden is a fucking robot. So when I first heard the story, I thought that, wow, Manny Pacquiao's got to be a above average human. Because even the greatest fighter that I thought in the world. Floyd only has 5. You had to give him 3 more divisions than Floyd. You really had to destroy our American fighter with that Filipino guy to make it look like, no, Manny Pacquiao's the GOAT. Even though Floyd Mayweather beat him, the conversation out there was Manny Pacquiao was the GOAT. It was absurd the way they had him dressed up with 8 divisions. Even in losing to Floyd, he was still the best. And I was just sitting there like baffled, like, what the fuck? And then I did my own investigation and I found out the truth and why they did this. Ahead, any of y'all got something to say about it? Let me know what you think about it.
And let's not forget that this whole lineal shit is becoming popular now because fucking Turkey's making this thing like it's the only belt. That's why everybody's starting to count that shit even more.
Popular though, right? Like all the boxers, obviously, the first belt they want is the green belt. But if you ask them, the second belt that they would all want is to fight for that ring belt. No, unless I'm tripping because I'm kind of new to boxing.
I don't think so. I think that has to do with marketing. It was well said by Terrence Crawford that all of a sudden all the other belts that made him as successful, the Ringside magazine didn't make Terrence Crawford a 3-division, all 4 belt era and gave him the status. That Ringside magazine did not do that for him. What did that for him? The alphabet belts. So at the end of the day, Terrence Crawford is going to retire and say the belts ain't shit, and the Ringside magazine's the real belt. Well said from the man that's paying your check. Turkey Al-Sheikh.
Yo, hold on, listen. I'll turn my mic on for this because me in round 1, I'm happy that he agrees with me that Mayweather's the best ever. And people were trying to make me sound crazy the other day on Johnny's channel because I said that.
Wow.
So I'm happy. That means that we're in agreement and round 1 knows his shit.
Yeah.
Bro, that Mayweather ain't the best ever. Like, and they spoke about it a little bit on TBV. So I'm happy that you agree with me, round 1. We on the same wavelength.
What do you mean I'm lost? That what?
Bro, the conversation was who's the best ever, right?
Okay. Yes.
And it was Coach Bermudez was there, Big Money and Johnny, and I think someone else. And I said Mayweather, and they tried to make it seem like I was tripping a little bit.
Right.
Yeah, and now round 1 saying that is like, oh shit, okay, because round 1 knows his shit, so we on the same wavelength. Like,
No, definitely.
I'm happy you see it that way.
I got Mayweather on my wall for a reason. You know, there's a lot of controversy that comes with Mayweather with his antics in and out of boxing, but his genius I can't ignore. And like I said, I'm truly not biased. He is not Puerto Rican, and I got him on my wall. I should have a picture of Hector Camacho and shit, and I regret that. I want to get one. But
did Mayweather ever fight Trinidad?
No, he never fought Trinidad, but because they were in
Why is
separate
that?
weight divisions. They were different weight divisions, different era,
okay.
different time. They came up in different
What do you
moments.
mean? What do you mean if Oscar De La Hoya fought Trinidad?
Okay, but at the time, Mayweather had already went up, and then he did that 2-year retirement. That's when fighters like Julio, that's like when the fighters like Manny Pacquiao and Felix Trinidad emerged in the boxing world while Mayweather took these breaks. 2-year break can really like just 2 years of a catapult a fighter. Then Oscar agreed to fight Trinidad on a Mexican Puerto Rico rivalry type shit. And so didn't Trinidad fight fucking Roy Jones up there in fucking cruiserweight and
what
lose?
the fuck? Trinidad fought Roy Jones?
Yes.
Damn.
Yeah, he did. Yeah,
Who won
all the
that
way
one?
up there. Trinidad looked fat as fuck
Who
when he
won
fought
that
Roy
one?
Jones.
Hey, hold on, Mr. Quick. I doubt that. He's saying that Floyd would have packed Felix up.
Damn.
Nah.
Would have packed up who?
You're just being biased because you're Puerto Rican, but I think he would have packed Felix up. I'm sorry.
Nah. Bro, he barely packed up. He barely packed up Miguel Cotto. He barely packed up Miguel Cotto, and Trinidad's better than Cotto.
Okay. Wait. The problem with Felix Trinidad is that I think that a lot of people underestimated that little Puerto Rican gallo. He had a basic fighting style, but his check hook was fucking, you make champions off that check hook. His check hook is probably one of the best I've ever seen in boxing. Let's get that right out the way. But everything else, Felix's footwork, was kind of garbage. And he didn't have a lot of a selection of punches, but Felix, what he had, his warrior spirit, his confidence, and his fighting ability was fucking levels above a lot of people. And that's what got him through a lot of that. But if I had to be honest, skill for skill, Mayweather was the type of fighter that you couldn't make a lot of mistakes. And Bernard Hopkins proved that you could figure out Tito Ortiz. He took Tito Ortiz and he made him look basic in New York.
Trinidad.
Who's Tito Ortiz?
Who the fuck
I
is
mean,
Tito Ortiz?
Tito is Felix. You know they call him Tito's.
Yeah, but you
Don't.
said Ortiz. It's Trinidad.
Oh, I'm sorry, Trinidad. I'm sorry, but
Hey, I'm
he
sorry.
made
Round
Trinidad
one. Answer me this
look
question,
basic in
please,
New York.
Bobby.
And I cried that day. Shut up right
Round
now.
one.
Because I
Answer
cried.
me this
Wait,
question.
Hugo. Shut up,
No.
Hugo. Wait.
All right, go.
I was there live. I was in New York City live. I paid $155 for my ticket to watch Tito Trinidad fight against Bernard Hopkins.
Damn, what the fuck was Tito doing up there?
I cried
Tito doing up there?
Walking out of the building when I saw all the Puerto Rican flags hang low. And I got to remind the people, this was during the time that the planes hit the Twin Towers, where the fight was pushed back. And then we had to go watch the fight like a month later or something in New York. I was there, okay? And Tito's my guy, all right? When I'm telling you I fucking cried, I was hurt. But the truth was the truth. He made Tito, Felix Trinidad, Bernard Hopkins, he made him look bad, bro. Tito didn't do shit in that fight. Hopkins took all that away, and he showed that Tito was a one-dimensional fighter. He can fight. He had a certain style, but Bernard Hopkins. And you mean to tell me that if B-Hop can see through Tito Trinidad's fighting, that a superior fighter like Floyd couldn't do it?
Exactly.
Say that to me again. Say that to me again.
Exactly. Yo, round one is cooking, bro. Round one is cooking.
Round one.
I love my fighters, but I'm not biased. I'm not going to be biased.
I am biased.
Educate me a little bit.
You see the flag? Fucking R.
One question for you, Papi.
Hey, Frontline, keep my Puerto Rican thing alive when I can't be biased. Keep saying it.
Round one.
He's my alter ego. Frontline.
Educate me a little bit. Round one. I'm new to boxing, bro. I don't want to sound like an amateur, but mic check.
Yep, I got you.
Hey, round one. Talk to me a little bit about Antonio Margarito. What was he in this whole mix here?
Come on, man. I don't want to talk about that dude, bro. I really don't want to talk about him. Like, look, stock takers, you want to take it from here? What you want?
Listen. At the end of the day, it's simple, bro. And I'm happy that round one sees it like me, bro. Look, I grew up on Mayweather. That's why, like, yeah, people talk to me. Oh, Muhammad Ali. Yeah, Muhammad Ali is legendary. He did a lot. I wasn't around for Muhammad Ali and everything he did. Like, I respect him, I love him, but I grew up on Mayweather. And what I'm trying to say, that skill set, nobody beats Mayweather in that ring at his prime. Nobody. Stop it.
He was truly the definition of ahead of his time, Mayweather. He's the true definition of a fighter, and that we look up, or an athlete, and you look back and you say, that guy was ahead of his time. That's Mayweather. You got to give him his credit.
Listen. It could be a split decision, majority decision.
How excited
Mayweather?
was he to watch? Yeah.
Okay, Hugo. There's two parts of Mayweather, just like Kobe. When Kobe wore the number 8 and the number 24, he had two halves of his career, just like Mayweather. And you got to understand that, because Mayweather, when he was pretty boy, he was a monster, just like Naoya Inoue. He was a true monster.
Who did he knock out?
He was knocking everybody out. He was vicious. He took Diego Corrales, an unbeaten fighter, much taller. He beat the fuck out of that man. Yo, it was a one-sided event. Mayweather was ahead of his time. Now, what the boxing gods, sometimes you don't get everything. And what they gave Mayweather was the skills, the cat-like reflexes, the understanding of boxing, but they gave him brittle hands. So he didn't get all the gifts from the gods, but he got enough. And Mayweather was smart enough to adapt. what he did at the tail end of his career, he's mostly criticized, Hugo. But if you ask me, that was some fucking amazing shit at the end of his career, because I understand Mayweather at a different level. How the fuck did you change up your whole fighting style, develop a new fighting style, and still dominate? Nobody
Listen,
wants to talk about that. Nobody
dominate in
wants
the
to say
ring, dominate in the ring, and dominate in views, pay-per-views, records. Yeah, he was boring, but people wanted to see him lose. Master market, bro. Master inside and outside that ring, bro. Like, y'all gotta stop, man.
it
Y'all
was
gotta stop.
it was crazy. Mayweather's the
Talk
way
to me.
his
All right, look,
was
look, look.
genius
I'm
was
reading right now in the chat. Talk to me about why he dug that Paul Williams smoke, the
okay.
Punisher.
The Paul Williams smoke, that was just another case of Terrence Crawford and Jerron Boots Ennis. Same situation. All right. When Jerron Boots Ennis called out Terrence Crawford, they were just in two different points in their career. Paul Williams just wanted a free ride to the top, and he was pulling on Superman's cape with all that height and everything, and the fact that he was knocking people out. But we saw what happened to Paul Williams, and they packed him up. But Paul
Who packed
Williams and
him up? Who
Mayweather, they
packed
were
him
just that Spaniard, what's his name? That he was fucking good too, but he had two bad knees. At the end, his knees gave out on him. What's
Sergio
his fucking
Martinez?
name? Yeah, he knocked the shit out of fucking Paul Williams with a fucking left check hook out of this world. Paul Williams got knocked out with his eyes open. He hit the
Damn.
ground. His face was like this. It was crazy. But anyway, what I'm saying to you is, he didn't duck Paul Williams.
They were just in two different stages.
Yes, that's
Paul
it.
Williams didn't have nothing to offer him.
Nothing,
No title?
nothing to offer him except that he was a young man coming up. That's it.
What it
Talk to me
also
about
was that
Mallorca.
I need to
How was
understand.
Mallorca? Oh, go ahead, go ahead.
Wait,
Go
hold
ahead.
on. Listen,
Go
Mayweather.
ahead, sorry.
People say he dug this and that, bro. He just made the biggest fights. That's all he did. He got to the point, like in the second half of his career, if there wasn't a big fight, what am I gonna fight? Someone who and he made a lot of money fighting the Spanish dude, setting up the Mexicans, fighting bro. 24 world
Madonna.
championship fights back to back to back. Like Madonna, that was a crazy fight. That was a crazy fight. Like, but at the end of the day, he did that rematch again, and what he did, sunned him in that second.
Madonna,
Sunned
he
him.
fought Madonna because he beat AB.
AB.
Yes, because
Talk to me
Floyd.
about that. Why didn't Floyd ever fight AB? Is that like a Keyshawn and
Because wait a
Keyshawn
minute,
Shakur?
slow down, Hugo. Okay, first of all, let's remember that all the American fighters are actually fighting under the same umbrella. AB, Floyd, all of them, whether they get along or not, you're representing America, and Floyd knows that. Floyd knew that AB represented America. When Madonna did that to AB, what was AB considered when Floyd had to come back? The next Floyd, AB. And then AB fucked up Floyd's name by everybody saying that he was going to be the next AB, and having a meltdown. Felt Mayweather must have felt like he wasn't representing me good enough. Let me show you what the real Floyd Mayweather does. And he came back to the game and fought Madonna to a close fight, the first one, and in the second fight, he wiped down Madonna. But Floyd came back because AB was actually having a meltdown under the pretense that he was the next Mayweather. So he was actually damaging the Mayweather's image when Mayweather gave him the nod, and AB started to fall apart. So in order to fix all of that, Mayweather himself came back and beat Madonna not once but twice. That's his.
And then Madonna got cashed out, got 2 big paychecks, and never came back.
Well, that's the rest of his that, yeah. But
last one, round one, last one. Talk to me about Ricardo Mayorga.
What do you
The
want to talk
the
about?
wild boy, the
Like
cigarette
who was
smoking
he?
wild. That he was a
Because I
wild boy.
yeah.
Okay,
Like who the
okay.
fuck was this guy? World champion, but like how is he like another Rolly case? Like just
He's
lusty son of a
definitely
gun?
100. You heard me say that before. He's definitely the modern. Rolly is the modern day Mayoga today. He
Oh
reminds me of
shit.
Mayoga so much. He's the type of fighter, Mayoga, back then, that when we first saw him, we said this wild guy is gonna get knocked out. And then he went and beat Virgin Forest. And like he beat big guys. He got in there with Sugar Mosley. He fucking got in there with Felix Trinidad. Like Mayorga was all over the place, but I gotta be honest, I never thought that Mayorga was gonna beat some of these guys that he beat, just like Rolly. I didn't think that Rolly was gonna beat Ryan. No, I didn't think that
Word.
Rolly was gonna win half the fights that he won. For his look
Word.
what Rolly looks like. Let's just be honest. And that's why I like Rolly now. Because now I see Rolly as, God damn it, if you could dream it big, you can achieve it. Without the skills and shit, I gotta tip my hat off to Rolly. He had the balls to go after a world championship, and the motherfucker
Three
didn't win it
division world
once, not
champion.
twice, but
Three
three
division world
times.
champion. Three division
Huh?
world champion.
No, he's not a 3-division world champion. He's a 3-time world champion. There's a difference.
130. No, Papi. 135 WBA. No. 140 WBA. He lost to Pitbull Cruz, and now 147. He just got elevated, Papi.
Okay, Papi. Let me explain something to you.
All right, go
The
ahead.
WBA is one of the worst organizations right now. They're getting a lot of scrutiny. That's why they got kicked off of Box Rec, because their
Oh,
belt
shit.
system and what they're considering their world champions is bullshit. What the
Okay.
WBA is trying to sell to you right now, they just did to you, in fact, that you believe that Rolly was a champion in 3 separate weight divisions. Because how could he be the world champion? Like, okay, for instance, how the fuck was Tank Davis 135 WBA world champion if Devin Haney had all 4 belts at the exact same time?
Because he had the regular one. He had
Okay,
the intern. He had the intern.
now, stop right there. Stop right there. Under the definition of an interim or regular belt means you have a piece of a world championship. You do not
Yes.
have full status. So how can
Word.
you be considered a world champion if you only have a piece of a world championship? If Rolly did not have full status of that WBA champion, there cannot be 2 simultaneous champions in the same weight division coexisting. You
Mm.
understand? So when Tank Davis fought Mario Barrio for the 140 regular belt, Tank Davis did not get credit for 140 because at the time, Josh Taylor had all 4 belts. Do you understand?
No, I think Tank Davis does get credit because he's a
I don't give a fuck
quote-unquote
what
fourth
the fake
division.
records of that bullshit records is telling you. I don't care. Because at the end of the day, the Hall of Fame does not play around. And that's when shit gets tightened up and all corrected. Yes,
Word.
ESPN can tell you whatever they want. Yeah, they can announce them. They have the right. Because legally, they're not lying to you. He does have a piece of a champion, and he has the right to be announced as one. If you're a hardcore fan and you start looking up the rules of the belts and you realize when you contact the major sanctioning bodies and you ask them over the phone, do you consider your interim and regular champion a real world champion? And when them themselves tell you, no, we do not. The people that make the belts do not consider them a world champion. Neither do I.
I have to
So
challenge you on
hold
that one,
on,
round
Hugo,
one. I have to challenge you on.
Hugo.
Go ahead,
Hold
sir.
on,
Go
real
ahead.
quick,
Go
Hugo.
ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir.
I gotta keep turning my camera on for this because it's ridiculous. Where are you going with Rolly, bro? Like, what? Why are you bringing up Rolly, the duck that just ducked in broad daylight? Nasty, disgusting word.
He done Devin
Nah,
Haney in broad daylight.
Look, Stock Chaser. Like what Rolly's doing is he's wanting a big payday. He's seeing how these big guys are getting big paydays and the $10 million
Hugo, say the truth.
already.
Rolly can't fuck with Devin.
Hold on.
All right, go ahead.
So
Go ahead.
I see Rolly weighing his options, being hard to get, and saying, I
Quack.
don't want to fight Devin Haney until you pay
Quack.
me $10 million. And when
Quack.
those
Hugo.
$10 million gets
Quack.
put on the table, Rolando Rolly Romero is going to sign that
Quack.
contract, and they're going to go head to head with Devin the Dream Debo Haney.
Yo, do you
10
know what
million.
Rolly's gonna end up doing? Rolly's gonna end up in a forced mandatory with Giasov, and Giasov's gonna wipe the floor with Rolly, bro. I'm saying it now.
Oh shit!
Giasov is gonna
I
beat
forgot that
Rolly.
one. Wait, yeah, that's true, bro. Because Giasov been waiting his turn. He's been waiting his
And
turn ever since Boots.
and
No, you're right.
and
Yeah, you're right on
and
that
he
one.
said he's not taking no step aside money or whatever. And the only step aside money and the only money out here is that Saudi Arabia money, and that's with Dev. So what fights does Rolly have to make, bro? I don't understand. It's a straight
Nah,
duck, bro.
Rody could do an in-house fight at 147 with Mario Barrios or the winner of him and Ryan Garcia. That'll be a big fight.
Yeah,
Hold
but
on.
MGM.
It wasn't he mandated already to fight Giasov, or I'm bugging.
No, yeah, he was, but I don't think Giasov team has forced the mandatory.
Bro, they said that they're not ducking. Google it. They said that they're
Okay.
not taking step aside or nothing. They want their shot, bro. That shit gonna
Yeah,
fuck
for
around and
sure.
go to purse bid. It's gonna go to
Yeah.
purse bid, bro. What is Rolly
Nah,
talking about?
I think Matchroom will pick it up. Because let's not forget that Giasov is with Matchroom. Matchroom paid him the step aside money for Jerome Butsenes can do the unification with Stañones. But yeah, man, look, I got Rolly Romero on that fight. I
against
got Rolly
who?
Romero
Against
on that
who?
fight.
Against who?
Giasov.
Giasov. You got Rolly in the
Yeah.
fight?
I got
Okay,
Yo,
Rolly in
look
that
at
fight.
the yo, what the fuck is that round one? Hold on. What the fuck you got going?
Wait, what you got on?
Yo, listen,
What you
that's
got
me.
on?
Huh? No, because I was fucking around with you with the little hands.
Oh,
Yo, listen.
shit, what the fuck? Hey, bro, put the Yocaste Valle hands away. She already
Yo,
fought yesterday.
listen. Because Rolly's
Yo, I thought I was
already putting
tweaking.
his hands on everybody. So, they might be little hands, but still, Anyway, yo, listen. I like Rolly. He's good for boxing. He's definitely somebody that, whenever he's around or talking, I definitely tune in because, he brings a lot to boxing. His performance against Ryan, I got to give him credit for that. And I admire Rolly. I admire Rolly as a fighter. He's not the most skilled. He's not the best fighter, I think, but he's definitely an entity and a force in boxing. Whatever he decides to do, I respect Rolly. I have nothing but uh, you know, great, great things to say about Rolly because I think that his story by itself, like he's really the underdog. He was the underdog in the Tank. He was the underdog in the Ryan. He's really always been the underdog. And that attracts me to boxing, people that really um, go for it. So in that aspect, I don't have anything bad to say of Rolly. As far as the most skilled fighters, that's where the truth would come out. I don't view him as one of the most skilled technical boxers or even power punchers. No, I don't see him like that. But I like Rolly. I like Rolly. He's 100%, in my opinion, good for boxing. 100%. And who knows, what role he takes, but I can personally tell you, I'm with Stock Chaser on this one. Yeah, I kind of think he's ducking Devin Haney. He's using these bullshit excuses like Devin's boring in order not to fight him. That's the truth. Okay. Because just not because you don't want to come out as a fighter and say he's a better fighter than me. So what you're going to do is try to discredit him by calling him boring. So right there, that's where the record scratches.
Though? Do you think?
Yeah, but that's where no. Listen, that's where the record scratches for me. You can weigh out your options by not discrediting another fighter such as Devin Haney. He's already got a lot of scrutiny in his career. Devin Haney's been the type of fighter that, unfortunately, Devin Haney's popularity didn't grow by the performances in the ring, rather than the criticism he got from his contemporaries, the people at his job boxing. You notice that the rumor came out that Devin Haney was pillow fisted by who? Tank Davis, Shakur Stevenson, Teofimo Lopez, all backed up this. And you got to step back for a second and really look at the picture and say to yourself, everybody that was calling them pillow fisted never fought him in the ring.
Word.
Tank, how the fuck do you know that man's pillow fisted if you never
because
fought
they
him?
sparred.
How about
Because
you,
they
Tio?
sparred.
How about you,
Because they
Shakur?
sparred.
I don't
Because they
give a
sparred.
Listen,
no. You spar with 16-ounce gloves and headgear. Don't give me that
Oh,
shit.
Okay. My bad.
let me look. Let me add this. Was Haney Norman not one of the biggest fights this year? Yes or no?
It was.
It was one of the. Let's talk chasers. Oh, well, go ahead, round one. You know, but I definitely want to give my opinion on that. Let me give my opinion on that after.
Here's my true assessment on the Devin Haney fight, right? For all the people that believe that Devin Haney took this snack shit and all of a sudden became a superior fighter because they're trying to discredit him for the Brian Norman Jr. win, right? They're trying to say all of a sudden Devin Haney came out and had this stellar performance and had this power we've never seen before, and he dropped Brian Norman Jr. And I'm like, people, stop with the bullshit, pump your brakes, right? Because when Brian Norman Jr. fought Devin Haney had that same power he dropped Regis Progress with. He fought the same exact way, and he even fought more cautious in the Brian Norman Jr. fight than he did in the Regis fight. So in the Regis fight, he actually looked better. So where is this snack-driven Devin Haney that was a superior fighter? No. What you saw in there was a fighter that had to remind the world who he was. That's it. And then he did it, but he did it cautious. He did it smart against Brian Norman Jr. He picked his moments in the fight. Once he saw he had the fight that he felt like he was winning, Devin put it in cruise control, and he just outboxed him. That's it. That's all you saw. So all this snack shit that Devin's on drugs, that he's a superior fighter, that he already got this power. No, that's just vintage Devin Haney.
Can I
He
add
just has
this?
to remind you who he
Look,
was. That's
Can I
my
add
opinion.
this real quick, just on that aspect, because I don't want to go down the Devin Haney hole, but I'm gonna add this. Devin was draining himself. So at 147, everyone who knew expected him to be stronger. That's just common sense, bro. He was draining himself to make the fights down there with Loma. He tried to fight Tank, tried to fight Shakur, didn't work out. And what I'm trying to say is that going forward, I see Devin Haney maybe going up to 154, 160 when everything is said and done. He's a big boy. He's a big boy. So the snack shit and all that shit is nonsense. Everybody expected him to get knocked out by Norman Jr. And Norman Jr. got washed, bro. Controlled, manipulated, manhandled, bro. And that was a big fight. That's all I'm trying to say. It was a big fight this year.
Look, in my opinion, that was definitely one of the biggest fights this year. I actually had no other option but to buy that pay-per-view. And I bought it with the expectation of a good fight. Other than the second round knockdown, salute to Devin the Dream Haney. It was just a clinching fight. It was just a let me get in there, jab, clinch. Let me get in there, jab, and clinch. Like
Devin wasn't clinching. Norman Jr. was clinching. He was smothering himself.
Well, Hugo.
Go ahead.
That's exactly what I mean. That's exactly what I mean under the pretense that I said he actually fought more cautious in the Brian Norman Jr. fight than he did in the Regis Progress with a lot less clinching. Caution is what I speak of with the clinching, where that he was stopping the action sometimes on the inside. But you can't say that all came from Devin Haney, because there was a lot of times in the fight where Brian Norman initiated the clinching. And then Devin, so it came from both sides if you really watch the fight. Okay. So he was cautious. And I said that. I was honest with you. Okay. But now, Devin's situation and the ridicule, what I bring all of this up now to come full circle with it, is that in actuality, Devin Haney's career was fought and won and lost outside of the ring. Because inside of the ring, Devin actually fought everybody we wanted him to.
Hold on. Look at your comments. Look at your comments. Look how they're dragging Dev. Read your comments, bro. I love it. It's hilarious. This is why I like
Devin never.
Oh my God, dragging him.
An elite level boxer. So he never fought Lomachenko, a two-time gold medalist? That's not an elite
You
boxer.
can't bring up the Lomachenko fight because the Lomachenko fight, in a lot of the eyes of the public, it was a controversial fight. It wasn't
Why?
a one-sided fight, brother.
Okay. What was? Explain the controversy for me. Tell me what
Some
some of the
people thought
controversy.
that Devin was Lomachenko had him figured out towards the middle of the fight, and a lot of people thought that Lomachenko won the majority of the rounds.
Okay. Besides opinions are like assholes, right? One of the biggest things that Devin Haney was criticized for was that he was a weight bully and that Lomachenko
Exactly.
was a smaller guy. Okay, now I wanna deflate that. I don't believe that because under the pretense that when was Lomachenko the bigger guy in any of his fights? I'll wait. So
I think he was the bigger guy in the.
He was
Hold
never
on,
the
though,
bigger
bro.
guy.
Let me answer the question, brother.
All right, go ahead.
I think, in my opinion, I seen him towards the later end of his career, but if I'm not mistaken, he was maybe the bigger guy when he fought the Russell brother.
The Russell brother? No,
Yeah.
they were exactly the same height, and actually, the Russell brother was an inch taller on BoxRec. But anyway, listen to me. When you try to use that bait about Loma being a small guy and Devin Haney being a weight bully, Loma actually fought everybody bigger than him. So you would have to say everybody was being a weight bully to Loma. You can't just single out. You just can't single out Devin Haney. Hold on.
I think that they're not just pointing at that fight. I think they're also pointing.
Okay,
at
hold on, and I'm gonna get
ahead,
there.
sir.
I'm gonna break it down. Allow me to speak.
Sir.
Okay,
Go ahead,
now the reason why Loma and Devin fought in the first place is because Devin turned around because he was already moving up because he had already told the world he was struggling to make the weight. He stopped to fight Loma because you forced him. Because in actuality, Loma never deserved that fight. So let's just keep it funky. Lomachenko avoided Devin Haney when he was 19 and he franchised his belt, vacated, and gave it to the young Devin Haney because he refused to fight him and he fought Tio. So that's where the ducking started. So let's just bring it back to reality. So when he fought Devin, right, Loma came back to the sport saying, my dream is to be undisputed. So you went and let young Devin Haney do all the heavy lifting, got all the belts, and you snuck in through the back door and you wanted the world to honor it. So Devin Haney said, you know what? If I fucking leave the division, they're going to say I ducked Loma.
No,
so now I gotta be
I heard a different story. I heard a different story.
I gotta cut weight. No, that's the fucking truth, bro.
I heard that it was part of the contract. I heard that it was part of the ESPN
Hugo.
contract. Go ahead, sir.
Hold on, look, real quick, because round one, look how we're going down the Devin black hole, and it's not because of me, but it's because Hugo brought up Romero, right? Rolly. I said Rolly dug Dev. Now, this is the point real quick that I'm making, Hugo, and you can't deny this, and no one else in the chat can. Devin got to 147. He fought the number one welterweight. That is undeniable, and everyone damn near had him getting knocked out by Brian Norman Jr. That's the truth, right?
Time out.
Hold on.
No,
Go ahead.
Let me sneak this in real quick. He was the number one welterweight at that time, but let's not forget that Jerome Boots Ennis was barely moved up. So it's not like if Brian Norman was fucking controlling the division for a whole year. He was just the number one for a couple of months. Let's not forget that.
Okay, look, we're not.
Wait. You
start
chicken. But Hugo, I mean, I hear you're passionate about your argument, but you're also agreeing with Stock Shakers. Even if you say that he was the number one for a small period of time, the correct answer was he was number one, wasn't he?
Exactly.
For a small period of time.
I don't care.
A couple of months.
When he went into the fight with Devin Haney, was he considered number one, yes or no, during that time?
He was the newly crowned number one.
Beating around the bush. Stop beating around the bush. I don't care if it was for a week, an hour, or a day. The truth is the truth, and you had to give Brian Norman Jr. the credit for what he went into the fight with. The number one. 147 pounder in the
And
world.
and look, and
That's how we're gonna
look,
judge it.
Go
and
ahead,
let me
sir.
finish my argument. Let me finish my argument.
Yeah,
Right,
go ahead,
Boots
sir.
had an opportunity to fight. He had an opportunity to fight Norman Jr. and apparently Boots wasn't as ready to go as Dev was because Dev
Right.
made that fight
I
immediately.
remember
Right,
that.
look, that's one thing. Right.
Yep.
Second, Dev gets to 147 and he wants to unify. He tried to unify with Rolly duck. Now he's trying to unify with Lewis Crocker and he's trying to take the fight. At the end of the day, who else is unifying besides the smaller weight classes? I mean, look at everybody at 140. No one's unifying, bro. So it's crazy that y'all try to kill Dev for doing. He's trying to unify, bro. He's fighting champions. What is the problem, bro? I don't understand y'all dudes.
Sorry, sir, but Xander Zayas is trying to unify at 154, at 160, and Lisandi Lara wanted to unify with Johnny Beck. So we got people trying to unify divisions too, respectfully.
And this thing about Devin Haney having low viewership, right? And all this that he doesn't sell tickets. I want you guys to know that where you're getting your information from is other promoters, other sharks that are discrediting other fighters other than their own fighters. Remember that. If Devin Haney was not truly selling out, he would not be getting paid that much money because even Turkey is not a fool. Okay.
Come on, bro. We all know Turkey is giving out big paychecks. He doesn't care about
Okay,
tickets.
Hugo, slow down. That's a lie too. That's a fucking lie. I'm here to tell you that you are going to hear a lot of these reports coming out from Turkey, million, 60, 30 thrown around. And some of these things are lies, unfortunately. And I know this in boxing.
Oh, damn.
But I go along with it because it brings eyes to the sport, the amount of money. So I kind of on that aspect, I turn a blind eye. It's kind of the same thing I shed light on Terrence Crawford, that he was the one that kind of revealed it when they said they gave him $10 million to that tune-up fight between Errol Spence Jr., where his gloves ripped apart.
Adesanya.
Right. So they said they gave him
Adesanya.
10 million, and then Terrence was like, no, I really didn't get paid that much money, that like there, right? Sometimes it's a little true, sometimes they embellish a little in boxing, so I know that.
Yo,
Okay.
round one, real quick. Salute Ryan, the sixth guard. He's in the chat. Read what he said. Right there.
Ryan, let's see here. Let's put it up on the thing.
Boxing talk up north.
Yup. He goes, Boots got like 30 something wins and not one single name.
What do you mean? He
see
beat
that, right?
Santillan. I mean, he beat Steniones. That's a fucking name. He was a
Bro,
reigning 147-pound WBA champion. That's a name.
He did the biggest purse and the biggest ring card. You see what I'm saying, boxing up north? You see this shit Hugo was saying that Devin don't sell. Hugo doesn't understand that where he's getting his information from or from boxing promoters that are just hating on Devin. When in actuality, he's selling out places. He really
What
is.
places did he sell out? So I could Google this. What place did he sell out? So I
Listen,
could
hold
Google
on,
it.
Hugo. Hold on, round one. Look, Hugo. He when he fought Pro Grace, he fought him in the Bay where the Golden State Warriors play, and that shit sold 14,000
Okay, Hugo,
tickets. What the
Hugo,
fuck
you
you talking
can't
about?
tell me with a straight. Wait, stop, Hugo. Stop, Hugo.
And they
I
gave
don't
out
want
a
you to
lot of
embarrass
tickets.
yourself no more, Hugo. Okay, wait a minute. You mean to tell
Go
me with
ahead.
a straight face, Devin Haney in Australia with George Camboza twice didn't pack out those fucking Australian?
Bro, we all know that was because of George Cambosos,
No,
dog.
it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
Oh my god!
didn't-
So you're
okay.
telling me that George Cambosos didn't sell it out with Lomachenko?
Oh, yo, check this out. Check this out. First of all, Hugo, you're going a little bit too fast, right? Because first of all, what you're saying makes no sense. That George Camboza all of a sudden was this big, huge Australian star when he was all a champion for 10 seconds against Teofimo Lopez. His very next title defense was against Devin Haney. It wasn't like he was a champion in Australia for a long period of time and the Australians adopted him and they came out to see him. You got to admit that the event sold in Australia due to the part that an American young fighter as Devin Haney went to Australia, which made it very interesting, which made it war, which brought out the Australian fans. Even to this day, George Kamboza is not viewed as the best Australian fighter ever. Shit, he has to fight Tim Tszyu for that title. And Tim Tszyu's not the greatest fighter, Australian fighter ever. Okay? So when he packed up that arena, the American crossed seas. All right? So don't try to discredit Devin Haney. I'm trying to tell you. And when he sold it out the second time, George Kamboza was no longer the champion. Devin Haney had all 4 belts the second time. So who'd they come out to see? They were wishing their guy did it, but they knew Devin was the champion. So, and then Devin took the show on the road and fought Loma and sold it out. And then Devin fought Regis Progress and sold it out. And then Devin fought Ryan Garcia and sold it out. So I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Yo, round 1 is cooking, but let me add this. You know that if you fight Devin, Teal, how much did he get offered to fight Devin?
11
tell
million.
me how much you go.
11 million.
Yo, you hear that round 1?
Yeah,
you hear that?
I hear it.
11. How much he's making with Shakur right now?
He'll probably be making 8, in my opinion.
So
You don't know
Devin's
that
opponents.
That's an opinion.
So Devin's opponents are getting the bag. So explain to me who the fuck cares if he sells or not.
Because Turki Al-Ashi and him are boys. Turki Al-Ashi is making the big paydays, brother.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is,
there will be
Hugo,
no big paydays, brother.
Hugo, look, we ended up here because of Rolly. You brought up Rolly. What I'm trying to say, Rolly fighting Dev is his biggest bag. So this ain't about money. This is about he doesn't want to fight Dev, bro. That's why we're here. That's why we're having this conversation.
In my opinion, he's weighing out his options, brother. I've told you this plenty of times. He's waiting for that big $10 million payday from Turki Al-Ashi. That's just what it's gonna be. He's weighing out his options, brother. You know, he's not gonna go for the first. He's not gonna go for the first offer. He holds a championship belt at 147. Bro, he's weighing out his options, but I think eventually, if they make him a good offer, in my opinion, personally, I do think that he'll take the fight.
All right, let me answer this question that's right up here. Okay, let's read this over right here. Mr. Quick right here has something interesting to say, and I just want to break this down. When Boots unified and had the ring belt at 147 and was looking to move up, Debo did not want smoke, meaning Debo is Devin Haney, meaning Debo was the Duran Boots Ennis had the belts at 147 and so forth and so forth. And I want to debunk
please do
right here, real quick. Yeah, this is just bullshit right here because
what's bullshit about that? What's bullshit about that?
First of all, at the time, Devin Haney never fought at 147. He had a catch weight with Jose at 144. Know your history.
Considered 147.
Hold on.
147.
Hold on. Know your history.
Ahead,
know your history. He had never fought at 147 officially, Devin Haney, never. He fought at a catch weight. We cannot ignore that. Meaning he never made the 147-pound championship, and he wasn't in Duran Boots' division. By saying that Duran Boots and Devin ducked him, he would at least be in the division, fight somebody in the division, be in his ranking, and then avoid him. You want to know what a real duck looks like? Virgil Ortiz, when he was the number 1 to Terrence Crawford for almost 2 years and the mandatory. And mysteriously, I know you didn't like that one. That was going to sting. That's why I brought it up. But let me tell you something right now. That's a real duck. I'm going to tell you the difference between a duck and not a duck. Devin never had the opportunity to be in with Duran Boots Ennis. It's just
now,
like
saying,
hold
on, Hugo.
Hold on. You know what's a duck when Duran Boots Ennis and Matchroom send an offer to Xander Zayas and they turned it down. That's a duck.
Stop it.
Xander Zayas.
Look. Salute Mr. Quick, because Mr. Quick trying to cook. But look, let me tell y'all something. When y'all remember when Turki Al-Ashi came to TBV, he said that he couldn't work with Boots because Boots wanted 3 tune-ups at 154. And hold on, wait, let me cook.
Hugo.
All right,
Let
sorry,
me
sorry.
cook.
Go ahead, sir.
And
Go ahead,
and
sir. Go
then
ahead.
and then Turkey said he was having trouble making fights for Dev because motherfuckers was ducking. So hold up. So there was a fight on the table between Boots and Dev, and Boots said, "We'll do it at 152," and Dev said he would have taken it at 147. He said that, bro, out of his mouth. What are we talking about?
Well, yeah, bro,
Yeah,
but
but
you know that
another
Jerron
thing is,
Bucenis was already struggling to make
hold on,
145
hold on,
and
hold on, hold on,
die.
hold on, hold on, hold on,
He was
hold
already
on.
struggling. Like,
Okay, but wait,
ain't
wait, wait,
no
wait,
run
wait, wait,
around
wait.
here. It's not like if Jerron Bucenis was new to the division. He was already struggling to make 147. He told him, "Yo, brother, come up here, bring your big ass up here to 152, and we'll get to popping."
Okay. Hold up a second. Hold up a second.
Go ahead, sir.
Let's just talk boxing, chop it up a little bit. Let's slow down. Okay. Jerron Bucenis, first of all, when he was coming up, he a very remarkable talent, I felt, and he was fighting the right fights. Due in fact to his promotional company, and his promoter himself dying. When he died, Jerron Boots Ennis was going through a point in his career of a year where that he couldn't fight because he was still signed to that guy. That guy's wife picked up everything on Jerron Boots Ennis. All the contracts that her husband had, they went to her. She didn't want to let Jerron Boots Ennis out of his contract. So Jerron Boots Ennis was even allowed to fight like this gimme fight. So there was a point in time in Jerron Boots Ennis' career where his career was stalled out. And you guys didn't understand where the fuck is Jerron Boots Ennis and why isn't he fighting? Secretly, he was going behind that drama in the courtroom. He was fighting a battle in the courtroom, and it took over a year. By the time Jerron Boots Ennis got back on the scene and he started fighting, he ran into Karen. Once Karen came out of left field and no one knew about Karen, and he gave Jerron Boots Ennis a fight, that the problem was Jerron Boots Ennis didn't have a lot of time to prepare for him, and he didn't have a lot of video study. And Jerron was believing all the hype in his head that he was the fucking phenom, he could beat everybody.
Well,
But
bro,
Karen proved
he had that great, spectacular performance with Roman Villa. Remember
Wait,
that performance?
stop.
Like the
Yes,
slow motion.
I know who Jerron Boots Ennis is, but the Karen fight was really important for his career. And then it was so much important that the fans demanded for him to run it back. See, all the other fights, he was looking dominant. He was looking like the next best thing. Then what I believe, Boots Ennis fucked up. And a lot of casuals took it like, Jerron Boots Ennis is challenging Terrence Crawford. And I think that's where he fucked up. Okay? That's where he really fucked up as a fighter.
But
Because what happened was Jerron Boots Ennis got caught up with Terrence Crawford on this podcast. I'm not sure if it was Najee Cigar Talk or one of them. It was one of them. And Jerron Boots Ennis got up there and got dog checked by Terrence Crawford, and reality set in, where that Terrence Crawford told Jerron Boots Ennis, who the fuck you think you are? What have you done? What champions have you beat to make you think that I need to turn around for you? Because so far, I'm going this way in my career. And Jerron Boots Ennis, you sound like a sad puppy trying to pull on Superman's cape for a free ride to the top, when at that point, when you were calling out Terrence Crawford, you hadn't even win a single belt. Oh, wait, your first belt came from Mr. Terrence Crawford that they stripped him of the
Vacating it.
IBF.
Yep.
That's where your first belt came from, that you didn't even win it in the ring. And you have the audacity, the fucking audacity, to think that the world thinks that I'm scared of you, Terrence Crawford, of Jerron Boots Ennis? You really
It
think?
reminds me a lot of the.
Get the fuck out of here, bro.
It reminds me a lot of. Hold on.
was going nowhere against that man.
Yep, look. It reminds me a lot of that 19-year-old Devin Haney that was trying to get that opportunity with Lomachenko, right?
No,
so then
Devin was serious.
So then you're
Devin was
bashing
serious.
You're okay.
No.
Then so Jerron Boots Ennis was serious too.
No.
Was
There's a
serious
difference.
too,
There's a difference.
okay,
There's a difference.
Here we go.
Let me break it down. Let me break down the difference. The difference between Lomachenko and Devin Haney's situation, Lomachenko was an established world champion, right? He was an established world champion and a two-time gold medalist, and he was young enough to fight Teo. He was young enough to go and bang with Teo. What was the excuse with fighting 19-year-old Devin? You see? So when Loma went out there and fought Teo, he proved it wasn't an age thing. Had Terrence Crawford went backwards and fought anybody else but Jerron Boots Ennis at 147, and he fought in the division, now he's ducking Jerron Boots Ennis. Now you got a case. The fact that Terrence Crawford never fought again, not a single time at 147, he went up to 154. How can you call me in a duck in the division I never fought again in? Lomachenko fought in that division with Devin and Teo after that. And you vacated your belt to avoid him.
And
That's a different situation, baby.
look, you 100% correct. And let me add this, because Frontline jumped off because we talking about Dev. No, we're not talking about Dev. We're talking about Rolly that Hugo brought up, and then the conversation turned to Boots. Why did Boots go to 154 and fight for the IBO championship when he could have fought any of the champions with the backing he got with Eddie Hearn? Why didn't he fight a champion? This is the conversation that we're having.
Chasers. They were busy
Oh my
stock
God.
chasers.
Bakram wasn't busy. Stop lying.
Sanders,
Bakram wasn't busy. Bakram.
yeah, no, hold on. Bakram was already in talks for his mandatory IPF mandatory, because remember, when you win a vacant IPF belt, you need to do one mandatory, and that's what he was in line for, his mandatory. Xander Zayas was in talks with unification with Abbas Baroud, and then who's the other?
What are
Sebastian
you
Fundora
talking
was
about? You're
already
mixing the
in
time
line.
frames.
Are we fucking-
You're mixing up time frames. You can't
How's
tell
that?
me. You can't tell me that Xander Zaya was in negotiation with Baru during the time that these guys were dugging each other. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I was just saying that he's saying that why didn't Jerome Buchanan go fight any of the champions? And if my timeline is correctly, you can fact check me, bro. But from what I remember is that Jerome Buchanan was getting into the division, and at the time that he was getting into the division, Xander Zayas was already a champion, and he was already looking to unify with Abbas Baroud.
Yes.
Okay, so that takes
correct.
two champions. So that takes
Okay,
two
now,
champions away.
now, here's the thing with Jerron Boots Ennis, right?
Go ahead,
He had two belts at 147. He moved up to 154. The one thing I know about Jerron,
three belts.
the Ringside magazines, get the fuck out of here, bro. So anyway,
oh my God.
he had the WBA and the IBF. That's all he
and
had.
the Ring Magazine, the #1 in the division.
Shut the hell up with that Ringside. Run that shit on your chest. Anyway, listen, he had two belts. They called him unified for two belts, not unified for three belts, okay? So that's what the record books say. And that's what I'm going to say. So anyway, so when he moved up to the division, I got to admit that Jerron Boots Ennis is a very skilled fighter. He just, I'm not the type of guy that will put the cart before the horse. I try to be transparent and very honest. You know, I could be wrong sometimes and I could be right a lot of times, right? But the thing is that I don't want you to get the impression that I don't see Jerron Boots Ennis for the talent he is. I picked out and I described his unfortunate events with his promoter, his situations, what occurred with him in the ring. That's all I could hold him for. That's it. Now, him going up to 154 brightens up the 154. In my opinion, the 154 is the best division right now in all of boxing. 154. I think that's where the most smoke is. My opinion. Okay. With his new entry, but I can't help but notice that the consensus say Jerron Boots Ennis is the best fighter up there. The consensus, yes.
Damn, yes. You got him over your brethren? Xander
no,
Zayas?
excuse me. Did I not just say the consensus? Say that? I didn't say
Okay,
I.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Yo,
I thought you said I.
I didn't say
yo,
I said the consensus.
Okay, Papi.
round one, real
Yeah.
quick, because I don't know when you're gonna jump off. But look, Mr. Quick said, let's talk about Africa. And Frontline said he a duck too. I want Frontline to come up here and tell us how Africa's a duck, since Mr. Quick wants to talk about Africa's duck and ass, because he is a duck. No unifications, doesn't fight Gary Antoine Russell. What the fuck is fucking
Didn't fight
Hitchens
Subriel.
doing?
Didn't fight Subriel.
Exactly. No Matias. No, what is he doing? Why
Didn't
don't
fight
you
Subriel.
like
Blatantly, Doug Subriel on national TV said that he couldn't make the rehydration claw. And as soon as Subriel lost the belt, what belt did he fight for? The IBF, the one that he claimed he could no longer fight for. And that was the reason why he didn't fight Subriel. And that's why Africa got a lot of excuses. And
facts?
I got to admit, he's been ducking a lot of people. Talented fighter, yes, but he's only talented when he knows he can win the fight. It seems that way to me. I want to see Africa fight a challenge. He beat
Who
Liam
would you like to
Paro.
see him
He beat
against?
Liam Paro, but after Liam Paro went to war with Subriel, I don't think Liam Paro was actually the same fighter. And
Let's not forget that Liam Paro fight was a split decision.
yeah, and that's the best Africa can do. He never fought Tio. He never fought Shakur. He never fought any of the top guys coming up, right?
And he
And
lost
I
to
just
Gustavo Lemus, in my
look.
opinion.
I think that Africa's a dangerous fighter, and that fucking jab he has is fucking dangerous. But okay, Africa got a big fight coming up right now, and I think that this Jermaine Ortiz fight is finalized. And I am able to speak about it because I was told that at one time it wasn't, it wasn't. I think it is. And Africa's next fight is going to be against Jermaine Ortiz, Stock Chaser, Hugo. If
Sir.
that fight occurs, who do you got in that fight and why?
Damn, that's a good fight right there. You got the technician versus Africa. You got two boxers on the back foot. Ah man, this is gonna be a heavy technical boxing fight, but I'm not gonna lie to you. From my opinion, from my last memory, I do have I could see the technician pulling this one off, Jermaine Ortiz, and I think it'll be good for the division if we would crown him as the new champion. Respectfully.
I disagree. I don't see. I think Hitchens is very skilled. I think he's powerful. I think he's underrated, but it's because of his shenanigans, bro. Like I can't stand by that shit. The way I can't. But I think he's gonna beat Jermaine Ortiz, and it's gonna be obvious. Like even if it's a decision or it's a stoppage, like he's gonna beat Jermaine Ortiz,
You
100%.
got him beating the bro. You got him, bro. You don't have Jermaine Ortiz no possibilities in this fight. Start.
No, I think he has a possibility. I'm not saying he doesn't, but Jermaine Ortiz, to me, if Hitchens comes in with that jab, and bro, Hitchens is a skilled fighter, bro. Like I'm not gonna take that away from him. Like he's better than Jermaine Ortiz in every way. Like that's how I feel personally from
Bro,
what I've
let
seen.
me interrupt you real quick though. But remember, bro, Jermaine Ortiz had the two controversial losses with not only Tio but also Lomachenko, bro. A lot of people thought he beat Lomachenko, brother.
Yo, Tio lost to Cambosos, bro. Like Tio could lose to anybody, man. He
But
got
then
dropped by
Tio beat
Sando Martin. Like,
Lomachenko, and Tio came back and he beat Taylor, dog. Don't take any credit away from Tio, bro. Don't let the Devin Haney era take any credit away
Take
from
no
Tio
credit away
Lopez.
from Tio? Take no credit away from Tio? Okay, let's
Take
not
no
take any
credit away
credit.
from Tio.
Hold on. Let's not take any credit away from Tio, but let's see what actually happened. Tio lost to George Camboza, but Richard Hitchens in Africa stopped him.
Come on, bro. You're talking about two
Okay, I'm
different
just
titles.
saying. I'm
Come
just
on.
saying. I'm
Come on.
just saying.
Okay then.
I'm
Okay
just
then. So then
saying.
you could say the same thing. You could say the same thing of I guess Josh Taylor, right? Tio beat Josh Taylor.
What?
Josh Taylor lost to that African when he came back, right? I mean, it's just, and then you could say the same thing
No,
about
that's a total different situation. No, you can't say it
here
like
you
that.
go, picking and
Nah,
choosing, picking and choosing.
you're
Here you go, picking
talking
and choosing.
about Teofimo Lopez dead smack in his prime, losing to George Camboza, then fucking
Bro,
Josh Taylor at the tail end of his career. Not the same. And I'm not letting you get away with that. Get the hell out of here, man.
what about
Get
Supreme
out of here,
Matias
bro.
losing to
Yo,
Liam
back
Parro?
that shit
What
up,
about
man.
Supreme What about Supreme Matias losing to
What
Liam
about him?
Parro? What about Supreme Matias losing to Liam Parro and then Hitchison's coming and beating Liam Parro? Talk about that too.
I already discussed that, and I already told you that I felt that Subriel Matias dropped the ball in Puerto Rico. He got the boxer's curse. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I think that Subriel Matias played around in Puerto Rico a little too much before that fight, and he paid for it. And that's the all I feel about that. But it's not a case of situation where that Subriel came out of that fight finished. Actually, Liam Parro won the fight, and he came out worse. And in his very first title defense, he lost the title to Richard Hitchens, which Richard Hitchens is smart enough to know that, see, Subriel Matias is an anomaly. It's just not beating him for a world title. It's what you're going to come back as a fighter. Going into battle against Subriel Matias, you might get your fighter back not the same way. That clubbing bludgeon style, he made four undefeated fighters quit on the stool. Very tough men. And that speaks to the bludgeon nature and how powerful. And we all know that a fighter lost his life against that bludgeoning and clubbering hands of Subriel Matias. So you might not, it's much more than just, it's not a regular fight. You might give everything on that night just to beat him. Subriel Matias is beatable. He is. But even a great technical boxer, which it was a pure boxer, and Alberto Puello soon found out that the suffocating style of Subriel Matias was a little bit too much.
Let me ask you, Hugo, this. When you saw the fight, Hitchens versus Pardo, how you felt about it? Because I felt like Hitchens in that fight looked spectacular, bro. Like I don't know what to tell you.
I did. Well, look, bro. Like it happened a while ago. Obviously, I think it's maybe about even a year ago. From my memory, bro, I think it was an okay performance. I don't think it was like a shutout. Yeah. Well.
Okay performance.
Yeah. Hold on, brother. I don't think it was a
shutout.
Me personally, I don't think it was a shutout, and the judges think the same way I do. This was split decision.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it was a shutout.
It wasn't a shutout. It wasn't a shutout.
It wasn't a shutout, brother.
That. But the fact that you said it was an okay performance, to tell you the truth, I went back, I watched the fight several times, even when I left New York. And although I was watching that fight so intently, I got to be honest with you, the same way I watched it live was the same way I watched it at home, and I felt the exact same way. I actually felt like Subriel Matias won every round from the start of the fight to the 8th round. You could arguably say between the first and second round, maybe I'll give Alberto Puello one of those. But after that,
oh, bro, he's talking about the Richardson Hitchens and the Liam Parro, bro.
Okay, yeah, I know what he was talking about. I'm just talking about my experience with this fight.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is when I watch this fight, and a lot of people come back and talk to me about Subriel's performance with Alberto Puello, I saw Subriel Matias win. And I'm telling you, the second round all the way into the 8th, then he started to fade. And Alberto Puello saw that, and he started coming back in the fight. I started getting nervous during that time. I saw Subriel starting to take cleaner shots, and I seen that Alberto Puello started to get like his confident. And watching Subriel work around that, still keep himself together, like I saw Subriel for the first time fight like his best fight. I really felt that way because previous fights to that, there wasn't a Subriel Matias fight that I ever watched that he won the first round. I never saw Subriel Matias ever win the first round. He's a slow starter. He like figures out his opponent. He's like letting him hit him in the first round. He always loses the first round. I saw a different Sabir Matias in this New York fight, and that's what I speak of when I see the development of a fighter.
But also listen, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but that hometown cooking, that matchroom cooking and baking, that now, let me tell y'all something, man. Ain't no way that Paro, the only card that they gave to him against Hitchens, they had that motherfucker winning by 6 rounds. That's absolutely disgusting. And that judge was so far off that I don't even know how the hell he got that goddamn card. That shit was diabolical, bro. Like,
What
what
card is
fight was
this?
he watching, bro? That was
And that card was in Puerto Rico.
no, I'm talking about the Paro Hitchens one. And yeah, but
The
this is what
Paro
I'm trying to
Hitchens.
say.
Otto Hitchens
Even
was
with
in Puerto Rico.
the Paro and Matias shit, bro, that shit to me, Paro didn't win that fight clean. And yo, bro, let me tell you, man, these motherfuckers, Eddie Hearn, bro, I ain't gonna lie, man, you gotta know when you fighting under a certain banner, bro. The hometown cooking, bro, is crazy. That's just
Yo,
me, though.
Ed Hearn had the Liam Paro and Matias fight in Puerto Rico. I was there for that fight. A
Yes,
few months later,
that was his first fight matchroom debut.
right? And then
Yes. He had the
um
rematch for Liam Parro. Oh, I'm sorry, not rematch, but he had the first title defense for Liam Parro and Richardson Hitchens. Out of all places, he
in
had it
Puerto
in
Rico.
Puerto Rico, which
In
was
Puerto
weird.
Rico.
Which
Right.
was weird because,
Right.
from my opinion, I personally think that he had reserved that same location paid in advance for Subriel Matias' second title defense
Yeah.
or his other fight, but it didn't turn out which
Right.
hit as planned.
Well, some speak of that. I think Ed Hearn. You might be right. That's the only logical thing I could probably think of, because why was this dumbass put the guy that just beat our superstar in Puerto Rico
Yeah,
in Puerto Rico against a
in Puerto
fucking
Rico,
American fighter? Like, it didn't
exactly,
make any
brother.
sense. And then Richard Hitchison beat him, but I'm on the line that I think that Sabrina Matias took a piece of Liam Paro that night in Puerto Rico, even though he lost. And that's what I talk about. I talk about at what price do you beat a fighter such as Subriel?
Well, don't speak too ahead, dog, because wait, did it happen already? What the fuck? Oh, it probably
What?
happened already. Liam Parro versus Patty Donovan for an
Oh shit, yeah, the
title
fight with Liam Paro
eliminator.
and Patty Davidson. Wait a
Yeah,
minute,
Who
when
won
was
that
that?
one? Who won that
Whoa, whoa,
one?
whoa, 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 whoa! I don't think it went off yet. Hold on.
No, it
Yo,
did because that was
I forgot about that shit.
yeah,
God
bro.
dang.
That was on
Yeah,
the Tim
yeah.
Tszyu one.
I
Yeah,
don't.
that was on the
Was
Tim
it?
Tszyu one.
Hold up, we gotta find out.
Liam Parro, Box Rec.
Are you
I don't
looking
know
up?
about
Oh
that.
no! What the fuck? What happened here? That's in What the fuck? Oh no! That's in Nikita Zoo. That's in Tim Tszyu's brother. That's in.
Right.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
hadn't
yeah, yeah,
happened
yeah.
yet.
No,
You
it
see, you
hasn't
fucking
happened
me
yet.
up. Okay, then you making me double
Yeah,
guess what I'm already
yo,
reporting 2 days ago.
yo,
Like,
I was about to
Yeah.
say that's
yeah,
crazy. Like,
like we
yeah.
forgot that fight. Like what? Like,
Nah, but that's gonna be a good one because that could be possibly a Debo Devin, the Dream Haney opponent down the line.
did
The
any of you
winner,
guys see that Vargas fight today?
of course, Vargas Dynasty. We put the motherfucking hands and hooves on the homeboy that was being racist towards us. Of course, when I
Yo,
seen that one, brother, I couldn't miss that one. You
yo,
seen that one, Stock, or not?
Nah, I missed it. I gotta go back and watch it.
Nah,
yeah,
that was a good one. That
I
was a good
happened to
one.
catch it on a fluke. I got a phone call and somebody was like, "Yeah, when the fight's on," and I was like, I put it on my phone. I was like, "All right," and I watched it actually.
Yeah.
And sometimes these are the kind of fights that check me. And what I mean by that is, Edwin, don't be so harsh on what you're looking at and stop judging them for like the most superior fighters. Judge them for who they are. And that's how you start to learn how to view fights. When I saw the fight and I was quickly reminded myself how to judge this fight on their level, then I enjoyed it. But had I gone into this fight with the expectations of viewing it like my best fighter, I would have said that fight was garbage. Do you understand?
100%.
Okay. So then when I found it and watched it that way, I saw the fight entertaining, and he got his little payback for his mother and all the antics and the low taste of quality of fucking this guy had the choice of words for him. And I watched the fight, and Young Vargas got the victory.
No, yeah, that was a very entertaining fight. I don't know if Dean did that to sell a fight or whatever. I don't think that was something that's
It's just
manly of him.
distasteful.
You know?
You gotta understand that at the end of the fight, when you try to walk up to the Vargas and tell him that, yo, man, I don't mean anything about your mom or anything. I was just doing that to sell the fight. Now you being a punk and a bitch because now you fucking bowing down. Now you apologizing. Why don't you stand on what you said? You wasn't really about that, then you shouldn't have said it. You understand? So some people don't take it like you're selling something and they don't catch on to what you're doing. Whether or not Dean did that just to sell the fight, there were other things he could have said. He could have said stuff about his dad. He could have said something about a real
He
fighter.
did say stuff
his
about his
brother.
dad.
I
He
know,
did say
I
stuff
know,
about
I,
his
I
dad.
know, I know he did, but without bringing his dad, because when his dad was standing in front of him, and then like not be so distasteful about it, or maybe say something about his brothers, but in the reference to boxing shit talking 101, when you start bringing in mothers, daughters, kids, fucking your girl, this, that shit, that's distasteful. That's the American way. You feel like the more nastier you say something, the more the viewers are gonna come out. And I think that's the wrong way of thinking. When these other guys from Europe, from fucking AJ, you don't know these guys were talking about your mom. You just know them by knocking people out. And I think America needs to set the bar high for who we are as Americans. How the fuck we gonna be the greatest country in the world and be the lowest viewed, low class? The
But
other
but
countries look at us like trailer park trash.
but
They
Dean
laugh
is a
at us.
clown. Dean is a clown, and now he's down bad, bro. He be on fucking Twitter running his goddamn mouth, bro. Like, shout outs to the Vargases for getting that
I
motherfucker
don't know
out of
him
here,
like
bro.
that. Is he that bad? Dean, that kid? He's that bad, stock takers? I don't follow him, so I didn't know that he
Hell yeah, he be
threatened
talking
anybody.
hella shit about fighters and all the time.
Oh yeah, I don't follow that. That like you said, like a clown. Like I don't know nothing about Dean. This is like the real. I heard he was like a YouTube fighter or some shit. I don't follow that shit, bro. But the Vargas kid, like I even got him in the beginning of my video clip where I met him in Las Vegas, and I took a picture with him. So when you see the intro of you'll see that I talked to him. So like since I met Vargas, I tuned in to watch it a little. But to tell you the truth, I probably would have never watched it because I'm not into that shit.
Yeah, yo, that's a
No,
fact. Yo,
yeah, that
round one, real quick. Yo, I'm gonna jump off because my phone
I
dying.
will
I appreciate you having me on,
absolutely start
and
taking good
yeah,
night.
you know you my guy. And Hugo, I'm
All
gonna
right,
holla at you, man. We'll be
all
in
right, my
contact,
all right,
brother
bro.
Stock.
Stock. Be safe out there, dog.
Be safe
You
out
too,
there,
bro.
Stock.
Good luck,
All
good
right,
luck.
one.
But yeah, round one, that fight, Dean the Great versus the Mother Vargas, was definitely something that hardcore fans were tuned into. You're not gonna catch a casual. Well, maybe you'll even catch a casual fan, but not necessarily like that. Um, but yeah, bro, like that was really disrespectful, bro, for him to be calling his
Yeah, that
mom out
turned
of
me
his
off. That
name
turned me
and
off.
stuff like that, bro. Like that's something that you and your brothers handle at the back too. A
Yeah,
quick little, a, a quick little jump. Like what the
dog.
fuck you talking about my mom, bro? Is you crazy?
No, no, no,
You
no,
know?
no. And a lot of people were saying that the brothers or him had to handle this. And maybe I'm old fashioned or something, but why are you guys avoiding fucking Fernando Vargas Sr.? That's his wife. That man was a fucking boxer that fought Felix Trinidad, Oscar De La
Talk to me.
Hoya, and all the
Talk to me
greats.
about him, dog. Like. I'm sorry, fool, to keep, but like you know a lot about boxing, bro. So talk to me about Amado Vargas, bro. Like, what's the story behind him? He's a Hall of Famer or no? What's his best win? Who did he
You mean
lose against?
you mean Fernando Vargas, not Amado. His
Yeah.
Fernando.
No. I'm sorry. Yeah, El Farallon.
Yeah, Fernando Vargas was a young Mexican fighter, very talented. He was ahead of his
Mexican
time.
American. Mexican
Yeah,
American.
Mexican American. It doesn't. He was Mexican to me, brother. Okay,
Okay, brother.
all
Sorry.
right.
Go ahead,
He
brother.
wore. He looked up Mexican. He's Mexican. I don't care.
All
So
right, brother.
Fernando Vargas was a young Mexican fighter that was very talented. He was ahead of
Hell
his
yeah.
time for a kid his age. He was doing things in the ring that it would take you years to train a young fighter like him to do. When the powers that be that saw Fernando Vargas and his talent and his ego, Fernando at the time, he was the type of young man that he was on top of the world and he was a fighter. He backed up what he said. He was a real warrior. Unfortunately, they put up young talent against experience, and that's what they did. They hurt him by rushing him along through his career a bit too early, if you ask me. He did get a lot of big fights. He was in there with a lot of big names, but I think just a bit too early. Had they allowed Fernando Vargas to develop as a fighter, he would have been a hell of a champion, and I mean that. I think he would have did some real interesting things in boxing, but I think they damaged him as a fighter. That is my opinion. Okay? I think that Fernando Vargas would have accomplished a lot of things, but he ran into a lot of veteran fighters that were already established and well ahead of him in the game. He was really young at 19 years old in there
Damn.
fighting
He was
world
19?
champions. 19 years old, and he
When
had
did
all.
he win? Who did he take that belt away from, or like how did he become world champion? Do you remember?
Well, no, I would have to look him up to remember that right now. You're taking me back a little ways here. Um, but Fernando Vargas, make no mistake, he fought his share of fights. And I'm gonna say this to the day I die. I think that they saw the talent that he was. They rushed him along a bit too early, and I wish they would have been a bit more patient with him. I'm glad to see Fernando Vargas guiding his three sons. The one son that seems to be the most serious with boxing is El General. He was the
El
first.
General, El General.
He was the first out of all his sons, because the one thing that Fernando Vargas did not do, and I would repeat, Fernando Vargas did not push boxing on any of his kids. The one kid that he had that gravitated towards boxing was the youngest one. And he's the reason why they opened up their first boxing gym, was to allow the young one to fight. The older brothers and the other one, the ones with all tattoos, started seeing the success the little baby brothers started having, and they wanted a piece of it. The older brother started taking boxing much seriously after he started seeing that the younger brother was really him. So the younger brother is way ahead of the curve when it comes to the Vargas sons, because of the fact that his dedication, and you can see that kid, just him walking amongst his father and his two brothers, he doesn't have to say a single word to me for me to identify that he thinks for himself. He thinks for himself, because had he thought or been influenced by anything that his father or his younger brothers did, his older brothers, he would be all tatted up. He doesn't have a single tattoo for a reason. He doesn't want to be like you. He doesn't dress like them. He doesn't talk like them. He's a young man that truly figured out how to lead his own parade. And that right there, he's not a follower.
He's the
doesn't
small.
even have to,
Yeah.
he doesn't have to tell me that. I can look at that and identify that because of his surroundings.
Mm.
Brother, that kid is driven. Bro, I got a good eye for fighters, bro. This is why I do what I do.
You have him being a future world champion?
Absolutely. Absolutely. El General will be a world champion in some weight division. It's just a matter of time. Just like Xander Zayas became a world champion, a young champion. Just like I think Bruce Carrington will be a world champion somewhere. You know, there's a lot of young Camille Moulton. I think he has the potential of being a world champion. Abdullah Mason just became a world champion. Shout out to you, young man. I'm seeing and I'm watching these young waves and I'm paying attention. And I'm watching these guys, and that kid, El General, he's different than all of them. And I like what he brings as a fighter in and out of the ring, because some of these guys only like what boxing provides for them in the ring. Outside of the ring, they don't have no integrity and no respect for boxing. And for the little kids that are looking up, some of these boxers say the craziest thing and smack women, flip their cars, being drunk. What is AB was just online and they had to fucking blur out his middle parts? Is that what you want your kid to watch as a champion or a former world champion to look up to?
Definitely not. Definitely not.
So these fighters must understand, whether they like it or not, they have a responsibility to the sport of boxing to act like you have some sense in and out of the ring. And even if you're doing shit outside of the ring, bro, keep it on the low. At least portray the image that you're doing the right thing for the sake of the children. I act like you got some sense. But some of these guys, they take from boxing. They keep taking from the sport. The boxing gave them that car they're driving, that watch on their wrists, and they forget when they're out in public, and they get bigger than boxing in their head, and they think they can start throwing drinks, being belligerent. Fuck you, bitch. Now my personality changed. Rather than adapting, listen, no, I'm holding up my family name. Every time I leave my house, what I accomplish in the ring, my family name is elevated. When my mother walks out the house, they say, "How you doing, Mrs. Champ? Mrs. Johnson or Rodriguez or Garcia? How you doing? You're the champion's mother." Everything you built in that ring reflects your family. And if you want your family name up, act like you got some sense. That's all I'm saying. And we have to teach the next generation to do so. And we got to teach us as American fighters, as Mexican fighters, everybody, to always keep your fighters at a high standard, that this is a blood sport and you don't play with this. And Jake Paul just got his jaw broken because you can't play boxing.
Sorry, Papi. Let me read the super chat. It's a little late. My bad, stock chasers. Salute to stock chasers on the $2. Salute round one. Great boxing mind. 100 emoji. Best crash outs.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Nah, man, but like you're totally correct about that, bro. Like you should like you have all these young future world look up to the current world champions, and they should set an example, bro. Like it's a responsibility inside and outside the ring.
It is.
Yeah,
It
no,
is.
bro. I feel you on that, dog.
It is.
I feel you on that.
And I'm tired of us, other countries, looking at us like a joke. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of us looking at us like, oh, look at these. Here comes these Americans. Here comes these Mexicans. No, we need to, pick ourselves up as people, as a race. Mexico has gotten enough scrutiny and black eyes for all the things that go on over there. When are we going to feel proud as people? And if a boxer can bring that and bring us together, man, let's embrace it. But now if this boxer of ours that's supposed to be representing us is out there smacking his wife, sniffing cocaine on camera, flipping his Ferrari, saying, fuck you and bitch grab this, it's not a good look.
Mm.
You're supposed to be representing us. You were supposed to shine for us. You couldn't behave? We're doing bad as a culture, and people have so much to say about us. And you got the Mexican flag on your back? When Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. was in the news all the time, did that make you feel good?
Definitely not, brother.
Okay then, brother. So when the Mexicans are fucking rocking out and there's Mexican fighters that are playing by the book, that are fighting their way up, that are legitimately being model citizen boxers, but they're not getting the recognition of the eye. Why? Because they're not on social media acting a fool? Because America only supports when you're at your worst. And the guys that are doing it the best and doing it the honorable way are in the background. It's fucking backwards out here. And I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. I want us, everyone, hold your boxers to a higher standard. If you got to the position in boxing where you say to yourself, I don't care who he fights, I just want to see him fight, they got you. They got to you. Because now you lower your standard. You're no longer holding your boxer to a high standard, the best fighting the best. You got to care who he fights. You got to say, no. I want to see him fighting that guy. Not that the boxing world has crushed you as a fan, and now you're saying, I just want to see him fight anybody. And then you convince yourself that's how you show your support. No, you're just enabling your boxer. And that's just
round
the God
one,
honest
round
truth.
one. I'm sorry to cut you off, but I'm reading here in the chat that Peace to God is saying, what about his super chat? Do you have a super chat from Peace to God?
Peace of God. Let me look at the YouTube here. Sometimes I gotta bring that up over here. Okay.
Yeah.
Nah, I don't got no super chat.
Super chat. Peace to God. I got it. $1.99. Get looking out, brother. Hit the horn.
Okay. We got him.
Round one. Yo voy a ti. I like your show. Respect, bro.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. My bad about that, big dogs. We're getting into this heavy conversation, but we cooking here. We cooking here for your entertaining, for your entertainment. But look, round one, my question to you is, let me ask you this. Do you think that the sanctioning bodies have to interfere when they're representative of their boxing belt? For example, Gervonta Tank Davis starts making their belt look bad. Like, do you think that they must interfere with disciplinary action? For example, Gervonta Tank Davis hitting women, getting convicted of this and that.
Yeah.
Do you feel like the WBA has the authority to come in and be like, you know what, young man, enough of you. You're not representing my belt like you should. This is boxing, and you're not in this sport right now. I'm gonna strip you. Do you think that would be something that could be done in the sport of boxing, or no?
It has been done before in the past where the organizations felt like you weren't representing the belt to the fullest, or that you did something outside of the ring and that you were stripped because of your actions, criminal actions outside. That has been done before, yes, in the sport of boxing. And the belts will come in. There was a time, a moment in time where that the organizations were threatening to strip the Charlo twin for getting arrested for a DUI from the WBC. He had a hearing from the WBC, and then they elected to go on his side because they were satisfied with what he proved, and his girlfriend dropped the case and all this other shit. And they end up favoring him on his side in that instinct, in that particular instinct. but there has been moments where the organizations has stepped in where that you did something so bad outside of the sport of boxing where that they said you are not representing us as an organization. Yes, that has happened. As far as Tank Davis, the problem with boxing is the obvious that I preach here at Round One Sports Talk on my channel, that I remind the public that boxing is a business disguised as a sport, where it's business first and then boxing second. If you're making money and you're one of the top grossers in all of boxing, I am not ordering Gervonta Davis to get stripped over his court cases. I'm going to ask that the court cases go on, and I'm going to fucking, make excuses as an organization, because I'm not, my only concern about an organization, are you going to fight again? Yes or no? Are you going to bring us money? It's not my job to declare your innocence. The court to do that. That's their job. My job as an organization is to make money. And Gervonta Davis is one of the highest grossing boxers we have today. It's a no-brainer. Keep him around. Unfortunately, it's a dirty business, and the organization will take a black eye for supporting, and some women will feel like the organization, or even some men will feel like the organization came to bat for Gervonta, and they would find that distasteful. And there are some people that are asking for him to be stripped of that title. You just don't hear them, but they're out there. Trust me. So, but Gervonta's star status and his power, his revenue is stronger. And that's why it quiets that noise from the people that are trying to talk up against them. And let's just remember that all these entities play ball with each other, and they all coexist, work together and not work together. This is what I mean. The media, the promoters, the organizations, you better believe that when they're in cahoots with each other, if they want to put somebody down or put somebody in their place, they will do that. To these fighters that are coming out saying they don't want to pay sanctioning fees and belts ain't shit, will you ever wonder what happens to those guys? Where's Keyshawn Davis right now? When's the last time he fought? When's the last time he got on and told the sanctioning bodies, I'm not going to pay you? So the sanctioning bodies are being told by the fighter, we're not going to give you an opportunity at a belt. Why would we fuck with you if you're telling us you're not going to pay us? So basically what you're saying is you're not going to become a world champion again. They're going to blackball that kid. They're going to teach that kid a valuable lesson in boxing. We have been here way past you as a champion, and there will be more champions that'll come and go after you, and we will still be here. Some lessons got to be taught. And sometimes people think that they're bigger than they're bigger than the guy that gave you the job. All of a sudden, you give this guy a job and he wants to run the company. That's what's going on here. People forget they're at work. Keyshawn Davis, you're at work, but you're going to tell the boss what to do. These guys are crazy, man.
Nah, that's a good bro. Now that I'm like fucking thinking about it, bro, that's a really good example right there, Papi. With the Keyshawn Davis young gentleman, like him saying, like, fuck around, I won't pay my sanctioning fees. Bro, who the fuck is gonna sanction your fight then?
Who? And my man right here, he said, why Ringside Magazine don't talk about Puerto Rican boxers? Now, they do talk about Puerto Rican fighters, Ringside Magazine, but Ringside Magazine is on the line that they do what's trending. Ringside Magazine now is no longer like the Bible of boxing, where it was an unbiased magazine that talked about all fighters. They had all articles and things. Now, if you can't tell, Ringside Magazine is just about what's trending. They'll give acknowledgement to all the boxing events. It'll be like, this guy's fighting him. That's just basic shit, right? But it won't be like huge articles on Puerto Rican fighters, what caserio he came from, who his mom was, what coach first trained them. They won't give us that kind of love if you're not trending. You understand? And since Ringside Magazine right now is actually in a little small beef with Puerto Rico because Puerto Rico stood their ground. Puerto Rico didn't bend the knee and just take out what the handout that Turkey was giving them. Puerto
What do you
Rico
mean,
said,
though? Hold on real quick. Don't get too far ahead of yourself. You're talking Puerto Rico, the country?
no, okay, I'm saying Puerto Rico, meaning Yomi, the fresh promotion, represents Puerto Rico as the first Puerto Rican promotional company to come out of Puerto Rico and hold a world title event in America. They're the first company to do it. Their fighter was Subir Matias. Entered Dalton Smith with Turkey Al-Sheikh, and he entered the equation, and he wanted the Subir Matias versus Dalton Smith on the monster David
Benavides, yeah. On the
Benavides
ring.
versus Yard
Yeah.
card, right?
You're right.
Okay.
You're right. Yeah, you're
So
right.
the only fight that opted out were the Puerto Ricans, Subir Matias and Fresh Production. Why? Because it had to be that the offer they were making Subir was so low, they were treating Subir like a stepchild. So Yomi and them said, you know what, Turkey, we respect what you're saying, your offer, but we think we could do better. We're going to a purse bid. Then Turkey Al-Sheikh told Ed Hearn, get on this, take care of this. Ed Hearn went down to the purse bid and thought the Puerto Ricans didn't have no money, and he bid it something like 1.3 or 1.7. And Yomi and them bid it 1.9 and won. Then Eddie had to turn around and go back to Turkey and said, they beat me and I didn't get the fight for the low. And Turkey was like, I sent you to go do something and you let these guys in the room. So Yomi and them busted out the checkbook for 1.9. Then all of a sudden, the first attack, they ran to the fucking office like snitches and said, where'd the Puerto Rican dudes get the money from? Yomi and them. That's got to be drug money or something. They don't got money like that. They didn't know Yomi was a businessman that he dealt with in Puerto Rican reggaeton for a long time, and he had a few dollars, right? So when Yomi can prove where he got the money from, now they didn't have nothing else, and all of a sudden a scandal busted out with Subir Matias popping dirty for Austrian. Then after that, none of the top big wigs and their fighters worked with Yomi or any of them to volunteer their fighters to fight on the Subir card in New York City, where you could showcase your fighter in one of the biggest states in all of America. They made Yomi and Fresh Productions scramble and get their own fighters. So the Puerto Ricans betted on themselves. And they went and got a bunch of good Puerto Rican fighters and a real decent card. And they're out there on a limb by themselves, and none of these fuckers are helping them. So when I say it's Puerto Rico against them, I mean it.
Cooking like a motherfucker. Damn. Well said, dog. Wow. You know, bro, you explained it so well that I understand now where Fresh Productions come from, because when I heard Fresh Productions, I'm just like, who the fuck is that? But now that you're telling me that it came from a founder that had extra money from a reggaeton affiliation musical.
He got his money in Puerto Rican music. That's where he got his money from. He was never like a big boxing promoter. And now by them hosting an event, this is big because now you're in there with the network. You're not outside waiting outside. See, the only top promoters that are in the room is like Ed Hearn, Bob Arum, shit like that. And these other promoters, like the little guys, bring their fighters to them. And they got to kind of like rent out their fighters to them, but they're never in the room seeing the real number. Yomi's going to be in the room because his name's on the fucking card. Now they got to show us the real number. And it's going to expose a lot for us. And now, not only that, Yomi can go back to the table with Subriel. We don't no longer need you to host our event. We can hold our own event now. All they got to do is be successful and invest their money on their guy and anybody else that wants to help us. And if you got a guy with a big name or a medium name and you want, hop on board with Yomi. But these guys are all giving him the cold shoulder. And I can see it. I can see it. But let this fight come out. And that's why I'm going to this fight in New York. Because if I ever had to support my people, like if your people, Mexican or Irish or Russian, and you had a guy, and this was a situation, I encourage you to support your people. Don't ever let nobody embarrass you from it or make you feel less than, because there's nothing wrong with that for being prideful. Just be respectful. That's all. And I gotta respect and I gotta support my people in this situation. When this shit's happen, what kind of person would I be reporting boxing and just sitting back on one of the biggest days my people need me? Fuck that. I'm going.
You cooking, motherfucker. That's real, man. Hopefully,
it,
bro. Yeah, baby. Look, the only thing that I'm a little afraid of, bro, is that hopefully Fresh Productions doesn't put all their money in just one event. I know they're trying to make this big, but hopefully they get their return in investment, and hopefully they could start their own little promotional deal. But let's keep this a buck.
Yeah.
If they succeed in this one, bro, they're gonna have to find a major network to televise their fights. That's the shit that's fucking everyone up right now, because we know that who holds the keys right now globally is the Zone. The Zone holds the keys.
Yeah.
The Zone holds the keys globally.
Well, hold up. It might be a little too early, but Netflix's platform is pretty fucking big, bro.
I look, bro, respectfully, I don't think they have a chance yet. Not even Top Rank could get in Netflix, bro. Respectfully, what makes you think they'll get Fresh Production?
No. You misunderstood me. When you said that the Zone was the top viewing platform, I was just putting Netflix as a viewing platform against them. You understand?
Yes, for sure. Netflix will definitely be on the list if they come on
board
with
boxing. As far as big, because the Zone is kicking ass right now.
The Zone is kicking ass, dog.
The Zone is kicking ass with that, all that. They're all tied up right now.
Globally, and they're kind of dropping the ball. I feel like they should have brought.
You think Fresh Production can get with Prime or something, or I don't know, man.
No, look, bro. Respectfully, I think they'll end up in Millions or in Boxing TV.
Okay.
Or even BOK.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard something about
BOK.
that. Yeah.
BOK. But I think the Zone. Look, bro. Like, I don't understand why it's just not so easy to bring in Top Rank and boxer Ben Chalam onto the Zone. Like does it cost? Well, it's obviously gonna cost more money, and I'm not really educated around one. How does it work? Like your network, your TV network funds your shows, or how does that work, Papa? How does that work?
Okay. As far as the network and the promoter and everything else, what they do is the promoter has a budget. He goes to the network and pitches his budget to investors. Then he gets investors to invest into the boxing match. Then you take the investors' money and you go to the network. Then the network takes over from there. If the network buys your fight, the network starts paying for everything over the top. That's why these numbers start to change real drastically. The original number that you went into the room that you might have talked to, like your sponsors and things, that's the one they try to get you with. The Muhammad Ali Act is the law that protects fighters from getting juked from their promoter. They makes them be honest. Like I have to tell you that they're offering me 600,000. Now that's sketchy too, because even though the Ali Act says to do that, who the fuck is behind the promoter keeping them honest? It's just a law that actually says that. You would actually have to catch me. You understand?
Yo,
So that's why
Yeah.
it's a little the Wild Wild West, a little bit, boxing.
yo,
Yo, what
yo,
up, baby?
Word.
I got
yo,
Yeah.
what's good? Yo, what's
Yo,
good?
what's
Yo,
good?
listen, let me round one, you have to give me a wrench, man. Hold on, check this out. You see the super chats? You got 2 super chats.
Yeah, I've
Man,
seen him.
we slipping on the super chats. Come on, bro. What's up with
Yeah,
you, man?
man.
Man, we slipping, brother.
You want to
My
read
man
them
Bay
round
right
one?
here says, cool story, bro. Round one is the best storyteller. I'm on the edge of my seat. Ha! Yeah, baby.
That's pay the price. Price on your head, boy.
Pay the price.
Yeah, yeah.
All
That's
right,
price
all
from
right, all right, all
TVB.
right.
Okay,
And
I know who he is.
and then you got another one, a $2 one. I don't
Puerto
know if you
Rico
see it
just
above.
got a unified champion at 105. We got 2. We just got 2. We got Oscar Collazo and Santiago are both unified world champions. That Santiago just won his belt in Japan just a few days ago. So we actually have 2 unified world champions. Thank you for Puerto Rico right now. Yes, we are cooking. And I'm
Hold
hoping
on.
see
But
an undisputed. What's up?
PR is about to have 2, man. Shout out Xander Zayas, bro.
Oh, that would be 3. That would be 3 then. Because
Yeah.
Oscar Collazo got 2 belts. Santiago got 2 belts, and now Xander Zayas is about to try to unify. And if he's successful, we'll have 3 unified world champions at the exact same time. That's a beautiful thing.
Cooking.
That's a
That
fact.
motherfucker
That's a
there.
fact. I listen, Xander Zayas, shout outs to him, bro, because I was at the theater when he fought what's
Chino.
his name?
Chino
Chino.
Garcia.
Chino.
Chino
Yo,
Garcia.
bro.
You saw that fight?
Yeah, Polanco fought on that card too, but I'm gonna tell y'all something. Xander Zayas, bro, that shit looks sweet in person, bro. Complete control, bro. It was smooth as a motherfucker. That was a straight washing session, bro. I
Yeah.
think he's underrated at 154. I think
You
a
know
lot
what's
of people are
crazy?
sleeping on him.
You know what's crazy? That I was there when Chino beat Conwell down here in the West Coast. So realistically, that should have been theoretically that should have been Charles Conwell, but he shit the bed and Chino Garcia won that fight, bro. But yeah, man. I mean, he cooked Chino though. I ain't even gonna come up here and cap and be like, nah, Chino won. He cooked them, bro. He cooked my boy Chino.
Yeah.
Who? Zayas? Zayas?
Yeah, Xander Zayas kicked
Yeah.
them.
Bro,
Yeah.
Zayas is bro, that shit was a magnificent performance. I don't care
I
what
like it.
nobody says, bro.
I don't care what nobody says, but Mr. Quick says that Netflix could never be a hardcore platform. It's gonna have to be some hybrid entertainment bullshit for Netflix to hop on board. Meaning that he feels that like the zone, right? The zone got all kinds of flavor right now for boxing, and it's got all different promoters working together, putting all these fight cards together on the zone. So you have a big variety where that Netflix, what he's saying, is only not going to be for hardcore because it's going to be showing what women boxing and Jake Paul. It's not going to have a card just without Jake Paul and Amanda Serrano. Whatever card it's going to be, you're going to have one of the two. Either Amanda Serrano or Jake Paul is going to be on whatever Netflix. And I see what the guy's saying. It's not going to be like your typical hardcore platform. When we go to the zone, you're seeing European fights, fight cards, American fight cards, Mexican fight
Global.
cards,
That's just
global.
global.
Yeah, I see what he's saying
But
in that
but
sense.
but I'm gonna keep it 100. Netflix, after what I saw yesterday on
No,
Instagram and
subscribing
just
rate. Yeah, papi. The subscribing rate, the viewing audience that they can reach. No,
It's but
no,
casual, straight casual, bro.
that is bananas though. Their reach for so when it see Netflix might put on only 1 or 2 events a year compared to the Zone, but when they put on those one, the viewing numbers are gonna catch on to the 3 or 4 shows you're gonna see from the Zone. Is what
But
basically gonna happen.
but I'm gonna keep it 100 though. Like the problem with the zone is like I think we're at a point where people fire sticking, bro. They're not like I paid for the dev fight, but in honesty, like we're not paying for all these fights, bro. We're not. Like I mean, so they're gonna have to figure this out in the long run because, bro, we're not about to be spending money. Look at that, $80 for the PBC card, bro. That was shit was insane. Who the fuck is gonna spend that money?
Word.
That was $89. It was like
Yeah,
$90 or some shit. It was crazy.
Damn.
disgusting.
Damn, bro. Yeah, like I definitely didn't think that was a like a pay per view worthy fight. Like and I rock with Pitbull like that, but fucking throwing him on a pay per view with Lamont Rose, like who the
Listen,
fuck does that?
listen,
Like,
guys.
come on, bro. Like, bro, like
You
what type of
guys
shit is
know,
that?
you guys know how I feel about Naoya Inoue, and I rock with him. But I try to tell you, I gotta tell the truth. And you're gonna try to tell me and dress up Naoya Inoue against Alan David Picasso as a pay per view. Naoya Inoue is not a global superstar. He doesn't have enough fan base. But you're putting it on the Zone and telling me you're giving me a deal on a fight I would have never paid for a pay per view to watch. Naoya Inoue right now, he's a TV fighter. He had a pay per view in Las Vegas, but I think he got to get more familiar with the American audience. And I'm just being truthful. Although I think very highly of the guy skillful, the face of boxing are the face of boxing, and I'm not gonna lie. And when the Zone tries to dress up 5 fights and says you're paying this price because we're giving you all these big fights, don't try to dress up some of these fights like they were pay-per-views because they weren't. The Lamont Roach in that fight was not a pay-per-view. But you're gonna try to sell it to me like one, and nor is Naoya Inoue and David Picasso. No, it's not. But yet you're
So
charging me as one, and you're trying to
Oh,
tell me you're giving me a deal.
that's a pay per
That's
view
the
next week.
problem. That's the problem. No, some of these fights on the Zone, they had pay-per-view fights scheduled. Yes, some of them were. But the bundle plan that they're trying to tell you is we're charging you this much because we're giving you 5 fights like we're idiots. And we're looking at them and saying, well, you're supposed to, I'm supposed to just agree with you that all those fights you put up were pay-per-view. No, that's a pay-per-view. That's not. That's not. Why are you charging me like they all are? You're pissing
bro,
down my back, tell me it's raining, and you're wondering why I'm fire sticking it.
bro,
You
so
told me, Turkey out of sheet, you got on the show and you looked me in the face and you told me yourself, I'm going to do away with pay-per-view. Instead, what you did was jack up the price.
yeah, I think the bundle's what is it, Hugo? Like $300
Nah, it's
for
like 450, dog. It's like
That's
450.
crazy. For a
Yeah,
year?
yeah, bro. It's like
and
450 a
look,
year, dog.
and you don't get to pick the fights. They pick them for you.
For you.
Yeah,
And they try to tell you
yeah.
these are
They
the
pick it
fights.
for you, dog.
Right. And don't try to tell me that some of these fights I would have watched or I would have paid to watch them and charge me almost $300 because some of these fights I would have never watched. It works for me because I cover boxing. But when I speak, I'm speaking as a consumer. I'm not forgetting about you guys.
Listen, that's facts, but this is how I feel too, going into the future with the pay-per-view situation. Like, so let's say it's not Turkey. You got these other promotional companies and the Zone and shit. Like, how they gonna cover the cost for these fights? When look on Netflix, people gonna tune in because it's a part of their subscription. They're not charging you extra for it, right? Now, bro, I think as we move into the future, there's gonna be more fire sticking and more fire sticking, and they're not gonna make no money off these pay-per-views, bro. Like that shit is over with.
Well,
So what's their plan?
Okay. First of all, they went and dumped a lot of money in this firewall technology to knock down the fire sticks faster, right? And to a certain point, it's been working, and a lot of people started scrambling, finding new ways. But that's all it is. It's a cat and mouse game. The more they knock down, the more they build up. It's just a matter of time for us to get other links and websites, and we're back at it. Okay, so it's just a cat and mouse game. So they think that they could dump more money into the fact of pressuring you to buy the bundle plan rather than buffering or trying to go through all these headaches. What they're trying to do is beat you as a consumer, beat you into the fact of submission, that you're tired of updating your fire stick, that you're tired of doing this, and and that you finally give in. But hardcores, fire stickers, we don't give a fuck. We looking for another web thing. We will play the game with you. We'll be right there with you. Like, yup,
Always.
always,
Yo,
let's get it. You know,
right,
but
right.
some people fold, some people don't. So that it's a real cat and mouse game rather than them, right? And then the way the network works, the reason why they can afford to pay on Netflix, their viewing audience is so high that TV works by viewership and by broadcast. So they getting money as and they getting so much that it's easy to pay for them.
Yo,
So
let me know what y'all think about this crazy idea. I always ask myself, you see Apple Music
yeah,
Yeah.
and
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Spotify
Yeah. Yeah.
and
Yep.
Spotify, that's the only way you listen to music, right? Unless you listen to it on YouTube.
Yeah.
And YouTube makes their money off ads or whatever, right? So
Yep.
this is my point. At what point, one, do they go to YouTube route, or two, why haven't they connected with Apple Music or Spotify to get these fights through these? I mean, those are the three top streaming
the
services
reason
in the
the
world.
reason why you don't do that, because there's always one asshole boxer or promoter that says, I'm gonna copyright you if you put my fighter on YouTube because you don't own the rights to him. I do, and now you gotta pay me. There's too many entities that are out there that they can't just say and give the rights to broadcast who makes the dollar off my fighter. Then people get greedy. You understand? So even
Yeah.
though you look at it as like getting their fighter out there, getting more eyes and views on that fighter, at the end of the day, people are gonna turn around and say, "Okay, you did that. Look at all the views. You got 1 million views. That's a lot of money. Who got that money? And that is my fighter up there. Who?" And then that's where we go. So when you think about, oh, that's a lot of contracts that gotta say yes, and a lot of people got to come and sign that paper, and it's just a big fucking headache. When you deal with the network, you already got a contract that we're fighting on your streaming platform. That's it. But if you go on YouTube, you would basically have to give your copyrights to them, so at any time they can broadcast your old fights, your new fights, and whatever. Then who keeps that money? Then it becomes a thing with greed. It just gets fucked up, bro.
But my point is the pay-per-view route, round one, is only gonna get worse, bro. Like,
Oh
we
yeah.
really not
Oh,
paying
we
for these
know that.
fights, bro.
We know that, Stocky. Of course it is. Hell yeah, bro. As smart as these guys are, just criminals are just always a step. It's always a battle. Come on, and everything. Frontline. Yo, frontline. I remember as kids, right? We used to hypothetically, we used to do bad things. I'm not saying I was ever bad, okay? All right, I'm not promoting any bad criminal ways, but I do remember when one time they came out with this device to lock your car. It was the club. It locked around the steering wheel and around your
Mm-hmm.
brake, and then you locked and it was a new device. So it was to car thieves to discourage you from stealing your car. So one day we were in the neighborhood and whatever, and Goose and Ace, all these dudes, they were like, yo, we gonna get a car. So they got in and they saw this new product. It was the club. And Goose sat there in the front seat with my brother. My brother was like on the other side. They was telling me what happened in the car. I wasn't there. And my brother was there. And my brother was looking at Goose, and Goose was sitting in the car, and he was just looking at the club like this. He was looking at the puzzle. He was looking at it. He was going, looked strong. He looked at the neck, looked strong. He had the hacksaw in his hand. He said, "You can't hacksaw through that. The blade will break. We'll be here all night." He said, "That's not the way." My boy was like, "Yo, break the lock." He said, "We'll be here all night. That's too slow." And he kept looking at it. And all of a sudden, Goose said, "I got it." And then they said, "What are you going to do?" Goose took the hacksaw. He looked at the steering wheel and he cut the steering wheel. And he bent the steering wheel because inside the steering wheel is soft metal. And he slid the club off and he bent the steering wheel back, popped the nail, right? And he figured it out. He figured out a way around it, you know. And it's always these criminals that you go ahead and try to like knock out the piracy. There'll be another one up tomorrow. It's always these guys there's always someone that's trying to break down what you're trying to do. And Dana White and these guys think that they're gonna stop this fire stick shit. And I'm looking at it from the outside. I'm just like, bro, there's just gonna be another fucking channel, another link. We're just gonna grab it because people are always trying to get through your fucking puzzle.
Read the Bull Rider comment.
Bull Rider. I gotta get to YouTube to read that. Hold on. Because it's sometimes in my chat. I don't even see Bull Rider.
Bull Rider.
Oh,
I
Bull
heard
Rider.
Golden Boy.
I heard Golden
Netflix.
Boy was leaving Netflix. They were never with Netflix.
Nah, he probably meant the Zone. He probably meant the Zone. He probably meant the Zone.
Because the Golden Boy was never, the only one is MVP. And MVP brings in whoever. You got to sign to MVP to go to the table.
TKO was also with Netflix for the Canelo Crawford.
Saudi? TKO?
Yeah, but hold on. Zuffa Boxing has a deal with Paramount, no? Like they got a whole deal.
Okay.
They got a whole deal,
right?
Bro. Yeah.
Now, this is my question. Where does Golden Boy go? Like who's where they go from here? Like,
I don't think
this is gonna continue to happen.
I think Golden Boy stays with the Zone because Golden Boy got some pretty good names under their belt in contract. So I personally don't think that they're gonna let
I think Golden Boy right now, publicly, I'm gonna come out, get with Fresh Production and some of the other smaller ones and build your own empire.
Yeah, but even Fresh Productions, they're putting that pay-per-view on, isn't it ppv.com?
Yup, payperview.com. Payperview.com. Like look, bro, like
like the old days with Mike Tyson in them, right?
Exactly,
I guess they're gonna make their money. I guess they're gonna make their money back, bro. But how much is that pay-per-view, gentlemen? How much is it gonna cost me?
I didn't look. Stock Shaker knows he could, and then I'll look it up later anyway. But I didn't see the price value on that. I was too wrapped up with the fucking story with Subriel, fighters like Keith Colon that I'm excited that are going to be fighting on this card. Frontline, you know, he's
Cedeño.
Frontline talked about the Dominican fights on the card and how exciting that is. And everybody, there's a lot of fights on this card that all of us in particular like special. So that just goes to show you that this card is good. Go ahead.
Matias pay-per-view, $55, bro. $55.
Damn.
PPV.com.
Damn.
Now what I'm telling you, Hugo, is Golden Boy, they're not leaving the Zone. The Zone is not continuing with Golden Boy.
They're not to renew them.
That's the report. So why do you think they are gonna change their tune? Like they're the ones kicking them out.
I don't know.
Yeah, because they renew every year or like every so often.
Is that
man?
Wait a minute. Wait, Hugo, hold up.
What's up?
That why Oscar De La Hoya has been all over social media trying now to advocate to push Turkey out the game and now his tune has changed? Is that what's going on, guys? And that he's acting like he's acting the help of the other promoters to come together to stop fucking with Turkey because is he being treated like Rudolph? and not being let play any reindeer games with Turkey and Eddie. And now that he's on the outskirts, now he's changing his tune. When, let me just get this, if I'm correct, you're one of the reasons why Turkey's here, Oscar. You opened the door for him. You,
How
Ed
so?
Hearn, and all the top, Bob Arum, all of you let him walk in here. And now that you're on the outside, now you want to try to discredit him when you're the reason, one of the reasons why we're in the situation, because you took part of this. The only people that I can honestly say that was always on the outside was the PBC. They're the only ones I can honestly say they're not the cause of this Turkey shit. Dana White attacking the Ali Act and everything else that's happening. Oscar, you're a part of this.
I mean, listen, at the end of the day, one thing that we can't deny is that Turkey is making all the fights. He's the money man. He's back in Zuffa boxing. And what I'm trying to say is, listen, over the next 5 years, we have to understand this shit is getting to the point where I don't think, to me, it's sustainable from a business standpoint, bro. Like it happened to Top Rank, then it happened to Golden Boy.
Yep.
This is gonna continue to happen because the zone is not turning a profit with these promotional companies, bro. Like they're not making money off this shit. Like that's undeniable. Like I've done the research, bro. Like they're taking L's, literally.
Who is?
Bro, the zone is obviously if they're not dealing with Golden Boy anymore, it's because it's not profitable for them. The same way ESPN dropped Top Rank off. They're not profitable. Like
No. Okay, Stock Chaser. Okay, let's clear up a couple things here. Okay, ESPN stopped fucking around with Top Rank because of their denial that they fucked around with the Callahans out there with Tyson Fury. ESPN was public about this when they told them, if we do an investigation and we find out Top Rank, Bob Arum, you guys are not being honest with us, we will not renew our contract with you. ESPN got very far away from that when the FBI agents went to Tyson Fury, took his passport, took his father's passport, took his brother's passport, and none of them can leave the country. So much, in fact, that when Turki Al-Sheikh came into the picture, the reason why Turki Al-Sheikh made a boxing gym in the desert was because of Tyson Fury. He wanted to see Tyson Fury fight Deontay Wilder, but Tyson Fury couldn't leave and come to United States, so he had to bring it all out there to him. Now, when you say that he's leaving Golden Boy because he's not selling, Turkey hasn't seen an investment in any of his fight cards. So that can't be true. That can't be the case. Wait.
Yeah, go ahead.
It can't be the case because it's not like Oscar De La Hoya's fight cards are not holding their weight or something. Or Virgil Ortiz is not signing to fight Jaron Boots Ennis, and you're just not bringing us exciting fights, and we're going to keep you outside. You could say something like that, right? But as far as Turkey is doing something I tried to explain earlier today in business. When you invest in a small business, no matter what it is, if you don't have enough money to invest in that business for at least 5 years without seeing a single return, don't do it. Turki Al-Sheikh is investing in boxing for 5 years. I don't think he's expecting to get a return in any of his fights because that's not his aim. That's not his plan. His plan is to throw a bunch of money at boxing and then to control it, for you to love him, for giving you all these fight cards, for all these great moments. It's not about a dollar amount right now. It's
Wait,
about
hold on. I don't think you understood me. So look, I'm not talking about
you. I just took it my way.
Yeah, look, I'm not talking about hold on, I'm stepping out the building. I'm not talking about Turkey making money, because Turkey doesn't care about making money. He got the bag. Now listen to this. Just give me 1 second. Check this out.
Go ahead. You got the mic.
This is a report, easy to look up. Listen, the zone post $878 million loss for 2024. So the zone narrowed its operating loss to 877 million in 2024, but was still dependent on significant support from parent company Access Industries in the shape of ordinary and preference share funding. So what I'm saying is not Turkey, the zone.
Yeah.
Bro, the same way ESPN, you remember when they fired a bunch of reporters, they
Yeah.
they got rid of a shit ton of shows. Like, they're doing this because there's a change happening in the streaming landscape,
Oh
and
yeah.
they're cutting their losses, bro. The zone is a money losing machine. They're not profitable at all, round one. Like, it's nasty. It
Wow.
is, yeah.
I heard that Turkey was rumored of buying either stocks in the zone or trying to buy the zone.
Yeah, he has a part ownership in the
Oh,
zone.
oh,
Yeah.
he does. He already does. Okay. So somebody was telling me that. I forgot where I heard it from, but I remember hearing that. I just, but Turkey did a smart investment. He bought the Ring magazine off of Oscar De La Hoya and he did business with him then. And Oscar De La Hoya being the guy that sold him the Ringside magazine and given him that belt that he's trying to make prestigious and put it up against the alphabet belts. So being that Oscar's on the outside now after he was the one that sold them Ringside magazine, I would like to really know what's really going on. And now Stock Chaser, hypothetically, I always say this before I'm going to make this statement. I say the word hypothetically because this is all out of my mind and I do not have any proof to back this up. But since I am a human and I am entitled to my own thoughts and opinions, I can share them. Now, I once said this hypothetically that I believe that Turkey Al-Sheikh was destroying boxing within. He was making us turn on each other. And he was going to do that because when you build something new like TKO boxing, you need to destroy what was there first. Both of your entities cannot coexist. If I was going to make a building, a better building, I'm not going to leave the old one standing next to the new one. It's going to take away from the shine from the new one. I want the new one to shine by itself. We got to demolition the old building. Why keep it around?
Yeah.
So
So
I think
yeah.
he's destroying boxing, turning us into each other, making us fight, making boxing employ from the inside out. And then before you know it, all the boxers are saying the same tune. Belts ain't shit. We ain't paying sanctioning fees. You did away with the belt. You got the promoters to attack each other. I bought their shares. Last man standing is Turkey with the new building, TKO Boxing, and one belt and contracts. And the Ali loss is done away with. And that's how my opinion, I'm just sharing a thought. I don't have, like I said, I don't know if he's actually doing this or saying this, and I'm not discrediting anybody, but I'm a human being and I have the right to think.
And look, you're thinking right, because Sean Zattel the other day, look, Dana White was Zuffa Boxing. He met up with USA Boxing, which runs the entire amateur boxing circuit, to buy it out. And that's like in the works for something like that to happen in the background. And when that happens, bro, listen, this is a long-term play, but bro, like there's a lot of shit going on in the behind the scenes, bro. These promotional companies, bro, they know what's going on. It's war, bro. Like in the back scenes, like there's a lot of shit going on, man. Like, for real, it's crazy.
Yo, my man down here said, stop calling it the Ringside Magazine. What is it called?
Oh, the Ring magazine. The Ring magazine.
It doesn't say side no more?
Nah, but if he knows you, you just mispronounce shit. Like, it is what it is. We know that already. Like, it's not a big deal. He knows what you mean, though. Like,
Yeah. Listen, I just be adding or killing shit, but that means if I change your name, that means I like you. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Yo, listen, Stock Shakers is 1 in the morning, man.
Yo, facts,
Going
facts.
on, brother. I had a
Yeah,
great time chopping it up, man. Thanks for coming on even a second time and keeping the show going on, brother. You know,
100%. I'ma holler at you. I won't be easy, yo.
holla at you. I'll see you on the next one. And fight
Facts.
fans, tune in to the next one here at Round One Sports Talk. Don't forget to hit that thumbs up button. It really helps with the algorithm. And if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. I hope you guys had an amazing time here. I hope that I made it entertaining with me and my guests and all the questions in the chat. What's out? Salute to the chat. Round One Sports Talk family. Everybody always tuning in. And Hugo, what do you want to say? Good night. Say good night real quick because I'm leaving.
All right, round one. Later, brother.
Later, brother. Good night, Hugo, my man. So fight family. I am on to the next one. After this one, let me see if I can get my sound effects to work here. Oh, even the sound effects are tired. We pulled a long one tonight. Thank you, fight fans.